What do you want? What do you want?
It's not that simple.
What do you want?
Are you effing stupid?
You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yo, what is happening, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? It is Friday, thank God. We're here, we made it. Another Friday, another week passed. Hopefully you guys had a good week. I definitely need a haircut, if you haven't noticed, but cheers, guys. Going back to the vodka today. Vodka and, of course, my LaCroix, softening it up a little bit. Hydrate as I get drunk. Cheers. All right, hopefully you guys are doing good. See who's out there. How's everybody doing? Ready for some chatting? No guests tonight. We'll see who shows up for the panel. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. All right. We got Aaron. How you doing? Aaron? Hello there. Good to see you. All right. We got Infinity and Beyond. First time watching the vodka stream on West Coast time. Interesting. You're usually, I forget what time zone you're usually. Tony Movie Chappie, D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. How's it going? Hey, Dave, just got back from watching E.T. in the theater for its 40th anniversary, and I also saw Bodies in the morning and had a hell of a good time. You definitely need to check it out. Yeah, heard about it. I was thinking about seeing it. I was like very close to like seeing it yesterday, but then I was like, nah, I just want to take a Thursday off, and it worked out for the most part because then I shot the video about that Variety article, took my time with it, so it gave me time for that. So there's that. Hi, there's Mom Film Junkie's here. She's back in California. Blue light everywhere. Blue light. I think that's a reference to something that I can't recall at the moment. What's going on, Mr. Fear Jason? Always good to see you. Yeah, let's see who else we got. Everybody saying, well, happy birthday to your baby. That's cool. I'm sure you threw like a little party for him, her, or other. They, these days, you never know. But anyways, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always good to see you, bud. Yes, hashtag Hamada had nada. Henry Cavill. Dave is right. Hey, I like that one. Let's go. Good to see you. Always good to see you. What else we got here? Did you see that leaked? Oh yeah. I'll talk about it. I'll probably talk about that on maybe like Monday's Film Junkie. It's actually sounding pretty interesting, to be honest. Pretty interesting. So, nada had nada army. Let's roll, right? I like it. Yeah, keep it going. Nope, I didn't get it yet. Probably will, though, because I'm interested. I actually listened to an interview with Michael Mann today talking about it and talking about why he decided to continue on when it came to this sequel book, this sequel novel. I like what he had to say because he basically was just like, he never stopped thinking about those characters, So, and the book just takes place like right after the first one. So, but of course it jumps, It's always been talked about as a prequel and a sequel, so it also jumps before the movie as well. Yo, Film Junkie. Hey, happy birthday to you, Mr. C0. Happy birthday. Hopefully you're having a good time. Let's see what's going on. Christopher, what's happening? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, what else we got here? Let's salud amigo. What's going on, Daniel V? Check my mic. Uh-oh. Is my mic not it's not on right? Let me see here. What's going on, Daniel B? Oh, you're right. Got the wrong mic turned on. Hold on. Thank you for telling me. I should have checked that beforehand. There we go. Yep. Wrong mic. And that should be better. Good now. Sorry about that. Yeah, sounding a little sounding like I was like stuck in a Tupperware or something like that. Yep, sure that's better. All right. Usually in Toronto, near Vancouver. Oh, okay, for a wedding. Well, that's cool. What's going on, Mr. Lopez? I don't know if you knew, but Hamada had nada. I think I knew a little bit about that. I knew a little bit about that. Superman party. I like it. I mean, I prefer Batman, but hey, Superman's good too. Yeah, so should be good. Yeah, should be good now. Hey, Mike is all good now. Thank you, sir. All right. Have you thought about having a writer? Have you thought about having writer David S. Goya? That'd be sweet. Trust me, I've thought about a lot of people trying to thinking about getting on here. Of course, I would love to. What's going on, Captain Gator Girl, Nikki? So with the Joker 2 budget getting upped, then that means Zaslav has had the money. I know. It's all weird. It's all strange. But then again, it's like, yeah, I don't know. You bring up a good point. You actually bring up a good point because it's like, hey, it's like, all right, so you're supposed to be cutting down the budgets and cutting down all kinds of things. And then all of a sudden, the Joker gets $30 million is going to the director and the two leads. And it's just kind of like, all right, that's quite a bit right there. I mean, you could easily probably cut those in half. I mean, I think once these actors start getting to the $20 million range, I'm like, geez, it's like, really? I mean, I get it, especially with Joaquin Phoenix. Is he going to lose all that weight again? I mean, of course, it's going to take a toll on his health. I just wonder if he's going to get super skinny again. It's like, does he really need to get super skinny? I don't think he does. I guarantee you he's not going to, because if there's going to be like singing and dancing, he's not going to be able to like starve himself. So I think, yeah, he'll be slim, but he won't be as like, where his ribs are just, and his like freaking, the way that his back looked and shit. I don't think it's going to get that outrageous, to be honest. Because yeah, if you're going to be doing some like crazy musical shits or whatever, sequences, I just don't. You're going to have a little weight on you. You're going to have a little weight. Nah, it wasn't. Thank you, Jason, for mentioning that. Sometimes when it gets a little wonky or something, if like adjust something or like my little plug pops out of the microphone, it'll automatically. I actually have a second webcam right here, and it has a microphone in it. My camera, I don't have the microphone on that camera, so it immediately, if this turns off, if this is not activated, that mic right there turns right on. So yeah, so then of course that's where it sounds a little wonky. So yeah, a little wonky. Only a few pages in the book, but I'm liking it. He's already a great writer for, it's cool to see him. But yeah, I'm just wondering, because he promises it's going to be a movie. And I'm just wondering, all right, that's going to be interesting, because you're going to have to cast people, you're going to have to cast somebody that's like, that's like these characters that are, he came in, 1995? I mean, that's let's face it, you're going to have to cast some people that are going to be like somehow represent some Pacino, some De Niro, some Kilmer. I don't know. I mean, there's going to be some interesting things that happens there. Who's in Toronto? There you go. It's Infinity and Beyond, man. That's what's happening. Look at that. We got some people from Kenyatta up there, huh? What's going on? Alvaro, how's it going? Hello, Dave. First time chatting. Question: how many of Jeff Johns' projects have been axed? Hope all of them. Well, I mean, right now, the Green Lantern series still apparently is moving forward, which was his. Captain, what is it? What is the, Jesus Christ, I almost said Captain Gator Girl. What's the one on CW? Jesus, Stargirl. That one was one of his, and it's still going, but it might get the axe. Who knows? Hey, there he is. Jose. What's happening? Mikey Sutton knows nothing. you see, you got to change it to Mikey Sutton knows nothing. That's the thing, not nothing. You got to be nothing. You got to try it. That's the thing. Like and with a plan. It's the alliteration with it all. Well, not the alliteration. That's not the same, but it's got to like kind of rhyme a little bit, But yeah, that's what you got to do. You could say Mikey Sutton knows nothing. There you go, or something like that. I don't know. Some interesting things happening over on that side of that neck of the woods, but what can you do? It's great to hear that Blomkamp and Copley are, I know. I figured you'd love that. Read that little tweet, and I thought, finally, that's exciting. It's definitely exciting. Let's see who else here. What we got? Not. I wonder if Zaslav looked at him on his plans. What the? Yeah. Well, he probably saw. Like, I mean, what can you say about it all? Jesus, it's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy. Yeah. What up? Let's see. Hey, BBS was good. Just occurred to me that if the previous WB regime stopped investing in low-tier movies, they wouldn't have had to worry about paying Cavill. Yeah, I mean, but there's nothing wrong with investing in low-tier movies because you just never know. You never know what's going to be a hit. That's the thing. I mean, you just never know. I mean, when it came to Iron Man, and a lot of people are probably like, well, that's okay. I mean, obviously he's one of the main Avengers, sure, but you would have probably figured that Marvel Studios or Marvel at the time, when they were starting off the little universe, that people might have thought, yeah, you should really do a Credible Hulk or Captain America first or something, right? And they were like, no, we're going to go Iron Man. And it ended up being a hit. I mean, I'm not saying he's like low tier, but you just never know if, like, you know, certain things could just kind of blow up or people don't know who they are and blah, blah, blah. And it could be something pretty good. I don't know. It's really hard to determine that. Hey, it's Amanda. What's going on, Amanda? How's it going? Oh, shut up. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to be one of those people. I'm going to be one of those fans. Okay, Dodger fans. As I take another drink, I'm going to be one of those fans that I'm going to be like, we're in a rebuilding year. That's what it is. Giants are in a rebuilding year. That's the common thing that people will say about their teams. They'll be like, when their teams suck, it's just like, oh yeah, we're in a rebuilding year. Something like that. It's bad. They're winning right now, I believe. I don't even know I don't even have the game on right now, but yeah. I'm not gonna have it streaming as I'm streaming. But I think they're winning right now. They're playing the Pirates. I know Yazzie hit a home run in the first, but yeah, the Giants are suck. I've lost kind of hope unless they just go in some crazy if they go some crazy, winning streak. They just start winning like crazy. It started looking good because they won two. They won 2 games in a row, and I was like, whoa, look at that. You guys have a winning streak right now. What's going on here? And then it just went to shit again. Space Mutant, what's happening? What is happening? Yeah. Let's see. You're from Toronto. We got a lot of people from Toronto over here. You can see the CN Tower from your balcony. Trinity Bellwood area. That's awesome. Let's see, halfway through Sandman show. Really, yeah. I don't know when I'm gonna get onto the rest of it. Like I said, I watched the first episode and really enjoyed it, and I went, all right, cool. I'm gonna enjoy this series, but I'm gonna catch up with the Westworld. I got one more episode of Westworld to catch up on, which I'll probably watch tomorrow morning if I have some time, because I know the season finale is this Sunday. That's what I wanted. I was trying to get caught up to the season finale, so then I'll be free to binge some Sandman. CA represent. Is that Canada, or is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about California? probably Canada, right? Yeah, I know, right? I was like, I almost said that. I was like, no, it's Stargirl. Well, oh yeah, there's that thing. That's going to be a discussion tonight too. It's going to be a shot. Let's see. We definitely know We definitely know nothing in the. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, they do. They do that. It's fine. I've taken shots at them. It's not like I haven't taken shots. But it's not like I'm taking shots at them personally. I'm just taking shots at the information they're putting out. That's all. I'm just like, to me, I'm just like, hey, stop putting out stuff that, I mean, I'm not saying that it's all fake, but it sounds like some of it is. It's like sometimes you're just kind of just gambling, just rolling that dice. That looked weird. Rolling that dice and and then throwing it down. You're just hoping for the best. You're just woof, and then just throwing it out on the table or whatever the hell. It's fine. It's whatever. I don't care. I really don't. It's funny to me, actually. So Yeah, Toronto is lame. Oh, jeez. Wow. Shots fired. We got some Canadians in here talking some shit. What will you do if the Snyderverse is restored? Celebrate? I don't know. Have a celebration vodka stream? It'd be pretty sweet. It would be pretty sweet. Yeah. I mean, if like all of a sudden it was just like, oh yeah. And I even said this on Film Junkie Live. I said, man, get the house in order. If they could build up, if the 10-year plan could be to build up to some crazy, like another crazy, another big Justice League story, it's like you already have the foundation of Zack Snyder's Justice League, which did very well of like, you already have the established characters, and then he did well on establishing, you had the Trinity that was established already. Trinity was established, and then he had 3 other characters that you need to establish in this movie. And Zach and company did it in Ontario. They did it very well. And you already have that. It's like, okay. So when that was like, oh yeah, we're done. We're not going to do any more of that. And then this new timeline with Hamada that had nada, which was leading into some crisis event that it's like, what were you even thinking about that? But now that things are kind of just like getting like, all right, well, maybe if we just tweak things, it's like, yeah, get some things in order, and then maybe the light at the end of the tunnel, because Zach is going to be busy for at least the next 5 years or so. It's like, okay, but then if it gets to a point where maybe if things get in order, then maybe we can have a version of what he was planning with his Justice League sequels or something like that. It's like there's some time with that. That'd be pretty sweet. But it's like, first off, you have to get everything else in line. If it takes about 5 or plus years to do that, then maybe Zach could come back and then do some crazy shit. I don't know. It's all weird. But who knows? Who knows? Zach might just be like, no, I'm fucking done with that. You think I want to go back to that mess? Which that's always a possibility too. That's always got to be in the back of everybody's head. And I keep trying to say that, but of course, when you say that, that means you're saying to everybody to move on. It's like, no, I'm not saying anybody to move on. I'm just saying, keep it in your mind that there's a chance that the man that might not come back. That's the thing. There's always that chance, because there's times where I'm looking at the mess that's happening right now and I'm going, I would want to come back to that. At least not right now. But if they start really getting a plan together and they get that DC head, then maybe things will start looking good. But right now it's just looking, it was already kind of messy. And then all of a sudden it just got messier. But at the same time, even though it's gotten messier, it seems like, okay, but things are starting to align. I mean, as much as it's so funny too, because the funniest thing about this whole thing, guys, is Zaslav. I thought a different side of the fandom was gonna totally turn on Zaslav, but they are championing him like crazy, and then these other people are totally going, what the fuck, dude? What is this evil prick? I think I kind of already talked about this on Film Junkie Live, but it's just kind of funny where I would have bet money that I'm like, oh yeah, how long is it gonna be? Until like this certain side of the Snyder fandom is just going to turn on Zaslav. And then all of a sudden when shit started happening like this, now it's like they're championing it. They're like, yes, cancel everything, which is kind of weird and fucked up in its own right. But because I don't think they should really cancel anything. I think they should just let it play out, see what happens. But then on a business side, I can understand it a little bit. Obviously I can understand it from a business side, because it's just, they're crunching numbers like fucking crazy. I mean, God knows how many people are just like crunching numbers for Zaslav, and he's looking at every single number out there. And I'm sure he's looked at the numbers of Zack Snyder's Justice League and looked at the potential of the Snyderverse still relatively continuing, keeping some of this. And that's why I've even said it. I even talked about it more on my Patreon self pod last night, was the fact that it was just like, the buzz names are always going to be Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck was trending today. Because there's a video of him speaking Spanish. You guys see that shit? I mean, like there was like, he was trending. He's been trending. And it's like him and Cavill trend a lot. Let's face it. They're like, when you think about that, I mean, it is kind of crazy where we're at right now, because, when Henry Cavill was cast, nobody knew who the fuck he was. When Ben Affleck was cast, people were griping about it. I wasn't even too happy about it. You can go back and see my reaction to Ben Affleck being
cast as Batman. And I was like, I don't know about this. Ben Affleck? Huh. And then all of a sudden, I remember I was at my mom's. Mom, you probably remember this if you're still out there. I was there doing laundry at my mom's house. And I remember when he got cast. When he got cast, it was like, I went, what the hell? I didn't know how I felt about it. And then I didn't really like it at first. But then all of a sudden, like, as it kept going and I started seeing like fan art and started realizing, I'm like, wow, this guy looks good as Batman. Look at that chin. Look at that jawline and that chin. And he's a big dude. Holy shit. I get it. You know, and then I started champing it. I was like, oh man, I'm all about this now. It took me a little bit, but man. But it's just kind of funny how now, 2022, we're just like, please, can we just have some Henry Cavill? Can we have some Ben Affleck? Please. Can we please have all that? Just want that. So, man, I tell you. Oh, yeah. I heard about Tatis. Womp, womp, womp. Well, good thing they got Juan Soto, right? Jesus Christ. They're waiting for their all-star to come back, Mr. Fernando Tatis Jr., which I don't even know what was his injury or why was he out this whole season. But then all of a sudden he's like, oh yeah, can you piss in this cup? And he went, shit. Piss in the cup, and guess what? Taking performance enhancement drugs. What are you gonna do, right? When I saw that news, I was like, wow. So Padre fans, if you're out there, I'm sorry that you're not going to get Fernando Tatis. Not until well into next year, I guess you could say. He's not eligible for even playoffs, and I guess he's going to be out a couple games next year. That is crazy. I should have hit up my uncle. So nuts. Real talk. Do you think Zaslav's going to restore the Snyderverse? I think it's possible, but you never know with that man. Exactly. You never know with that man. Like I said, I was just saying right now, he's seen the numbers and he's seen all that stuff, but you know, it's just, you just never know. I mean, and then it's all about like, how can it even be possible? You know, I mean, we got to remember Justice League. I mean, the actual Justice League and sequels. I mean, the first Justice League was supposed to, I mean, it did come out in 2017, but not the one that we wanted to see in theaters, obviously. 2017. I mean, that was 5 years ago, almost going to be 5 years ago this November. And we would have already had the sequels because, you know, they were already planned. We would have had the sequels by now. So it's like, is it too late? And that's why I keep on saying that it's like a version of it. Don't expect it to be exactly what was planned, you know, with Jim Lee and Zack Snyder and that guy with the ball cap. Don't expect that it's going to be like fully planned like that, but I don't know. How are you like? Oh, I'm liking it. I'm liking it because it's like, I tell you what, like when it first started, I went, what the hell is going on here? Especially the way that season 3 ended. And this is what I love about the show. This is why I say it's goddamn top-notch sci-fi. And anybody who hasn't watched it yet, yeah. No, I won't give any spoilers. Don't worry. But I'm just saying that when season 4 starts, I was going, what the fuck? I mean, pretty much when each season starts, you go, what the fuck is happening? Like, you don't know what is happening in this series. And same, I mean, when it came to season 4, I was going, what in the hell? And then you just, you know, leads up to it. I would say about episode 4. Episode 4 is when you go, oh shit, there's like a big, huge twist that happens. And you just go, oh, wow, you know, and it kind of just like that. So it's just really good. Other than the Trinity, which DC character will make you well up if you see them in live action for the first time? Either Jason Todd or Green Arrow. That's for you. What would make me well up? I don't know if there's anyone that would make me well up, because I mean, I've always wanted to see a Booster Gold Blue Beetle team up. It wouldn't make me well up, but I just think that there's like potential there, and we of course have a Blue Beetle that's happening. But yeah, I don't think they're. I mean, I don't know. I think if they did like a legit Mr. Freeze and like kind of like played off of the Batman the Animated Series Mr. Freeze, I think that would probably do something pretty cool. That'd be kind of sweet. I don't know. So, Had to leave a certain other stream. I was losing brain cells. Uh-oh. There's another stream happening right now? How dare they? What's going on? Enterprises, how you doing? Thought I'd stop by after a birthday celebration. Well, happy birthday to whoever that was. They got to go through our Junkee family before they get to... Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. And yeah, I mean, this is almost sounding like the good old days right now, because I know everybody's kind of busy. Everybody's getting busy tonight. And I know some people will eventually show up, but tonight seemed like it was going to be like a very mellow vodka stream, because, yeah, it seems like a lot of people are too busy, or maybe they just don't like me anymore. Could be that. But remember the good old days? If you guys were here when the vodka stream first started, it was just me sipping vodka until I was done. Well, thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Vega. I'm gonna try to keep it nice and relaxed. If I get the real restored, please shave your mustache. Like, right? Oh, the mustache is getting to me. It's getting to me. I'm getting close. You know, I'm gonna get a haircut this weekend. I don't know. The mustache might go with it. We'll see. I don't know. But yeah, I'm getting tired of it. It's been growing since the end of May, because I said I would keep growing it until Top Gun Maverick reached $1 billion, and then it did. And then I was like, I'll keep it till it gets out of theaters. And I'm like, when is this movie going to not be in theaters? God damn. So now I'm getting kind of tired of it. It's getting a little itchy. Not to mention I got some, I don't know what's going on right here. I got a little redness on my face. Little dryness that was happening. I don't know. I'm blaming the mustache. The mustache is starting to consume my face. That's what's happening. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. Dave, how likely do you think the Flash will be recast, assuming the movie comes out? I mean, I still think the movie's going to come out, but I mean, if they're going to recast, they're just going to do a flat out reboot, or, they will recast. I mean, it's not hard to do that. It wouldn't be hard to do that. Say they do like a soft reboot. Okay. A soft reboot, and they go more. See, I mean, that's another thing I've been always thinking about too when it comes to Dave Zaslav and what's going on with Warner Brothers Discovery, is the fact that it's like, all right, so if they end up doing like a soft reboot, that doesn't mean that we lose everybody. You still keep, like, say that Cavill gets full on, he gets his movie and he's going to be showing up in other movies and whatnot. And Ben Affleck is still down to be Batman, but maybe he still doesn't want to do the whole, like, I'm not going to star and be the star in like this big movie. Just keep me where I just like need to be. Don't centralize the movie around me, which is essentially what, when it came to Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League, is, it was the two leads were Ben Affleck and Gal Gadot. Let's face it. I mean, they were the ones, and I would say even more, well, I mean, essentially them two. They were the central characters. So if Ben Affleck doesn't want to do that and he just wants to show up in some cameo stuff, I think it can easily do that. If Cavill's fully back, then he'd be always the central when it comes to a Justice League. And then maybe Gal could still also be like the also lead as well too. And then Ben Affleck could just show up when, I'm real when it's useful, kind of thing. Just use that line. Maybe use that logic when it comes to it. But if they do like a soft reboot, they do like a kind of like soft reboot, they could really just like go, okay, if we do like a soft reboot and it's like, all right, we're not going to go the direction fully of what Snyder was going to, but we're still going to keep as much as him. And we're going to, in that first Justice League movie and BVS and Man of Steel, all the previous movies are still going to be canon, but we're going to go a little bit of a different direction. Then I think that would be pretty cool. Obviously, they're not going to do the Hamada thing and try to do a Crisis on Infinite Earths without a Superman and I don't know what the hell he was shooting. I'll give him props by saying like, hey, you were shooting high there, buddy. Crisis? You were shooting for Crisis? That's cool. Nothing wrong with that, but I'm like, fuck, man. I mean, but how are you going to get there without having a super? You don't even have a Superman. Like, I mean, what are you going to use? Tyler Hoechlin? I mean, who are you going to use? I mean, you could on a Crisis on Infinite Earths, obviously, but I'm like, yeah, you need like a central Superman, man. Yeah, and they could probably easily just recast, because no one's going to bat an eye, because First off, I mean, well, yeah, Ezra Miller is now becoming a name because of not the reasons that we want his name to be out there, but it's becoming a name. And then again, I mean, there's so much time between now and the Flash movie. God knows what's going to become of it. Something could come out, everything could like end up clearing up, and Ezra could look like a hero for all we know. You just never know. And I keep on saying, let's be patient. And things keep on, contradicting themselves, which is crazy. See, I know some people say that. Sick of living in the past. Yeah, that's the thing, though. It's like there's always going to be a nostalgia factor. But, I mean, that's always going to be a possibility, too. Yeah, I've heard about that, too. And I remember when I was, like, talking with people and talking with people that are in that world and trying to like get a lick on like what exactly is happening here when it comes to what's going on and who's going to be the DC head. Berlanti's name was also thrown out there too, and of course it's just like, no. Do we really want that? I don't know if we really want. Do we really want Berlanti? I mean, yeah. He handled the Arrowverse, I guess, pretty well. But at the same time, it's like, all right, so if you give the job to Berlanti, and maybe he'll be able to do something with bigger budgets and be a little bit better. I don't know. It just doesn't sound good to me right now, but maybe it could surprise. But yeah, I know that's out there, but who knows? Maybe it's just because nobody wants the fucking job. What's going on, Jade? How you doing? I live in California just for the weather alone. I don't know. It's been like 102, 103. It's been over the 100 degrees all week. It sucks to go outside, man. I have my air just pumping all day. I'm supposed to pay my electric bill in a couple of days. I'm afraid to look what it is. It's going to be up there. Zaslav cultist, of course. And it's funny too, because it's like, I'm totally just kind of going like, all right, I don't like that he canceled Batgirl. I understand the business side, sure. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, I'm not going to like throw the guy. I'm like, not going to cancel the guy out and just start digging up old things on him and try to link him. And all of a sudden like, oh yeah, he was at a KKK rally at one point or something like that. Or I'm not going to like go that far, obviously, but I'm like, all right, well, let's see. I'm just kind of trying to be patient. I'm just trying to be patient with this whole thing. Snyder cultist, Hamada shill, Zaslav cocksucker. Jeez. Yeah, but it has its moments. Thank God they canceled that Crisis on Earth. That would have been a complete disaster. I don't know what Walter was smoking. He was smoking some good shit. Whatever he was smoking, I want it. I want a little bit of that. Why not? I want a little tiny bit of that. So what could he do? Yeah. Hey, what's going on? Zables? Do we consider the Snyderverse Justice League sequels or just a continuation of the current DCU? I just think that, from what I'm looking at right now, it just seems like the fact that Zack Snyder Justice League was supposed to come out 5 years ago, almost 5 years ago, just kind of makes it hard to be like, all right, so we can't exactly do maybe what he was planning. But you can still capitalize off of it. You can still play on the whole fact that Darkseid is headed this way. That's all they really need to do. If you think about it, does it have to be the exact sequels that Zack wanted or was planned when he was like writing out the storyboards? And then there's like certain way that he was going to do it. And Terrio maybe had some script that he already had going and whatever the fuck. It doesn't have to be exact. They could take elements of it, but I'm just saying all they would have to really do is just go, all right, how long is it going to take for Darkseid to come back to Earth? Okay. I mean, obviously it's like, he's not going to just full on boom tube because everything got destroyed and everything like that with the mother boxes and everything's okay with that. He can't just you can't just drop through a boom tube or whatever and just show up. Now he's actually got to do it the old-fashioned way and go on an expedition to find Earth because, hey, I know a lot of people go like, how does he not find Earth, man? He showed up that one time, right? Showed up that one time. They were here, and then he took on all the warriors and got an axe to the trap, to the neck. It's like, how? I'm like, first off, have you seen those new telescope pictures? Have you seen the madness that is out there in space? I can't even process that. Okay? When I looked at those images, I couldn't even process that. You see that shit, you're going, "Oh my God." And you just, holy shit. I mean, you would have to have some serious GPS to figure out like, "Oh shit, how do you get back to Earth from apocalypse?" I mean, like, Jesus Christ. I mean, how would you be able to do that? That's the thing. So I could see like it taking like years for Darkseid to get here. So you could play on that story element. That's the thing. I'm just saying. Seeing the GCS in live action will make me swell up. Oh, there you go. Swell up. I don't know. Yeah. I hope you meant like up here, right? Okay. Were you ever into Wally West? Oh yeah. When I was collecting Flash comic books as a kid, it was always Wally West. It was during the Wally West years in the 90s. Early 90s, so. You're okay, Dave. Stash is nice. We're almost in November. Uh-oh. Maybe I'll grow it. Maybe I'll try to grow a full beard for November. No shave November. See? Even my mom wants me to shave off the mustache. Jeez. I know, right? It's weird. It's weird when I've gone back and looked at videos and stuff pre-mustache, and it's like, whoa. It's crazy. It's crazy. If you go goatee, you could complete. Yeah, I could do that, and it's already, obviously I've had the goatee before, but yeah, and then I'll try to get that Oliver Queen audition. Just put it like a little bit of blonde in there, So, what's going on, Kenneth? How you doing? So when Hamada plans Crisis, you all shit on it, but when Zack teases Crisis, you haven't. Well, but it's two different Crisis, though. You gotta remember that, though, Jose. You gotta remember it was a different kind of Crisis. It's Final Crisis, not Crisis on Infinite Earths. Okay. Cavill cameos. Yeah, but I'm like, but you got to think. Also, you got to think about like, how are we going to get there without again having no real Superman and whatever the hell. So who knows? Question: What is Jim Lee doing over at DC Films? I don't think he does much. I mean, I know he's CCO of DC Entertainment, but he's not like he has a lot of input when it comes to DC Films. I think when they ask him for input, he gives his input, but I don't think he's really doing anything. I mean, he's CCO of DC Entertainment. That's why when at Comic-Con, when they were asking Jim Lee at Comic-Con about Snyderverse, and he was just like, as far as I know, there's no plans. So it was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I don't think Jim Lee is going to full on know what is all happening over there. So, I mean, I don't know. But that's when it comes to that, I'm just like, yeah, he's not going to be that much in the know when it comes to all this. So, I mean, I don't know. What are you going to do? But I'm just saying, like, DC and Darkseid both lost their roadmap. Right? Yeah, I know. But I mean, again, I remember seeing that on my timeline when those new images from that new telescope showed those clearer images that were clearer than the Hubble telescope. And then they're like, and people wonder why Darkseid couldn't find his way back to Earth. I'm like, no shit, huh? It's like, look at that. It's madness out there. It's pure fucking madness out there. Holy crap. Hey, what's going on, William? Zaslav is such a genius. Why not? Jeez. Okay, see, Jose. So Jose is Jose is probably calling him as Aslof also, right? Jose's not a fan. Jose's not a fan, which I understand, but it's just kind of funny how, like, man, with the recent with things that were happening was like the fact that it's like I thought a different side of the fandom would turn on him a little bit, or would turn on him because he wasn't going to go like right into like, hey, restore the Snyderverse. But man, did he just totally flip it? He totally flipped it, man. So it's just funny seeing like the reaction to all the stuff. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens though. I mean, if there actually is a full-on plan, I don't think there's actually a full-on plan. I think the plan is to have a plan. Maybe that's what it is. The plan is to have a plan. And we need and obviously DeLuca and Pam Abdi were part of the plan to get it started at least, so I think that's part of the plan a little bit, but all right. We got our first person joining up, of course, and you know who he is.
Throw a knife at Steven.
What's happening, Steven?
Hey.
What's happening? How you doing?
Not much. Good. How are you?
Good. It's feeling like the old days right now.
Yeah.
Of the Vodka stream, because it's just like no guests. Then I reached out. A lot of people are busy and whatnot. And then I was like, all right, I'm just going to handle this thing myself. And then you show up and you were like the first, like, kind of official guest on the Vodka stream. So it's kind of feeling like old school Vodka stream, but it's cool. Cheers.
Yeah. I was watching you do that that part of it. I was gonna get my kids put to bed and stuff and had you on, and I was like, yeah, that's crazy. Like thinking back to like, I don't know, just like how much the show and everything has evolved over time. I know we've talked about that before, but like, because originally it was basically just like a podcast almost, and then I would come on and Swenson would come on and now we've got like the whole like a whole circus going on.
Exactly, a circus, and then you have guests that come on. Yeah, it's funny too because I think it was a few months ago where after we were done with it, because I always have it running on my laptop, the actual YouTube feed, and like automatic, all of a sudden, like I think I saw like an old episode, like because it shows like a bunch of like, hey, recommended videos, and it showed an old episode, and I'm like drunk going, hey, let's watch that one. And it was like one of those old ones, camera's shittier, and it was like where you showed up and you had a shitty camera. It was all just like, I'm like, holy shit, when was this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you've never had a shitty camera.
No,
what am I talking
never.
about? Yeah, so yeah. What days of the cocaine stream shot or people were talking about it. No, but I mean, I was just kind of just talking about this whole madness. I know you weren't on last week where we were talking about obviously the things that were happening, and I would actually, I would love to get more of your opinion on things. I mean, obviously we've talked direct message and whatnot, but
yeah,
like, what are your initial thoughts when it comes to things that have been happening recently over at Warner Discovery?
I don't know. I mean, it's crazy, and like it gets to the point where, and I'm sure you feel this even more because like I have the option to just not talk about stuff if I and the second they were like 10-year plan, I was like, we've heard all this before, and it's not that like it's not interesting or I don't believe them or anything so much as like so much of this stuff is just like wait and see, and everybody, especially because of the Snyder Cut, everything became, and like in a Snyderverse, everything is like every day. Like even Warner Brothers isn't that pressed for like getting, like it's a 10-year plan. That means like in a few months we might get some announcements, and then probably won't get a lot of announcements even until like after the Flash. And like the way that this stuff develops, it's just like you kind of got to buckle in and just be in for the long haul. But then of course there's these articles and stuff coming out all the time that like, I don't know, as someone who like reads between the lines on stuff and is always like trying to tell people like what really means. I always hate doing that also though, because it's like on one hand, people will freak out over like what an article says. And it's like, well, you got to read between the lines. People start reading between the lines. It's like, oh, don't read that much between the lines.
You're reading like between like, you know, not just lines. You're reading between canyons. No, but I was even saying, I'm like, it almost seems like the 10-year plan is to have a 10-year plan.
Yeah.
You know, it's not exactly that they have a solidified, oh, we have something and we'll reveal it to you like during, I don't know, DC fan. But it's just like, I think the 10-year plan is like they're going to have a 10-year plan. They just got to have a team to construct that 10-year plan.
Yeah. Well, and that's where, like, with the cancellation of Batgirl, it's a really tough position because on one hand, like, I don't support that happening ever. I mean, that's the entire, anyone who like campaigned for the Snyder Cut. And if you remember back, there was a time when everyone said it's about artistic integrity and they put in this work and they deserve. And now a lot of people, not a lot of people are want Batgirl released, but there's a lot of people who are like really hardcore into that who seem to be like, oh no, this is a good thing. It was canceled and it was bad. It was a bad movie. It's like these are all the exact same talking points from the opposite side. And we saw that same thing with like, you've got a lot of like, I don't like categorizing people as fans, like a fan group, because you have Snyder fans or DC fans or whatever. But you have a lot of people who would have said like with BVS, oh, this is unfair treatment. You're being too harsh on it, and then they'll do the same thing to other new DC stuff. And not that I think that that's better than BVS, but it's just you've got to like the constant like, oh, thank you.
Props.
Like the constant hate against that stuff is like that's the exact same energy that like so many of these people kind of came up to hate. And so then you've got people who said, oh, artistic integrity and release the Snyder Cut. Now they're saying, you know, well, Batgirl deserved to get canceled or whatever.
Yeah, I know.
It's just I think they should release it, and I wish there's a way they could find a way to get it out there or do something to. So like on the artistic side, I'm like 100% there. However, I think the biggest problem in this entire space, not just with this situation or this movie, but and this is really what happened with the Snyder Cut, is there's a juxtaposition of art and commerce. You have people making art, but then you also have to sell that art. And so back when like Nolan came in, and back the way that DC and Warner Brothers specifically was then, when you had Jeff Robinoff and Alan Horn and all of that team before they got stabbed in the back and Sujihara became CEO and started trading roles for sex, and then, you know, all that happened. And then like Zack Snyder's Justice League happened. There was a time where Nolan, for example, would come into the studio and he said, here's my vision for Batman. And they're like, awesome, let's do that. And then they made the Dark Knight trilogy. And that was, sure, there was commerce involved because obviously it was something they sold, but it originated from an artistic idea, and the studio got behind that idea and made it happen. And that's what happened with Man of Steel also. And anyone that follows me on Twitter may have seen me sharing a bunch of articles from way back when about all the drama about the CEO handoff and the bake-off between Robinoff and Sujihara and another guy with a R, Robinson or something.
No, not him.
No, it's not Robinson. It's
Robinov? No, you already said Robinov.
Oh man, I can't remember. But anyway, another
either. I
think another guy who's in the role for the job. But what was really fascinating about that is that happened right when Man of Steel was coming out, and like a lot of the big shakeup happened right there. And one of the articles, I think from THR, might have been Deadline, even really got into the drama of it, and the amount of drama that was being reported with this stuff was insane. Because you're talking about like the CEOs of one of the oldest studios in the country, and it's talking about like Sujihara put people in like a cone of silence, and but the biggest thing was Man of Steel came out, and at the time, I know we've had a revisionist history. At the time, it was heralded as like, oh, it's the best Superman movie of all time. It's got the best box office that Superman movie has seen. It had a higher box office than like a lot of other superhero movies, and it was heralded as this success. And only in retrospect did people start retroactively applying this like, well, it didn't do Avengers numbers, and like grading it based on that, which, you know, everyone knows doesn't make sense. But it's really fascinating that this new regime came in, and it was headed by a guy who came from like the theme park area of Warner Brothers, was Sujihara. Interesting because Scorsese said these movies are like theme parks now, and meanwhile you've got guy that heads Disney and the guy that headed Warner Brothers for a long time came up from the theme park branches of the companies.
Scott Rowe?
No, it's I could look it up, but
yeah, well, we'll figure it out. Somebody
yeah,
might
just
throw
Google
it in there.
Warner Brothers CEO Bake Off, and you'll see Romanoff and
Bake
Sujihara
Off.
and one other.
Yeah.
That's what literally what
Yeah.
it was. They put them in a 3-way competition, which inherently like
Yeah, I'm
it's
trying to
just-
remember that. Remember
it's like
those
setting up every company that ever does that is setting it up themselves up for a nightmare because the guy that doesn't get the job is someone who you want to keep. Like the runner up for CEO should be someone that's still with the company, but there's just all this bad blood because of it. But
Yeah.
but the point is that Man of Steel came out and it was a big deal, and like Sujihara and the other execs like didn't even call to congratulate Romanoff on that, which is like a very traditional practice. And like Man of Steel from the get-go, like even Nolan was getting iced out of like the congratulations for how the movie was doing. And so it's like from the get-go it's hostile to this more artistic approach to the franchise. And then we know that then that's when Zack Snyder started facing all of the challenges with BVS, and then obviously Justice League happened. So having said all that, we kind of already crossed that bridge of, okay, we're not making these artistic endeavors anymore. And so when Batgirl gets canceled, yes, that's an affront to like artistic integrity and it should be released. But also these movies have all been about business exclusively for, since we crossed that bridge when Zack Snyder left Justice League. Like that was the death of Warner Brothers making that kind of movie. And then Affleck moved on, Nolan moved on, Snyder moved on.
But
Not
I
moved
was
on from
actually,
DC, but moved on from like making these movies at this studio.
yeah, and I was saying this last week, and I've been saying that on Film Junkie Live probably too, is like the fact of the matter is like, I think where Batgirl, part of it, it's not all of it, obviously, but part where it suffered this ill fate is the fact that it was supposed to fit in a perfect spot of right after the Flash, and it was going to explain why Michael Keaton was this Batman with J.K. Simmons Gordon, and it was a Christmas movie. It was going to be released at the perfect time, and when the timeline got all fucked up, it kind of just was like, all right, this doesn't make sense now with some of the aspects of it.
Because they broke the franchise with Justice League, and then after that, they wouldn't commit. Like they wanted to abandon that, but they couldn't. They couldn't or wouldn't fully abandon that plan. And so they're just kind of straddling this plan where it's like, what's canon, what's not canon. You've got like Shazam coming out that references these other movies and these other characters, but also like didn't commit to like hypothetically that could be either version of Justice League that they're referencing.
True.
And Suicide Squad, the Birds of Prey references Boomerang from Suicide Squad, and the Suicide Squad sequel has a bunch of the old crew, and they reference, even Peacemaker. Like they've all got these references that like, oh, that could be Snyder continuity or the Whedon continuity. But Batgirl was especially weird because it's very much a product of that, like it exists to serve this broken franchise where you've got J.K. Simmons Gordon and you've got Keaton Batman, and all that stuff going on, and so it existed in a way as a commercial first decision, like the decision making behind it was inherently to serve a shared universe and to fill a spot in the calendar and to fit in a certain spot in the continuity, and the continuity changed and the business plan changed, and so therefore what's left, well, I'm not going to say there was no artistic vision, because I think Adil and
we
Bilal
talked about how we liked their
guys.
work on Miss Marvel. I mean, my God, and even Bad Boys for Life I liked.
Yeah, and so I'm not going to say that they didn't have an artistic vision, but it's not like they didn't come to DC and say, we've got this awesome Batgirl movie we want to make, here's our vision, and they said, awesome, let's do that. They said, here's this project, and they brought them in to fill this slot. Yeah. And then they decided, well, we're not doing that slot anymore. And that's, like I said, I'm not justifying the cancellation from an artistic perspective, and I do think it should be released, but a project like that is inherently a business first project. And so having said that, from a strictly business perspective, I also disagree with what they did with Justice League, but the mistake that they made there was not fully rebooting it. Or like after Justice League, not doing a full reboot, or not doing a Man of Steel 2 that commits to this new Superman, or not doing another, not giving Affleck his Batman movie, but making it fit the new continuity, or like there was no hard pivot. It was just kind of this. Ironically, as Adil and Bilal, or one of them, referred to it in an interview, they said it's like a spaghetti of multiverses. Like they didn't even know how or why like Keaton was in their movie. So it's really a consequence of like like, yes, they're trampling all over the artists and the people that put the work into this, but they're also, it's a project where all of the reasons that existed to greenlight it went away. It was no longer servicing the streaming plan that they had. It couldn't be adapted to fit the new theatrical plan. It was designed to service a half-baked, kind of kick the can down the road version of the continuity, and that was no longer being. So it's like, where does this fit? Where does this belong? And you would hope that they could have figured that out earlier to fix the, you know, whatever issues they had with it, and they didn't. So like, but from a business perspective, all of the artistic stuff aside, I'm saying on one hand, like, oh, they shouldn't have canceled it. They should have found a way to make it work. They should still release it. But there's a part of the kind of hard line, like, yes, it's canceled. Like that's a hard decision that, because of not making that kind of decision previously, that's why the franchise has been in such a mess for so long. If they had made this kind of decision back after Justice League, they wouldn't be in this position at all to have to do this in the first place. Wow. And so really, like, you know, should Zaslav have to take responsibility for a broken universe and a broken project that serviced something that shouldn't have been serviced in the first place? And that's not Dylan Bilal's fault. That's not Leslie Grace's fault. It's not J.K. Simmons' fault or Brendan Fraser's fault. And they're all suffering for it, and that's not okay. But also, like, Zaslav made the right decision as far as the options that he had in front of him.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that trampling over the artist like that is the right decision either. But you look at, like, you know, Kylar did the same thing with releasing all the movies on streaming. Yeah, sure, he trampled all over the directors to do that, but ultimately that was something that serviced the strategy at the time, which was to grow streaming at all costs, and they did. It exploded their subscribers on HBO Max, and so that was a good thing from a business perspective. And so, how do you marry the art and the commerce side of it? You really can't unless you have a Nolan or a Snyder or someone come in with a vision and you back that vision. If you're not doing it that way, then this is the logical conclusion of everything. And you see it in the MCU too. It happened to Edgar Wright. It happened to, you know, everyone who got their
Patty Jenkins. Stuff like that.
Alan Taylor, like is that his name? Alan Taylor, Thor.
Or Dark World, Alan Taylor. Yeah,
or is he a composer? But anyway,
yeah, Alan something. I don't know. By the way, Dark World's better than Thor: Love and Thunder. Anyways, no, but no, I get what you're saying, and it must suck too, because it's like you take on this Batgirl movie, and you just kind of go, when they, like you said, they're given like the product and where it's supposed to be, and they're just kind of going like, okay, we could do this. And probably when they were trying to put this thing together, they're going like, man, I mean, it would be cool to have Ben Affleck's Batman to be the Batman in this, but Jesus Christ, we get to work with Michael Keaton. That's cool. But then at the same time, they're probably going, but does it? I mean, this is kind of weird, but you know. But at the same time, it's like, oh man, it must have been really cool, but then kind of like, but
and this has been DC's problem with the shared universe concept. I mean, go back to, you know, Nolan, like, people really need to understand, like, know your Warner Brothers history. You have to know what happened in 2012 and 2013 in order to understand what happened 2013 through 2022 and why they were sold to AT&T and then they were sold to Discovery, like in the court, you know, back to back. And this all happened because of, there was a, you know, Jeff Robinoff and Greg Silverman and Alan Horn, like, they were there for 10 years.
We have to forget that, like, Alan Horn was there during this.
Right. Alan Horn came in like 1998.
Yeah.
And Jeff Robinoff, he was the Wachowskis' agent when they came on for The Matrix, right? And so they brought the Wachowskis and Baz Luhrmann and Affleck and Nolan and Snyder and Steven Soderbergh and DiCaprio as an actor. They all came to the studio because there was 10 years of guys that said, we want to make your, like, Inception. The fact that Inception exists at all, especially at the budget that it happens, is because these guys put faith in an artist first and gave them their backing to make it happen. And that there was a coup is really what happened at Warner Brothers. And when Horn was asked to resign in 2012 because they wanted to add more youth to the executives. And then when he was close with Robinoff and kind of a mentor to him. And then after Horn got the boot, then they did the CEO bake-off to decide. I think it was Bukes was the CEO, and they were going to replace him. And so they had a 3-way contest between Bruce Rosenblum, Jeff Robinoff, and
that's what it was,
yeah,
right?
Jeff
Yeah.
Robinoff and Kevin Tsujihara. And from all the reports that you read at the time, they say it was never a contest. It was always Tsujihara's, and they just did the bake-off for appearances. And they iced out Robinoff, who had a decade of proven. I mean, he's known as a guy who would read scripts. And he had faith in these projects. You look at the guys he brought in, you know, The Town, Affleck's The Town exists because of him. Argo exists because of him. I mean, when Tsujihara like stomped all over him, that was Man of Steel came out that year. He had just won as a producer, or at least, I don't know if he was credited as a producer or not, but he had given Affleck what he needed for Argo to win Best Picture. These are all things that happened under that tenure. And then the theme park guy who traded roles for sex came in, and they tried to turn the franchise into like an MCU clone on the back of what Zack Snyder had already started with Man of Steel. So once again, they didn't make the hard call that Zaslav made then and say, no, we're just canceling and moving forward. And then with BVS, again, they didn't do that. With Suicide Squad, they didn't do that. With Justice League, they didn't do it. They just always tried to like, well, let's just break it instead of like...
Let's just lighten it up.
And then whenever something would break, instead of saying like, let's make it work, or like doubling down on it and saying let's make it work, or saying, okay, let's put on the brakes and do something right, they would always just kind of kick the can down the road and pivot. And even with Justice League, you see that like instead of delaying it to make it work like they should have, they came out that same year because Jeff Johns and John Berg wanted to get their bonuses, and it had to come out in 2017 for them to get their bonuses. And you see like all these decisions have nothing to do with art.
Not
and
at
have
all.
nothing to do with the movies. It has everything to do with the corporate machinations going on. And so that's what Batgirl was a victim of. It wasn't an artistic decision. It was Batgirl existed as a product. And so therefore, when you're making decisions about product, you cancel stuff, you greenlight stuff, and you shuffle stuff around. And it was treated like a commodity. I know Chappelle is a dirty name depending on who you talk to about it, but in his speech accepting an award on Netflix, there's it's like a 40-minute speech. He's accepting an award from the Duke Ellington School, and he talks about when he quit the industry and went to Africa, and he says at one point, he says, an artist, if you're good at it, should never behave like a commodity. And that's like exactly what you see happen here is they took art and they turned it into a commodity, and they treated it like a commodity. And that's, of course that's what you're going to do with Batgirl, because these are all just commodities now. And as long as they're commodities, you're going to replace directors, you're going to cancel movies, you're going to do whatever. And so that's a really unfortunate situation. But if we're going to talk about it as a commodity, this is the right call if it's a commodity.
Yeah, when you look at it like that, it's definitely.
I'm not saying that's what it should be, but that's what it is, right? That's what they made it into, and so we can't talk about it any other way.
No, you can't. And before we continue, we got somebody else showing up right now.
You're a nice guy. You're a nice guy, but that don't fucking cut it when you're bullshitting and fucking around like this on set.
I was trying to figure out which drop am I going to use for you.
You're a nice guy.
Yeah, you're a nice guy. You're a nice guy.
It's not going to cut it.
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm really happy about everything that's happening.
Oh.
No, I mean, like, I agree with Steven completely. Like, we understand that these projects are art and stuff like that, but the reality is that they're running a business, right? So from that point of view, I would completely agree that, you have to make the tough calls, and that's the reason WB just was lagging behind for so many years, because they never had that cojones to do it. So finally someone comes in and everybody's just hating him because this is the same thing people asked for years. And now finally they're seeing real change, and now people are resisting it because they're used to this comfort zone release, whatever is non-risky, or whatever smaller ideas you have, instead of actually looking at the entire slate you have and making a proper plan for years to whether to make great movies or to make great profitable products, whatever, however you want to look at it, from a business perspective as well as from the consumer's perspective. I would say that they really did need a person like this who would come in and say enough is enough. So I feel like we got that. I hope whatever he says and has been saying for months and months now, he sticks to his word, and brings in the team for DC, and they finally hire someone who, I mean, I don't think it should be one person, because I really don't think one person could actually do the job.
It won't
You do need a team, and I agree that. And I was happy that he said team of people who would be operating. So that's also another positive. So from the earnings call, from every article he puts out, or talking about Superman, Batman, whatever, I'm actually way more positive now than I was in years about DC. So to me, it all looks good. But yes, the Batgirl thing really does suck. But it's like for me, it's always about understanding something, right? Even if it's wrong or right, I need to understand why it's happening, right? So I understand the reason. It hurts. It's a bad decision, maybe, for some people, and definitely for the cast and crew who worked for years on that. And even I wanted to see the movie, even though it has Michael Keaton, who I don't want as the DCU Batman and all that. But still, I wanted to see the movie because it looked good. And obviously the directors were amazing. So I still want to see it. I hope they can put it out years later on HBO Max or something, or maybe get the directors back to remake the movie from with a higher budget or something like that. So that would be awesome. But yeah, it's unfortunate, but I think I agree with Steven. It's necessary.
Necessary. What is that from?
Necessary for what, I think, is the thing that, that's the as someone who like fundamentally disagrees with treating any movie or artist like this. It's not necessary to make good movies. It's not necessary to treat artists right, but it is necessary if the objective is to build a cohesive, sustainable, continued universe. And that, I don't even necessarily want that, but you have to approach this from what the purpose is. And that's why, like, the talk about test screening scores and whether or not it was a good movie or not a good movie is all where's Ray? It's all subjective, right? This is not anything that, like, and I don't believe that it was a decision that was made based on how good the movie is. Now, sure, if it was like they thought it was going to win an Oscar, I doubt they would have done this. But the problem is that it wasn't designed to win an Oscar. It was designed to fit in a certain place in the continuity, and it was designed to service a streaming platform with a streaming budget. Like, all of these things are business decisions. And so it's not like Adil and Belial came in and said, oh, hey, we want Michael Keaton as Batman. We want, like, all of these things. If they had done that, I don't think this is the movie that we would have had in the first place. And so the decision that's being made is not one of, is it a good movie? Is it a bad movie? Is it right to release it, or is it wrong to release it? It was entirely a decision of, does this service our agenda or not? And the problem was that it existed to service the agenda of Hamada and the previous administration. And their agenda was to avoid facing the consequences of the decisions that the previous administration made when they canceled Justice League, right? And so you have bad decisions, and then instead of fixing it, you have bad decisions that are put on top of it, because nobody wants to say, we fucked up and we've got to stop and start over. And that's what they had to do that. And nobody wanted to take the heat for doing that until Zaslav came in. And so while there's so many things about this that, like, bother me and offend me and I don't like, I can't ignore the fact that, like, it's nice. I don't know. I'm of two minds about it. Like I've said a million times, but it's nice to have someone who comes in and says enough is enough, because nobody has said that for a decade. Nobody has said enough is enough, and now someone is saying it, and that sucks for everyone. You know, Scoob was canceled.
Yeah, 95% done.
Yeah, exactly. Which it was written by it's a comic writer who was also written Batgirl comics, which is funny. Sad, but you know,
sad.
So funny it's sad. I don't know, but you know, and you know, Wonder Twins getting you know, all of this stuff getting canceled is people putting hard work into something that now doesn't exist. And I think the point that I try to make when I keep on emphasizing this is really just one of, like, people want to know who to blame, or people want to know what to blame. And like, don't blame the artists for doing a bad job. They were doing the job that they were hired to do. Don't blame the people who made the decision, because they were only making a decision that best served what they had to do because of the situation they inherited. Blame the people that created the decision, the circumstances, and then failed to resolve the circumstances for a decade of failure on that part. So
Batgirl was going to release after Flash, so it would be another time you have to wait before you do the soft reboot or whatever the future plans are. So that's also another thing, that Batgirl comes after Aquaman, Flash, and it would be take half of 2023.
It was supposed to fit in that little certain spot right there. But before we continue, we got some more people showing up. We got Mr. Chris showing up, and then we got old Ben showing up right now too. Mr. Ben, what's going on, guys?
What's going on? Always happy to see a drop for my name there.
I know, right? You got it. I know.
I didn't get a cool intro.
I know.
You gotta pay the dues, brother.
I wanted that video of somebody getting punched hard in the face. That represents my life. Like, this guy again.
Yeah, you're too fresh right now. I gotta figure out a drop.
I waited a year.
Give him a Chris Brown drop.
Chris Brown. I know. I was like, we're gonna bring that.
The video of Chris Brown like waking up that whatever that. There you go. There it is. That'd be perfect for me. No, man. I was listening.
What's happening?
I'm listening to. I'm agreeing with what Stephen was saying, and I've been talking about Batgirl on my channel a little bit lately too, and right. And I'm sorry.
Oh, it was a plug for your channel.
Yeah, anytime we plug, we take a drink.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. And so I've been thinking about it a lot lately, and I'm like, what I'm now at the conclusion where I feel like maybe I don't think if when Batgirl got canceled, I think people would not have cared so much if it wasn't for two situations. Like, for one, on the darker side of it, no pun intended, when Leslie Grace was cast, and like the people in the Hispanic and Black community, we got excited and wanted to show support. We already knew right off the bat. I saw on my channel the comment sections, like people like, jerks are going to say what they're going to say about, like things like, changing the race and stuff like that. That was going to happen. So she got a lot of support because people want to see that the movie is going to, hopefully the movie will do good, and just want to see her continue to succeed. But then when Michael Keaton was announced that he was going to be in there as Batman, that was the moment when I feel like almost everybody, even the people who were probably like trying to shit on the movie for no reason, were probably like, well, because that nostalgia came back. Oh my God, Michael Keaton, he's putting on the and it was like this moved into a movie that I'll watch it when it drops. Okay, on HBO, it's on HBO. Blah, blah. But then it became, at least for me, I can only speak for myself, I'm definitely gonna want to see what Michael Keaton's gonna bring to this. I got really excited for it. So I feel like when it got canceled, I feel like if Michael Keaton wasn't in this movie, I don't honestly think that this would have been one of those things where it'd been like, oh, well, that's too bad. But I feel like Michael Keaton is one of those elements that was like, shit, I really want. Of course, we're gonna see him in Flash, hopefully.
Yeah.
But it was like, I feel like people when they were dropping the pictures and the behind the scenes stuff, people were really starting to get excited with Flash and Batgirl. people feel
Well, that's what the set photos is what got me excited for Batgirl, because you see all the location shooting,
Exactly.
you see all the explosions and the practical effects. There was one specific shot where they're shooting, they had like they were pumping all sorts of light into it, and they had some fake rain going on, and you could see looking at it like, ooh, they're like you could see the soft focus with the shimmer off the rain, like you know exactly the shot they're making there. I'm like, that is gonna look good.
Yeah, and it got me super excited.
Yeah, and then Miss Marvel, I think the camera work and the cinematography and the editing and everything on that, I think showed that like these guys have something that like a lot of these movies don't have. So I think that this was more. Well, I say that it was a product. I do think that Adele and Bilal, they make really cool stuff, and I have confidence in their ability to make it cool. So it's not a judgment on its quality or its potential. It's just that they.
What's your boy saying here right now, Ben? What's going on here? Come on,
jump in, man. What is he? Why is he not here? Like, we don't do live streams anymore, like, for a while.
I know you guys. I know it's been a bit, but anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Steven. I just saw that in there.
Well, no, I cut off Chris, so I'll get back to him.
But I mean, even but I get what Chris is saying too. Is like, and it was funny too, because when all the Batgirl stuff was like getting hyped up and the set photos and videos and everything, and everybody was hyped up for Keaton. I mean, Keaton was a big part of it, but it was just like, and then it was like, oh yeah, but we mustn't forget that the reason why he's here is because of the Flash, and again, that is why it was supposed to fit in a perfect spot. December of this year on HBO Max, after The Flash was coming out, to explain why Michael Keaton was going to be the Batman in that, not Ben Affleck or not any other Batman. So it just that's what sucks about this whole thing. And then what was I going to say too? Is like the shit. I totally just dropped it. But anyways,
the date shifted.
The what? The
dates shifted.
Yeah, the date shifted, but I was like, I had another thought. Oh yeah, and a lot of people were, and I was kind of worried about this too. Is like, well, if it was it going to be like a Batgirl Beyond situation? Because a lot of people were like hoping that Michael Keaton was going to be signing on for multiple. I mean, obviously he wasn't just going to sign on for one thing, and it was like, all right, he's going to probably sign on for multiple things, and maybe he's going to get that Batman Beyond role that we were kind of going. A lot of people have been fan casting that for a while. There's there's fan art out there for days that you could look up, and it was like always a thing. And then they were like saying that maybe Batgirl might be Batgirl Beyond, and I was like, I kind of want the legit story. But then now I'm just kind of going, man, maybe I kind of wish it was, because then it maybe would have not gotten canceled, because it wasn't essentially going to be a Batgirl Beyond.
Well, it's a piece of a puzzle where they threw out the rest of the puzzle, and so now they're like, well, why? Like, if it had been something else that if it was Joker, but with not necessarily even the same tone or anything, but if it was like Joker, where it's like, here's a Batgirl movie, that's all you need. You don't need all this. You don't need to know why Michael Keaton is here. You don't need to you don't need to have connections to. You don't need J.K. Simmons, Commissioner Gordon. It's just, here's a Batgirl story. I think that would have survived. But all of these factors compounded, where it's like, oh, this is a one of the many Band-Aids that they were putting on this fractured continuity in order to continue kicking the can down the road. And they're like, okay, let's stop nursing this broken continuity.
Yep.
And that means, and so once you make that decision, Batgirl is like prime in the crosshairs for like, why does this exist now? Why does this exist if the rest of that plan no longer exists? And it just sucks that, like I said, the problem is that from the beginning it was not a vision or an artistic endeavor for the sake of the art or the story. It was a puzzle piece for a puzzle that was no longer being assembled.
I think if Keaton wasn't so ingrained into that movie, and having scenes with J.K. Simmons, Batman, and all that to make it even more confusing for the DCU, I think they would probably have released it still. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that was maybe.
I think it's a combination of all those factors that Steven mentioned in KC. It's a combination of a lot of things. One is that David Zaslav came in with a clear vision what he wanted to do with this universe, and like KC said, this will be a movie that comes after the Flash movie. What if we already intend to reboot this whole thing from scratch after that movie? Because even though they are behind the movie 100% is because they make a $200 million investment. They're not gonna can that movie and just be on the red for $300 million. So they just want to make sure that this movie comes out, so make some money back, and then start with a plan or whatever 10-year plan, quote unquote, whatever that is, moving forward. They just don't want to wait another 8 months to start establishing or introducing whatever it is that they really want to go with after the Flash movie.
I like how that article, the Variety article, also said that DeLuca is a comic book fan, and he was looking at characters and stuff. So he might also get involved in advising, at least for the DC team.
Well, I think something that a lot of people missed is that when it was announced that DeLuca and Abdi were coming in, it's been known for a while. Like it said specifically, like when they were hired, that they are overseeing DC, and so people keep on saying, "Oh, there's no one in charge of DC or Hamada's whatever." Like, I don't know exactly what the situation is with Hamada like today. I have very little confidence that he'll stick around long term. I think it makes sense that they don't want to bring in once again, they don't want to bring in somebody new to have to shepherd out the remaining. Oh, everything is frozen. Is that me? Is that...
No, you're still good.
Oh, I'm back. Okay, everyone else froze.
Casey is frozen.
Oh,
but
Casey,
we were all just
perfect shot.
His brain.
Perfect shot.
That is a beautiful shot.
It is such a beautiful shot.
They don't want to bring in someone new to run DC and then have the first like 3 or 4 things that they they don't want to have the first 3 or 4 things that release under the new DC head be the leftovers from the previous DC head. So I think it makes a lot of sense to kind of go about it that way. But the point is that they are running DC. So whatever Hamada is doing is a lame duck executive in this case, that he's at best just kind of shepherding out what came before. And that's why you're seeing all this stuff now that's talking about the plan that Hamada had and how good it would have been and how hard he worked and all that stuff is really it's just he needs a new job, and so it's important to have that stuff out there as he's interviewing for his next position.
Seriously, I know. And then I like you said, I like the fact that it's going to be a team, which is like, yeah, that's a little bit better. I mean, yeah, you have a leader and then you have a team. I mean, even Kevin Feige has a team. I mean, it's not like it's not like he's doing this all by himself, but he's just the head dude. He's the one that he has final cut, and all that, he's looking at everything and making some decisions. But even like you'll read interviews from certain people and they said like, oh yeah, Kevin Feige suggested this at one point. I mean, the recent one was he wanted to kill all the original members of the Avengers in Endgame. Yeah. Like, yeah, he brought that up, and the Russo brothers are like, well, I mean, that's a little bit much, It's like, hey, we'll kill we'll kill one, at least, maybe 2. We'll kill 2. How about 2? Can we kill 2? And then that's about it. So it's like, even Kevin Feige, as being the head of all this stuff, he'll throw a suggestion and kind of think that, and then people will be like, yeah, but well, and then they probably talk him down. So it's like, yeah, even he has a team. So, no matter what, it's like someone's going to have a team to try to figure this mess out.
And the big thing is that anyone who's been around for a while knows that this is not the first time that Warner Brothers has said we're going to make a plan for DC.
Yeah, of course.
And I think the big difference with this, the Snyderverse plan was just a kind of PR debacle of them not making it clear what they were doing, and so people were expecting something other than what they were being served, because they were like, oh, we're making this MCU thing with DC characters, and that's not what they were doing. And so then when the stuff arrived, people were like, this is not what you told me you were making. But then ever since then, you had, Jeff Johns and John Berg took over, and they had a new plan. They were going to pivot from Justice League to Injustice and all of that. And then Hamada came in, and Ann Sarnoff is talking about, well, we've got a plan, and everything they talk about is, oh, it's going to be less connected, it's going to be more connected, it's going to be more standalones, it's going to be team up, and the plan keeps on changing. The big difference with what they're doing this time is they're saying, A, there's a 10-year plan. B, they're showing that they're willing to outright cancel other stuff. The problem with the other plans, like I said, was always that it was servicing a half-dead universe as it existed. They needed a new Batman. They needed a new Superman, a new Cyborg, you know, all that stuff. And who knows how that's going to play out if Affleck comes back, if Cavill comes back, if they can figure out a way to get back Ray Fisher. You know, if Hamada's gone, I think that gets a little bit easier. But all of these previous plans weren't plans. They were all just half measures. And so as I said before, the big thing that gives me confidence in this is is not that they've specified anything specific so far, other than that they don't give a shit about maintaining what came before. So it's possible that they're going to service it. I'm not saying that they're going to do a completely fresh reboot, but it's clear that's not off the table. And that is, I think a good thing. That actually, even though they've been saying they have a plan forever, this is the first time they've set a plan, that they have a plan that I believe that they are actually like putting the work in to make that happen, instead of the plan being, let's salvage what we can as best we can. Let's not look stupid, but also keep on making stuff, because that's how you end up with this. Just like what, if you were to summarize like this phase of the DCEU from 2017 to 2022, what have they built? What has been added to the franchise? What is it moving towards? That and they say, oh well, Crisis was going to be the plan, and once again, that's the same problem with, oh, everything's broken, let's use Flashpoint to reset it. And it's like, well, you're not fixing anything. You're just trying to kind of make this broken thing work, and that's exactly. Fundamentally, Crisis was a marketing, or not even marketing, but it was a structural decision with DC back then, because they had all these different iterations of the universes that they needed to tie together.
They had a mess,
but that only worked there because they had decades of history that they needed to rectify with Crisis. Whereas Hamada's Crisis, forget the fact that there's like not a constant Batman or Superman. It's like doing Days of Future Past immediately after X-Men 3 instead of after they built up this successful First Class universe, right?
Yeah.
Like Days of Future Past didn't have to happen. They could have just continued with whatever they were doing, and it would have been I don't know, varying degrees of success, I guess, depending on what, you know, which one you talk about. But they weren't in this place where it's like the only way forward is to tie this together with Days of Future Past. They did Days of Future Past because they could and because it would be cool, and it worked and it was cool. But it's not like it was like the only way to make everything work. And that's the problem with DC, is that the idea to use Flashpoint is not, Flashpoint is cool, it's we need a story that fixes this. The idea to use Crisis is not, Crisis is cool, it's we need to fix this, which inherently it's like you know how you have like animals that can smell fear, and that's exactly what, or parademons can smell fear, right? So it's that's what you see when I see that, is when it's like, oh, we're going to use Crisis, is what that says to me is not, oh, that's so cool, I'm excited for Crisis. That says, oh, they had zero confidence in any of the stuff they were doing, and were just trying to dig themselves out of a hole, which doesn't make me excited for Crisis. That makes me like excited maybe for after Crisis. Maybe they can get things to an exciting place with that movie, but the movie itself exists as a structural commercial project to fix their fuck-ups, not to make a really cool crossover. Or like Endgame is a celebration of, you know, and I don't even like Endgame all that much. Like Infinity War and Endgame are a celebration of 10 years of the MCU, not oh fuck, how do we fix all this shit? Like, so that's the big difference.
And then Days of Future Past, like I said, is like, that's all, like, it's combining those. I mean, obviously, when it comes to the Fox timeline, it's kind of all over the place, but they somehow brought it together, and just kind of perfectly, like, oh yeah, we can do this, we can intertwine some of this, we could do something, and they
like I said, they didn't have to do that. That was not a we need to do this to make the future work. It was a we have the opportunity, and it's a cool story, so let's do it.
I find it interesting that, isn't it funny how the DCEU's the films are starting to have the same problem that the DC comics were having, where the timeline wasn't consistent, the origin stories kept changing depending on which writer was writing another Batman comic book. Like, wait a second, like this story doesn't make sense because Batman did this and this other guy was writing it. You know, everything's all jumbled all over the place, and it kind of felt like the DCEU was starting to go in that direction, but luckily. Now it feels like you're right. So I feel like now it's like, okay, no, we do have a plan now, and we're not afraid to make the tough decision. And if something doesn't it doesn't fit with this direction that we're trying to go in, and now we're not afraid. We're not going to try to force it into this path that we're trying to be on just because the movie is finished. No, it doesn't fit, and we have to cut it out. We can't let it affect where we're trying to go.
And if you're comparing it to the comics, that's an especially great comparison, because you look at like when Crisis on Infinite Earths came out was like 1985, 86, and what else came out in the mid 80s? Dark Knight Returns, which is it pays homage to all these different kind of iterations of Batman, but also it's an Elseworlds. It doesn't really continue any specific story. It's a standalone,
right?
Like for the most part. And so on one hand, you have this project that's like, let's fix all these broken timelines, and on the other hand, you have an artist, a solo visionary artist, in Frank Miller, who's saying, let's just make a cool Batman story that doesn't have to care about all this broken continuity. It can just. And so you see that same thing happening with movies where you get Joker, where it's like, let's not worry about the shared universe. Let's just make a cool story about this character that doesn't have to adhere to all these other iterations.
I was just about to say this. That's that same thing. That would have been cool if they would have did that for Batgirl as well. But when the second that, like when the speculation game started, when I started really getting excited about that movie, like, this shit is just going to HBO Max. Why am I so excited about this? It's because I was like, when they announced Leslie Grace being one of the two other girls that was on the short list, I started my speculation game even then. I said, if they pick Leslie Grace, I immediately asked the question, will J.K. Simmons be Commissioner Gordon again? Because then I went down a rabbit hole. Then who is his wife? Then who is I started just having fun with it. And then when the media dumped with all the photos and stuff like that, it just started becoming fun. And then all of a sudden that movie became something that's just going to be on HBO Max whether it's a bad movie or not, I gotta see it because I want to see it.
Yeah, I think we were all feeling that way. I think we all were pretty. Yeah, I mean, and like even what Steven said, just seeing like the set designs and everything and what they were shooting, it just looked like it was going to be a good little movie, with all that.
Line from I don't care if it gets canceled or not to Brendan Fraser. I was really looking forward to that.
Yeah, casting Brendan Fraser as Firefly. I mean, my God. Yeah, but hey guys, we got somebody else showing up right now.
Ray.
Hey Ray. Yeah. How's it going? Yes. He brought a beer. Oh, we got a better. Yeah, open it up first. There you go. Yes. Okay. You good?
I don't have enough of those. I don't have enough. I need more of these. Sure. And I don't drink. I don't drink beer in a can. But like when you try new things, like this is like shandy. This is like Old Nation shandy from like one of our local breweries up here, and like I can only get it in a can. So I'm like, okay, well, I guess fine. I got to do that. So, but that's where I'm at. That's how I'm doing.
So I guess I'm this guy today.
I'm gonna be the beer in a can guy.
No. And I gotta join next week with like a 40 in a brown paper bag. You'd be like, this is where I am. Like,
we'll probably be there by middle of next week.
Yeah.
Middle of next week.
Yeah, we're all just gonna show up drunk, just like, what the
fuck's
happening this week?
Well, I'm drinking a 40. I'm drinking a steel reserve out of a brown paper bag.
I got Mickey's. How about you? Wow. Jesus Christ!
Hey, don't talk shit about Mickey's. It's like Snapple. They say cool things under the lid.
Jesus Christ! Yeah. I remember the first time I had Mickey's. Holy shit! I was like, what? That's what that? Oh. You ever played what is it? What's it called? Edward Mickey Hands. You ever played that?
Not what? Are you talking about are there 40-ounce Mickeys?
Yeah.
I've only ever had like the little ones. No, we did where you Edward 40 hands.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's the same thing.
It would be with like a Colt 45 or or
essentially the same
reserve
thing.
Or their Magnum also.
Yeah, it's a Hey, who used to promote
Billy
that?
Billy D.
Williams. Yeah, that's right. I remember those commercials. No, but yeah, it's essentially, I guess it's essentially Edward 40 Hands where you.
I knew him from those commercials before I knew he was Lando.
Carissa, yeah.
It's the same.
Yes.
So it might as well have been Lando promoting Colt 45, though.
Yeah.
Right?
The brother
Well, he's always been so cool, you know.
Yeah.
But anyways, how's it going, Ray? We're just talking about the recent stuff in the moment right now.
Did something else happen?
Yeah.
Did I miss something?
Yeah.
Did some shit happen in the
Yeah,
last
I think
30
we're
seconds that I missed?
we're just kind of, just looking at everything and the fact that Batgirl. I mean, we've talked about it last week, obviously on here. You were here, and I mean, it's just when it comes to this, the most recent thing I think with Batgirl was like the fact that the woman who did the score for it just
Natalie
was
Holt.
asked about it. Yeah, she was she was on a podcast. I think
WandaVision composer, right? WandaVision. She did
Loki.
WandaVision.
Loki also.
Or Loki. Yeah, right. Yeah,
Loki. Which I thought that score was fantastic, by the way. When it comes, I always raved about the score when it came to every little review I did. When it came to Loki, I thought the score was fantastic, and so just having her on Batgirl, I was like, cool. And then obviously she worked almost a year on this score, and it's like shit. We don't get, you always forget. Yeah, that's another aspect that we don't get to hear. Also, when it comes to score, I mean, this obviously reminds me of when Junkee XL was doing the score for Justice League originally, and that's always an aspect. It's like, oh shit, we don't get to hear the score. So when they said, hey, sorry Junkee, we're gonna bring in Danny Elfman for Justice League, it was like, well, I want to hear what Junkee had, and essentially he took some of those elements, put in probably Alita. Put it in there a little bit, but then of course wrote an entirely new score, which was fantastic, obviously for Zack Snyder's Justice League, because he's the man. And god damn it, if I can get him back on the Vodka stream, it was one of the funnest Vodka streams. Jesus Christ, man. Obviously Steven, you were there. That was cool. Ben, were you there? You weren't there.
I missed that one. Yeah.
You missed that one. Damn.
Yeah.
Such a fun fucking stream.
Yeah,
I
watched it though.
Yeah, it was a character.
Yeah.
Talk about a character.
Yeah.
Beloved motherfuckers.
Beloved motherfuckers. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
but it just kind of sucks when you hear that and you're like, yeah, I kind of want to hear what she had right there, and it's just like that's another aspect that we missed out on.
This is a rewind now for those of us that went through this with the Snyder Cut. We're just going back to where we were then, where like stories like this are coming out. And you're hearing about music that was composed. You're seeing set photos. More of this is going to happen. Like more of this is going to come out. Especially after because they can't. That's the funny thing about the story. They can't even write it off this quarter. They have to wait till next quarter to write the movie off. At least from one of the pieces that I read. But yeah, that's where we're at, unfortunately, with it. But I really am at the point now where when it comes to all of this, it begins and ends in one place with me for all of this, and I just need to know who the fucking boss is. Who's the boss?
The DC
That's
head.
all.
DC head.
That's
DC
literally head. Like, because when you really boil it down, that literally is all of this is us searching for answers. We've been searching for answers as a fan base for like years, and we've never gotten straight answers fully from Warner Brothers, like ever, like from any regime, and certainly not from this regime, because no, there is no 10-year plan, and if there is, why? Yeah. What are you doing? Like,
they didn't claim there was one. They said they're going to make one.
Yeah, the 10-year plan is to get a 10-year plan, kind of thing. That's what we were talking about.
So when does it start?
When they get
that wasn't established. I think that's an idea that they want to put in place once they bring the Kevin Feige type of person. But
I don't think 10 years comes from Feige. Like Feige said that,
right? And that's why
and
that's why this guy made such emphasis, even in the investors meeting. We need to get. Paraphrase it here, of course. We need that Kevin Feige individual. Once we get that Kevin Feige, then we have a 10-year vertical plan on how we're going to handle the DCU.
Yeah, he just needs.
I feel like right now that Warner Brothers will like gaslight you for like if Ray was asked those appropriate questions, they'd be like, "Why are you doubting the plan? What's going on? Why are you being so?"
Because you don't have a plan. That's why I'm doubting the plan.
Exactly.
Because it's not there. Well, it's never been there.
I think what's important to take away from the earnings call though is that they weren't talking about what they're going to do in terms of like the actual movies, and what they're talking about is the framework or the approach that they're going to be taking with the franchise.
Right.
So they're going to reset their approach. They're going to make a
resetting the
plan.
universe.
And so when they say they're going to make a 10-year plan, what that is specifying is not like, we have a plan, trust us. It's saying what was going to happen before is not what's going to happen now. And
Right.
that is something that is more explicit than has been said by Johns and Berg and Sarnoff and Hamada, because all that they said was, well, it's going to be connected but not connected, and like they'd give all this vague, like, oh, there's going to be a plan and all this stuff, but there was never any there was never, like, they never put their money where their mouth is. And for better or worse, as we've been talking about earlier on the stream, like, artistically it's a nightmare, but in terms of giving me confidence in a commercial sense that they are committed to having a plan, canceling Batgirl is kind of putting their money where their mouth is and saying this is not a part of where the plan is going. And that doesn't mean that, like, canceling Batgirl is like a good thing, but it is proof of this does not serve our agenda.
Yeah. It is,
and we are taking hard action in order to see that agenda forward. So that doesn't prove it's a good plan or anything, but it does prove, like,
there is a plan.
That's the type of decision that Johns didn't make, Sarnoff didn't make, Hamada didn't make. Nobody made that kind of decision until now. There was a decade of people making half-measure decisions, and they were all bad. Cutting time out of BVS, reshooting Suicide Squad, reshooting Justice League, getting rid of Snyder. All of that was none of that was a commitment to an idea. It was all like, well, let's just kind of fudge shit around until, like, maybe we can kick the can down the road and make something happen. And what they're doing here is saying, like, no, this is like the buck stops here. And now they have to prove that, of course, but that's the type of thing that, like, they never did before, because nobody wanted to take accountability for the fact that things were broken. They wanted to be like, oh, we can fix it, and that's how you end up in the situation that Batgirl was in, where there's a movie that doesn't have a monetization plan that fits their strategy. It doesn't have a clearly defined place in the continuity. It's a puzzle piece without a puzzle.
I don't know how we can definitively say any of that, though, because one, we haven't seen the movie, and two, there was very little that we were officially told about the movie.
Well, it's the Michael Keaton.
The fact that Michael Keaton is in the Flash and that.
That's
but
the
I'm
thing.
not talking about
We
the
still
plot.
haven't
I'm
seen
talking
the
about
Flash, though.
But I'm not talking about the plot, though. I'm talking about what we know about the movie. We know that the movie fundamentally was created as a streaming movie with a $90 million budget to service HBO Max, which doesn't fit the current plan. It was created, and so it wasn't created as a theatrical experience. It was created, like, for this streaming strategy that they're abandoning. It wasn't created because Adil and Bilal came to Hamada or whoever with a vision for Batgirl. It was created to service this puzzle that they were trying to put. It was a puzzle piece that they were putting together. It had Michael Keaton in it. It had J.K. Simmons in it. It fit into this, like, makeshift universe they were trying to make work.
Yeah.
And that's not to say it wasn't going to work or wasn't going to be good. I was really excited for it, and I still really want them to release it. But functionally, like, what role does it serve in the universe? Well, what they told us about it was that its intention is to grow HBO Max subscribers. Its intention is to fit into this place in the universe, and those are all things that are now no longer existing. And it's not like I said, compared to, like, the Joker, if they had said, like, this is all about having a cool take on Batgirl, and this is all about Adil and Bilal having a vision for Batgirl that we're pursuing, that changes the conversation entirely into
100%.
This is a monolithic thing that they're making.
Yeah.
Because
they've never told us that, Steven. We don't have anything to.
They
don't have
100%
anything to
told us
base
that.
off of.
It was an HBO Max movie that was created.
No, that's not what I mean.
As part of Tyler's plan.
That's not what I mean. What I mean is they've never told us anything about, like, well, this is so-and-so's artistic vision. Like, we don't have an example of that to hold up. So what precedent do we have?
Because everything is product now. They did tell us that when they got rid of Zack Snyder. Like Snyder, right. The era of Snyder and Nolan having visions for these products is over. These are all commercial products that are designed to fit into a puzzle, and the puzzle was fucked, and they had to throw out the puzzle. And Batgirl just happened to, the Flash is in Black Adam. Those are way bigger investments, but also way more clearly defined places in the puzzle. Whereas Batgirl is servicing an aspect of that.
I don't see how any of these puzzles. I don't get how. Like, if you're talking about the puzzle being that it's all content, okay, fine. I guess that's the case, but that's not the puzzle we're asking to be solved here. The puzzle that we're asking to be solved here is where they all fit thematically in the universe. We know everything is content. That's a given. Common fucking sense tells
that's
you
what I'm
that.
saying. It doesn't matter where it,
though,
but it doesn't matter where it fits in the universe. What matters is that it's supposed to fit anywhere in there. Like
Batgirl
was going
to fit in a tiny little spot.
like Joker, that's not a question, right? You're making the Joker movie or the Joker sequel, and that's not like or Matt Reeves is the Batman. This is like, oh no, we carved out this area. This fits here. Meanwhile, Batgirl was even a Dylan Ball. They called it. They're like, we don't understand why these characters are in here. That's not part of our job. It's a spaghetti of multiverses is what they called it. And that's not, I'm not saying that as evidence that like it was bad or going to fail so much as it was not a situation where they were creating it because of Batgirl or because of all of that. That doesn't mean that there wasn't a good Batgirl story in there, but it means primarily it was greenlit to fit as a product as opposed to being greenlit because it was a vision. And that fundamentally changes what you're dealing with. It was created as a product by a regime whose products were disjointed and they were refusing to take accountability for the mistakes they'd made.
And why can't we say the exact same about Black Adam, Shazam, Fury of the Gods, and the Flash? Why can't we say the same thing about those?
Well, because there's two aspects to it. One is the product angle, but the other is the monetization angle. You can forgive the product angle if it's going to if the investment is too big to abandon, or if it has high chances of being a box office success. But if they're looking at Birds of Prey and they're looking at how much that cost and how much it made at the box office, or they're looking at Shazam and how much it cost and how much it's making at the box office, and they're looking at like the cost of Batgirl, which is too expensive for streaming, but like not theatrical enough for theaters. And that's not to say, once again, I thought it was going to look great, but fundamentally it was designed with a budget that was for streaming. So they weren't trying to make something with that level of spectacle to it. And so when you're concerned about how this fits into the universe and have serious questions about your ability to monetize it, and it services a version of the continuity that you have no intention of continuing long term, you got to cut your losses somewhere. And continuing on with Batgirl and continuing on with Wonder Twins and all of these things is just the same problem that Hamada had, the same problem that Jeff Johns had, the same problem that started with Justice League. They should have canceled everything, or they shouldn't have gotten rid of Zack Snyder at all. But the second they got rid of Zack Snyder, they should have delayed Justice League. They should have canceled everything and started fresh. Right. Because they didn't do that, there was a problem that was growing, and nobody said, "Stop. This is gone far enough. We have to stop it here." And that's what Zaslav is doing. And that doesn't make it a good decision. But that doesn't mean it's the wrong decision.
But my point is, though, Steven, is that Black Adam and the Flash are part of that problem. They are.
Well, sure, but Black Adam, what characters are in Black Adam that muddy the continuity?
And not only that, those movies are coming now before the Flash movie, which is something that we discussed earlier. Like the whole notion that this movie is gonna come out after the Flash movie comes out, it might hurt its chances from being released. If this movie was supposed to come out before the Flash even came out, even before Black Adam came out, I think that movie would have a better chance of not getting canceled.
Well, but also you've got Michael Keaton is in the Flash movie, but that's a multiverse movie, so he can exist in that regardless of what the future plan is, because the movie itself explains.
Yeah.
And because the movie itself explains, like you could even not have Michael Keaton being established as the future Batman in the Flash, and there's still justification, because a version of the Flashpoint story inherently includes another version of a multiverse version of Batman, right? And so that movie doesn't doesn't perpetuate a version of the multiverse that they can't sustain, because it's you wash your hands of it in the act of making it. Black Adam doesn't have that situation because it's introducing Dwayne Johnson is all about creating this new corner of the universe. So it doesn't have all of the Michael Keaton, J.K. Simmons.
No,
paradox.
but it does have Viola Davis. It does have.
Well, sure, but where is the continuity on Viola Davis confused? Where does she
don't know.
enter? It's not like she was recast.
But we don't know what the continuity of any of these films are. That's what I'm getting at. Is that we don't.
Well, sure, but it's not like there's two. It's not like there's two Amanda Waller actors in the DCU. There's one Amanda Waller, and it is Viola Davis, and she's in Peacemaker. She's in the Suicide Squad. She's in Suicide Squad.
Okay.
And so there's.
Then tell me where Black Adam fits in the continuity.
Yeah, because it sounds like you're arguing that Black Adam is like almost like a standalone, like a Joker type of movie where it's clearly in the DCU because of characters like Amanda Waller
I'm arguing that clearly.
No, I was talking to Steven. I was saying that Steven, like you're saying that, like, are you saying that that Black Adam is almost a standalone? But I see it very connected.
Well, it definitely exists in the DCEU, but if you look at the DCU continuity, what happens with the introduction of Michael Keaton's Batman is there's a question of like, I hate getting into like canon discussions because it's dumb on so many levels. But when we're talking about bringing in Michael Keaton is because of there's confusion with what's going to happen with Affleck in the future. But regardless of that, there's a multiverse Batman that exists here. Affleck is in the Flash, Keaton is in the Flash. And so that movie exists in the multiverse. That's fine. It's a multiverse movie, so you're going to have multiverse aspects. But then you get to Batgirl, and you have Michael Keaton as Batman, J.K. Simmons as Gordon. So now you've got two different continuities in the same movie. Sure, that's explained in the Flash, assuming that's the direction they're going to go in the Flash. That's not the type of problem. It's not like they recast. It's not like the Flash introduces a different Amanda Waller actress, and then that version of Amanda Waller appears in Black Adam. It's Viola Davis, Amanda Waller, and Black Adam. And so there's no question of, is Black Adam Snyderverse? Is Black Adam Justice League? Is Black Adam post the Flash? It doesn't matter because it's not caught up in the multiverse spider web that is created in effort to solve the problem they created when they kicked Zack Snyder out of the DCEU and reshot Justice League. This is all.
Don't go into it thinking Snyderverse or this or that. I just think DCEU. Is it a part? I just look at it as
because the DCEU is the Snyderverse, and
it's not there anymore. So I mean, and if they make, I know they're using the Snyderverse characters moving forward, like in Aquaman 2, and they're like, but I agree with what you're saying. It's just what I'm saying is I know that, but I'm trying not to keep saying that like moving forward because I'm glad that like if Wonder Woman 3 comes out and Aquaman 2 comes out, these are the Snyder characters and this is always going to be the Snyderverse in my heart. But now that he's not there anymore to create those.
But
then I just look at it as DCEU,
right? And that's cool. And like my point isn't to say like it's not true to canon or anything, or that it's a violation. But the point is that we're talking about story and strategy here. The story is like what's happening in the universe. Strategy is what business decisions and machinations are being used to make external decisions about what these movies should be.
And my point is, Stephen, we know the strategy. We don't know enough of the story. We don't.
No, we don't. But we do know that. But we do know that Michael Keaton is a multiverse Batman that appears in the Flash, and then is the primary Batman in Batgirl.
Yeah.
And J.K. Simmons is the Commissioner Gordon in Batgirl. Yeah. So the logical assumption is that Affleck gets replaced with Keaton. Who knows what the long-term plan is, but the rumors for a long time have been that they want to replace him with Keaton. Whether or not that's what they were going to do or if that's false or whatever, the point is that these are decisions that extend out. Like if you're making a plan and you introduce Keaton in the Flash and you're trying to make a 10-year plan, well, so who's Batman and so you're going to continue to release a movie that comes out after the Flash that has a different version of Batman, but what if they don't want to keep Michael Keaton as Batman anymore? And they want to, even if it's not Affleck, you're continuing a story point that is created as a solution to a problem created in 2017. That's why Michael Keaton is in Batgirl.
Yeah, and then you got to look at what happens in obviously recently, a couple weeks ago, Ben Affleck, Aquaman. Obviously, there's like that whole thing where it's like Michael Keaton was probably going to be the one that was going to be like showing up in this crazy the multiverse changed things, and then he's going to show up in Aquaman too. Then they went, nope, nope, things are changing. We're going to
get Ben Affleck back.
Yeah. So it's kind of like everything is just that's the thing. That's the thing right there.
The solution created a new problem.
Yeah.
Is every? I mean, are there several problems? Is it? I called this earlier. I called it this earlier on. It's a soiled diaper that continues to get heavier and heavier. And the problem is that
they're putting fresh diapers on top of the soiled diaper instead of
they're continuing to shit in the diaper. They're continuing to shit in the diaper. And the problem is that when you have an already dirty diaper, you're stuck with it. Like, what are you going to do? Are you just going to?
I mean, apparently not.
I mean, both parents keep pushing the baby to the other parent. Go to your father. No, go to your mother.
Are you going to take?
Who's going to change the diaper?
Right. Are you going to take the diaper off the child and let the child run around bare-assed without wiping it? Like, no, you're not going to do that. You know what I mean? Like, but that's what it feels like.
This is a weird analogy, man.
I know, but it's funny as hell.
You know what? This is a weird situation, is it not?
It totally is. No, I get it.
Is there anything normal about the situation?
It got super weird when they were introducing Michael Keaton into it and the two different Batman, and then going back to Ben Affleck. It kind of complicated. It was a cool thing. Yeah. Oh my god! But it complicated things. But where in Shazam they don't have that problem because with Black Adam they don't have that problem because the only connective tissue is obviously like with Shazam. All they did was they showed an empty chair at the end of Shazam. Spoiler alert! And had a decapitated Superman that was DC-ish. With Henry Cavill, maybe that was Cavill or not.
Maybe a headless Gordon would have solved this whole problem then.
But even that creates a new problem because then you hear about how David Sandberg has never talked with The Rock, and there's never been any communication whatsoever with respect to any of that. And it's like, okay, so it's no different than James Gunn not knowing which Superman was put in the ICU by Bloodsport. There's nothing like the problem is still there, and I'm not saying the problem isn't there and that it doesn't need to be fixed.
But look at the way he says he doesn't know which Superman, but
it was definitely Brandon Routh.
But the movie left it open. The movie doesn't say it can't be Cavill, right?
No, the movie doesn't. Right. I'm not saying.
Whereas having Michael Keaton is not an ambiguous who is Batman. Whereas having a headless, I hate the headless Superman stuff, but having a headless Superman says there is a Superman. It might be Cavill. Whereas having Michael Keaton says there is a Batman. It is Cavill. Keaton.
Okay.
Or sorry, it is Keaton. Henry Cavill is Batman.
But you're already. But it's. I guess the biggest issue that I have, and you guys have said it, and I've heard this for the last week. This idea of them canceling a $90 million movie 4 months into post-production is a sign of real leadership. Like, the problem that I have with that is, or at the very least, you said it's something that the previous regimes wouldn't do. And that's true, because this is more batshit than what the previous regime.
They should have done that, I think.
I mean, yeah, because
not shouldn't have, but if they were going to do what they did, what they did was half measures. And if they were going to get rid of Snyder, and if they were going to reshoot Justice League, this is the kind of thing that, like, this is how you see that all the way through. And
but this is a worse decision. This is a worse decision.
Define worse.
Why worse?
It's a bad decision in terms of the impact on the art and the artists, and it's a disservice to all of that.
Well, aren't the rumors
from a business perspective?
Aren't the rumors that it didn't test well or didn't screen well? Like what if, like, let's say for the sake of argument, what if Batgirl was just as bad as Catwoman? I'm not saying
Catwoman released in theaters.
It's all subjective, man.
Catwoman,
exactly.
I'm saying, but Catwoman released.
You know what I mean? Like
you've got a train track, and on one track
you
can pull a lever, and on pulling the lever one way, the train will turn right, and it'll run over Batgirl. You pull the lever the other way, the train will turn left, and it'll run over the rest of the franchise. Which one do you turn?
I see that it's not that Steven, it's not that clear cut. And I'm sorry,
but it's not
No,
clear.
because it's not that clear cut
But
because
it's
we haven't
not.
seen the movie.
It's not that clear
Okay.
cut. But it's also not clearly not that. It's
Okay,
not like you can't
but-
say that that's not the situation.
but
Maybe
I
that's an
can ask.
oversimplification. That might be an oversimplification, but
I
you
mean, they said
100%
it
cannot
was
say that that's not the
so-
situation.
But I can ask if David Zaslav or anybody at Warner Brothers knows what the fuck a multiverse is. I can ask that. I can also ask from a business standpoint, do you actually care about the streaming app real estate that you have, or are you gaslighting us with respect to that 300 to 400 million subscribers that you claimed you wanted over a year ago? Because I remember when David Zaslav said that.
But that was Kilar's idea. That was his baby. Even
okay.
Zaslav has made it abundantly clear that he doesn't give a shit. I mean, he gives a shit about HBO Max, but he's like, you know what? We're gonna change this whole fucking format of 45-day window and just put every fucking movie in the streaming.
Okay,
No, that
okay,
doesn't
I'm not
work
talking about
for us.
that though.
But hold on one second,
David,
because you said that you don't.
They're treating Netflix as the canary in the coal mine, is what happened, and so
Netflix or
everyone
HBO
was
Max?
Netflix. So because everyone was following the Netflix model of
Right.
throw all the money in the world at streaming and it will pay off, and then all of a sudden Netflix subscribers start dropping and the stock starts dropping,
And they realize
and
it's not viable.
I am a defender of Netflix and saying like
Wish
that
I didn't buy that
their
stock.
spending was a necessity. But if you're looking at at shareholders and other executives, what they're saying is they're not saying abandon stream, but they're definitely saying, oh, maybe a 100% streaming focused strategy is not the best approach here. And they're looking at, well, look, Top Gun Maverick is making a killing in theaters. These other movies are making $1 billion in theaters.
Right,
Maybe
right.
theatrical isn't as dead as we thought it was.
Yeah.
Ray, what I've said, and like, hold on one sec, is like the fact is like when it comes to streaming, and I know like how you feel about streaming, and I feel about it too, because I thought, okay, that's the future, but it was supposed to be the future. The pandemic just shoved it right into our faces. Now studios weren't ready. That's the thing that's happening right now, and that's why you see Netflix talking about, oh yeah, now they're losing, and then we talk about Disney Plus, they're going to hike up prices. That's the thing, is like I don't think they were full on ready for the streaming yet. I don't think they were ready.
The other problem is treating streaming as a the other problem is treating streaming as a competitive product to theatrical. Imagine if TV was invented and they said, "Ooh, we got to get rid of theaters now."
Well, they did. They said this is the end of theaters, but they were wrong.
Right.
Yep.
These are all supplementary. They all exist in balance with each other. And the problem was that leading up to the pandemic and then supercharged by the pandemic, there was streaming is the future.
Sure.
No, streaming is not the future. Streaming is a part of the future. Streaming doesn't kill theaters. Streaming kills Blu-ray and DVD and television, but it doesn't really kill them. It just absorbs them into here is stuff you view at home on your own time versus stuff that you go to see as an event. And those are two different experiences and two different products, and you can't treat them as the same and say, oh, streaming exists, therefore big theatrical experiences are now irrelevant. No, they're still relevant. They're just need to be budgeted differently and marketed differently, and theaters need to be smaller and need to raise price or whatever it is.
Yes.
It's a monetization decision.
So what is a word that we can use to encapsulate all of this? One word: evolution. And that's kind of getting to the fundamental point that I have with respect to my stance on streaming, period, is too many people, Tom Cruise especially, are looking at this as an adversarial relationship. They're looking at it as an actual war. And I know we've used the phrase streaming wars a bunch of times, but the reality of the situation is that Netflix is not the canary in the coal mine. What it is this is the natural progression, the natural evolution of what the streaming era is actually doing. Netflix isn't losing money and switching to ad tiers and like laying off people all of a sudden because the model is failing. It's because for the first time in 10 years, they have legitimate competition. They actually have a case where every studio other than Sony has an app of their own and is pulling all of their content back that originally was part of that Netflix library. So now it's a situation where Netflix ran unabated, like unopposed, with no challenger for nearly a full decade. And then the pandemic happened. And you know what? Even just before the pandemic happened was when Disney Plus launched in November of 2019, and then comes HBO Max. CBS All Access was the precursor to Paramount Plus. That already existed in 2017, so it was getting there. Yes, the pandemic absolutely accelerated everything, but it's an evolution. And what you're seeing now is just the natural steps of those evolution. It's not this, oh my goodness, we have to rethink everything. No, it's the next change. It's the next. No, it's not that they weren't ready for it. Dave, it's not that they weren't ready for it. It's not that they weren't ready for it. I mean, was it accelerated? Yes. And did they adjust as best as they could because they got freaked out when for an entire year, for 2020, so much of their revenues were destroyed by the pandemic. And there are theaters that still haven't, that will never reopen again. And that's an unfortunate part of the loss. The point is, though, that we're at a point now where what is happening now just happened 5 or 6 years sooner. This was going to happen. We were going to be at this point. This was going to occur.
Like you said, the evolution, you're right. That's going to happen. The evolution is going to happen.
Speed up the evolution, you're going to get some bad products.
But the word that I would use instead of evolution, though, it's market saturation. Correct. So, like, you open a lemonade stand on the corner of your street, and then you have your potential market when you're the only lemonade stand, hypothetically, is the entire world. If you're the only lemonade stand, but really, practically speaking, is your neighborhood, right? Yeah. And so once everyone on your block is coming to your lemonade stand, how much more are you going to grow after that? Especially if there's lemonade stands in other neighborhoods, and if someone wants lemonade, they don't have to come to your neighborhood. There's a cap on how big you're going to be. And so what happens when Netflix subscribers drop off is that's the market being saturated. That's saying, oh, everyone in the neighborhood that is going to go to the lemonade stand is going to the lemonade stand now. And so
but
at
that's
that
still
point,
part of the evolution, though.
Well, it's an evolution of the market as a whole, but the step of the evolution is that the market reached saturation. And what that means is that, like, now that lemonade stand, it doesn't make as much sense to pour as much money into marketing, because the marginal benefit of each marketing dollar spent, or the marginal benefit of each dollar spent on these huge projects is when you're a brand new lemonade stand and you can spend $100 on ads to get flyers in everybody's door in the neighborhood, and half those people come, that's great. You get that's $2 per customer, right? But now all of those customers are coming. You're not going to spend that same $100, because you're going to spend $100 and get 2 more people instead of spending $100 and getting 50 people, right? And so what happens at that point is and all businesses have this is a cycle that all businesses go through, where there's a growth stage, and then there's like a maturation point, and they have to evolve or change in order to continue to exist. And that's why most businesses, the vast majority of businesses, eventually die. And it's not even necessarily because they fail, it's because there is just a cycle, and either the business reforms and becomes something new that continues on, or it dies, or the government bails it out and it continues forever at the taxpayer expense. That's another conversation. but the point is that, like, this is a natural market cycle. And so when you reach saturation, it doesn't mean that the model is failed, but it also means that the approach to making the product and marketing the product also is going to change. And so you're not going to say, let's continue full speed ahead. You're going to say, okay, we've reached saturation. Let's keep on doing part of what we're doing, but also we can continue servicing theatrical now, because what market has the most opportunity to continue to grow? Theatrical is proven to still have value. And so don't abandon that, continue. And so you look at Zaslav, and he's got a plan for HBO Max and Discovery Max, but it's not to pour the theatrical level dollars into it. It's to continue providing that level of entertainment there.
And that's fine. Like, I'm not really arguing that part of it. What I'm saying is that it seems to be there's this idea that you hadn't reached a point of no return with Batgirl to the point where you could cancel it and be okay. And I say that's wrong. I say that's absolutely incorrect. You spent $90 million on the movie. You were 4 months into post-production. You don't have to continue the plan. I mean, here's the thing. This whole thing that you're talking about in terms of you don't want to continue like down this road where it doesn't fit your plan, you were already telling me that is the case with the rest of the DCEU slate that you're going to release. You're telling me that's the case with Black Adam. You're telling me that's the case with Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. You're telling me that's the case with Shazam: Fury of the Gods, and you're telling me that's the case with the Flash. Like, we're literally at a point now, and I mean it's still a hearsay point because he hasn't hired a fucking boss yet for DC Studios, which now still only exists as a PowerPoint graphic. But we're literally at a point where it's where we were at, like with Jessica Jones season 3 and The Punisher season 2, where we knew there was no future for Marvel Netflix. It was over. They were not going to continue it. What reason do I necessarily have to watch and I still haven't watched those seasons, to be honest with you, because you're already telling me that plan is dead. What am I following? What is the point?
I think you're set your ways on this shared universe, on the product itself. I think there is little conversation. Well, Steven has talked ad nauseum about the business aspect of it. Like, if you run in a business and you said this is gonna, if you're running a business and you say, okay, listen, this is not profitable. I'm not gonna either. I'm gonna close down this division, or I'm gonna fire a couple of people. It happens all the time. Even like software companies, they buy software that is kind of similar to theirs, but just with the intent of investing this huge amount of money and then kill it and take the best ideas. This is the way. Exactly,
because it's a commodity. Not
exactly. It's about the product itself. It's not one little section that doesn't probably mean anything to the suits of the studio. Like, they're not sitting over here thinking, well, why this is not connected? Well, why is J.K. Simmons there? And they're not having this conversation. They couldn't give a fuck about that. I think they're more focused on, like, how is this going to be beneficial as a whole, monetarily speaking?
I think continuity is related, but it's not the primary one. But I was going to say real quick, though, when we're talking about like the $90 million, I think that, like, the argument to release Batgirl is because it's the right thing to do for artistic integrity.
No, that's not the argument.
Well,
that's
no,
not my
here's
argument
why.
Anyway.
Shut up, Garza.
Well, but here's why. When you bring the $90 million,
fuck, man, seriously,
the $90 million is actually, to me, is an argument for why it was canceled, and it's entirely circumstantial. Where, because it is a product of the previous regime and they're in the middle of a merger, they have tax options that they wouldn't normally have. And if they didn't have the option to scrap it by writing it off as debt acquired from a previous corporation or a previous version of the entity through a merger, I don't think they would do it. Right. Or if it was cheaper, like if it wasn't, but it hits the sweet spot of a level of cost that they have the option to recoup and just scrap it. And so they're taking that option. If that option wasn't available, I think they'd continue with it. If it was more expensive, I think they'd continue with it. If it was cheaper, I think they'd continue with it. But it hits that exact right spot where they can recoup it, and they will, and it doesn't really service their plan. So it's like all of those things together means, well, we have the opportunity. We've got to take it instead of continuing to kick the can down the road when it doesn't service that.
I still refuse to, like, even remotely admit or accept that they have a plan, because they don't. But let's just throw this hypothetical out there. Well, this whole thing about
let's say they have no plan. Do you think they are going to continue Hamada's plan?
I don't know what they're going to do. I have no idea, because Walter Hamada is still employed.
Right, but you're saying
I don't know what they're going to do.
But DeLuca and Abdi are in charge of DC, has been explicitly stated. So Hamada has no, he's a figurehead at most now.
Okay, but even that's the problem, Steven.
The only reason that you can say that you're not convinced they have a future plan, but that would mean the argument for Batgirl is that it fits, like that there is a plan that it services.
No,
which I think we could also say is unequivocally not the case.
That's not my argument. My argument is that Batgirl is, as we've talked before, a piece of content that you can still release on your streamer, that original content is the lifeblood of. And if continuity, if they really don't care about continuity, then why the fuck are we even talking about it? Why is that even a discussion point if they don't care about continuity? It's kind of clear that they do care about continuity on some level, even on a business sense. But here, let me throw this hypothetical out, just in terms of, like, my whole point with why it's a horrible decision to aside from all of the people that you've heard, the pundits that are like, this is unprecedented, we've never seen anything quite like this, and all the feathers that you absolutely have ruffled, you can't like argue that you haven't. All the people that you actually have pissed off doing this whole thing about DeLuca and Abdi, who, by the way, should not be in charge of DC because the fucking studio head should have been hired already, but that's another part of the discussion.
Well,
this whole thing about DeLuca and Abdi,
disservice to hire someone and then have them release the 3 last films that Hamada originated. I think it's if you're going to have a 10-year plan, that you want to bring someone in and then have them start with a fresh slate and not have their first 3 movies be someone else's.
Okay, so then we're waiting until 2024 before we have a DC studio head. Is that what we're doing?
Probably. I mean, maybe not that long.
Okay, well then enjoy all the Brent Lang and Adam B. Very like Scooper Madness pieces for the next 18 months. But anyway, back to what I was about to say. Let's say that this whole thing about DeLuca and Abdi like trying to mend fences with Leslie Grace so that she can play Batgirl in a future DCEU film, and she decides to flip them off and go to Marvel and go be, I don't know who she would be in Marvel, like be one of the in fact, maybe she's Sue Storm, or maybe she's in one of the new X-Men movies or whatever, because the problem, it's not, the argument isn't, oh, it's the right thing to do. It's not that. The argument is you are putting yourselves in a position where literally creatives, and the lifeblood of creatives, whether they're actors or whether they are directors or writers or whatever, isn't just the bottom line of their bank account. It's their work. It's their catalog. It's what they can put on their resume. And you have now created a scenario where creatives cannot fully trust you. How can they
already crossed that bridge. They crossed that bridge years ago, though. And plus, that's how most people in TV work. Do you have any idea how many TV pilots are made every single year?
Yeah. Okay, but this isn't a pilot. This isn't a TV pilot. Yeah. This is a fucking movie that was 4 months.
It's a TV movie.
Do you really think that she's gonna turn down Warner Brothers if Warner Brothers come knocking?
I mean, from what I understood, or for what I remember, if it
wouldn't be eligible for Oscars, it'd be eligible for Emmys. It's a TV movie. I'm not discrediting it. I'm saying functionally.
You are discrediting it, but okay. Like,
do you think TV movies are lesser than theatrical movies? I don't. I'm just saying.
But we're talking about a different market space, and we still don't know. Like,
no, but that is the market. It's a movie that's made for HBO Max, which is the same. As a movie that's made for HBO, which is the same as the movie made for.
Army of the Dead was made for Netflix, and I saw it in a theater. Decisions can change. Things can happen. So I really don't fall into that. Like, it's not as black and white as that. Things could have changed with respect to how they wanted to present that film, right?
No, but the point is that it's a commodity, though, and the point of comparing it to TV products is because of like the mountain of TV pilots that are hour-long pilots that they spend millions of dollars on, not 90 million, but millions of dollars get spent on these TV pilots that never see the light of day. They get written off as tax expenses, or like Game of Thrones entirely reshot their pilot. Like this is not uncommon. It's just uncommon for movies, especially like theatrical movies. But Batgirl's not a theatrical movie. It's a streaming movie.
It wasn't a theatrical movie yet.
But sure. But that doesn't mean that it was never.
I thought it was only going to be on HBO Max. Am I wrong about that?
It never got like, well, there was like a UK email that came out for Warner Brothers UK that possibly said it might have been like a theatrical, but it never got the announcement like Blue Beetle did.
Like Blue Beetle, yeah. So I mean, but at the same time, I was about to say, you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I know that the new the powers that be over at Warner Brothers are like, we're going to put more of a focus and take DC more seriously. That's why we're going to have a DC film division. But if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the DC stuff isn't the things that were bringing the subscribers in overall? If I'm not mistaken, was it a Sex in the City, the thing that brought in the most subscribers to the
when
to
it comes
the
to
app?
numbers, it's a murky system
Totally
that they have. They don't. It's
Yeah,
not
'cause
as
you don't
focused.
know-
Yeah, but my
they don't
point is
necessarily
that
know
there's
where
more
subscribers.
than just DC that they have. They have
there-
Game of Thrones. They have
Right.
they have a lot of the other things overall to think about.
But the problem though, Chris, is you can say that about all the streamers, and at this point in time, one of the biggest differences between the traditional marketplace and the streaming marketplace is that in traditional television, there's a Nielsen, there's a ComScore, there's a Rentrack. There are third-party services that track numbers and have actually put boxes on televisions and survey the audience, and that data is what is used in order to sell to advertisers and say, this is the type of rating that this show did in this market and what that show did in that market. That does not exist yet for streaming. It is still, that's why it's still murky. So it's a ton of self-reporting from all.
But you also look at that.
That's true.
You also look at that last part of what you said, though.
That I was trying to make is that the things that are more important to us. I'm like, we're like we're five guys, and the things that we're watching probably the most overall is probably the DC stuff, maybe the Game of Thrones stuff. But there's other things that Warner Brothers has on this platform that other audiences,
like Scoob.
Yeah, like Scoob, or like I was saying, Sex in the City, like things that we're probably not watching, but there's a fan base that
those
brought
reunion
a
shows
lot
have
of
made
subscribers to the platform.
To piggyback on what Ray was saying, like about Nielsen, the fundamental difference and the reason that streaming numbers are such a complicated thing, and why I kind of hate the obsession over but what are the numbers, is because if someone has cable TV or broadcast TV, for the most part, they have access to the same channels. And so, yeah, each channel has a general base, but anyone can channel flip, no problem. You can't channel flip between HBO Max and Amazon Prime unless you subscribe to both of them. And also, even then, you're not channel flipping. You don't press the channel up button and go to another streaming service.
No, you're turning one off. You're turning one app off and the other one on.
Exactly. And you pay individually for both of them. And so,
Not
and
yet,
they both
Dave,
have
you're
different...
right.
And
I know. I was like, someone's going to create that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and
it's gonna happen.
And you have two different subscriber bases, and so 100 million people watching something on Netflix is not the same thing as 100 million people watching something on HBO Max, because you're talking about a different percentage of subscribers. You're also talking about different price points. You're also talking about how many people subscribed to watch that. And so Nielsen, for example, is a very relevant thing for TV, because what they're measuring is how valuable is this network at this time during this show for advertisers. Advertisers want to get in front of eyeballs. When streamers make the money off of subscriptions, so it doesn't matter how many people watch something. If they if everybody subscribes to watch Sex in the City, it doesn't matter if every single person on HBO Max watches the Snyder Cut. If the Snyder Cut, I'm choosing a bad example because I'm not citing data for that, but if the Snyder Cut didn't generate any new subscribers for HBO Max, it doesn't matter if it got 700 million views. If everyone that watched it subscribed because they watched
before,
because they subscribed to watch Wonder Woman 1984.
Right.
And so that's not to say the numbers don't matter, but in terms of monetization, we're using numbers that were designed to measure the successful monetization of a different platform to measure something that has no why does it matter who watched something on Netflix versus Amazon Prime or even two different things on Netflix compared to each other? It doesn't matter. The only data that matters is whatever Netflix has internally, which is how many people subscribed to watch a certain show, and why should they why should they reveal that to anybody? That's internal numbers. What value does that have to a consumer other than even stockholders?
And even with respect to that, a great example, Chris, of the self-reporting is what happened a day or two ago with Boris Kitt's whole thing. And I don't know if he wrote the Twitter headline or if somebody else did, but the whole thing about Disney topping Netflix in subscribers.
Right.
221 million. Now he didn't write it. What the headline wasn't wrong. He just ignored the plus. Everybody I saw immediately after it was posted, 3 or 4 people, Disney Plus just beat out Netflix. No, Disney and Hulu and ESPN Plus combined beat out Netflix.
Right.
And Hotstar too, I think, right? Doesn't that
What
include
is it?
ESPN.
Well, but you're also talking about, and I guess I've got an article coming on this, so a little preview. But you're talking about
on what?
On ScreenRant.com.
There you go.
There you go.
You're talking about if someone is paying for Hulu and for Disney Plus, are they double counted? Also, Disney Plus has a ton of free subscriptions. Are those all paid subscriptions?
Yes,
like
exactly.
So that's not to say that's not to discredit that and say Disney's not actually doing a good job. It's to say that's not an apples to apples comparison. What value does that have to say there's more than Netflix when there's different price points? Some of them aren't paying. Some of them are double counted, triple counted, even. Like.
And they're not going to release that. Like they didn't tell us how much his bundles. They
and why
didn't tell
should
us how many were free accounts. And there's no reason for. You're right. There's no. It's just like there's no reason for HBO Max to do it for anybody that has them through AT&T or any.
You're
like,
100%
same example.
You're 100% right. It's just like when I say I've been in bed with 100 supermodels. It might have been the same supermodel 100 times, but my math is still.
And she was in a Victoria's Secret.
Exactly.
Fair point, Chris. Fair point.
Well, and the supermodel's name was Peacock.
Right.
And because Peacock's another example, because if you have a Comcast subscription, a Comcast cable subscription, if you have not cut the cord from them, and they've been bleeding millions over the last 5 or 6 years because people have cut the cord and gone strictly to internet, which is why they started issuing out those streaming boxes for people that stuck around. But if you have a Comcast subscription, you have free access to Peacock.
Right.
Those numbers, but they're never going to count those in an actual report when they tell you how many subscribers Peacock has. Like they're not going to break all of that down. Like this is where the self-reporting comes into play. With all
now that you mentioned that, because they have all the streaming, Disney has Hulu, Disney Plus, and ESPN. So like most of us have all this. Well, I do. I have Hulu, Disney Plus, and ESPN.
I have the bundle. I have the bundle.
Yeah, right. So all this are 3 different accounts, and you're paying 3 different bills. So I don't think they will fold everything into one, because one, they're gonna lose 2 additional payments that they get from me every month, and plus they're gonna reduce the numbers that they already have accounted for. So now,
I think they eventually will, but after they after they increase the subscription price for Disney Plus to compensate.
You pay 3. Do you have the bundle?
No, I have Hulu.
I have the Disney and Hulu.
Because my Disney, Hulu, ESPN Plus bundle is paid through Hulu. I don't pay ESPN separately, Hulu separately, and $12.
The $14.99 bundle.
I guess that's what it is. I don't know. Like, I mean, all I know is I only get a charge from Hulu. I don't get a charge from Disney Plus or a charge from ESPN. I get a charge from Hulu.
Okay.
That's so.
I will now see this stream. No.
You're
right. But you're right. The bundle covers the whole thing. You're right. And Hulu and Disney Plus separately.
And to your point, Chris, as they announced, get ready for your Disney Plus bill to rise to $10.99 later this year. And that's and the whole ad thing that we were talking about earlier with Steven, like it didn't surprise me one bit when Netflix said they were going in that direction, because everybody's already either in that direction or headed towards that direction. Like HBO Max went to that direction. Paramount Plus is already, and Peacock have already done that direction. Now Disney Plus is joining that group, and they're going to be in that direction, because they're all. This is where I talk about it being the evolution, and what Dave said a minute ago is spot on. All of this, I tell people this at work all the time. What we're doing is cable isn't going away. Cable is changing cables. It's changing from coaxial cable that you plug in your wall to Ethernet cable. At some point by the end of this decade, somebody, probably sooner than that, someone is going to bundle Netflix and Disney Plus and Paramount Plus and HBO Max and give you a package deal for all of them. They will be channels. You will just pay for them. You'll pay one company for that. It might be Apple, might be Amazon. Who knows? Because those are the 2 big whales that can do whatever the fuck they want.
I think they were laws put in place to prevent
it will be cable over the internet. It will be cable.
I think there were laws put in place to prevent those kind of things, though.
Yeah, but you know what's
that was all
when I worked for
over
the
after
cable company.
Yeah.
When I worked for the cable company, I was telling customers this. I was telling even coworkers, I'm like, as soon as it's just going to be like, you just need a modem, wireless modem, and that's it. You need a modem, and then you're not going to need cable boxes and blah blah blah.
Yep.
I was actually talking with somebody I think today or yesterday. I was like, man, it's amazing how people still have cable. They pay for a cable package, and they only watch like 5 channels, 6 channels, but they have 200 channels. It's like you're not even watching that. And I'm like, it still amazes me that people still pay for that, and it's just it's nuts. But
and Ben, to what you were like, the whole thing about regulations in place, all that went out the window the moment AT&T bought Time Warner, because that was literally vertical integration that the Department of Justice and all the regulators allowed. And at that point, that's why when everybody was freaking out about Disney buying Fox, and they were like, "Oh my God, monopolies and antitrust," I said, "No, y'all need to be paying attention to AT&T Time Warner. That's the real move. Vertical integration, an internet service provider owning a content creator. So no, all bets are off, man. Apple and Amazon could own everything,
man. No, I agree. No, he's right. But off subject, real quick, to talk about go back to the Netflix conversation again. The one thing about Netflix is that's different from the other streamers. So like for comparing it to like Amazon, for example, like their streaming service and the movies and the TV shows that they provide. That's all that they have. Versus like Amazon, where they get the bulk of their money doesn't come from their streaming. They got packages in front of my house right now. That's where these are Apple and Amazon, those companies they're sitting on cash on top of cash on top of cash because they can play that long game. But Netflix, they're like, why the hell didn't you go to advertisement years ago? You saw the writing on the wall. You saw that these other companies were copying what you were doing. They were going to take their TV shows and their movies and their stuff away back from you and create their own platforms. Like that's why Netflix started creating original content, because they thought that they had time to compensate for all that. But then the pandemic, like you said, the evolutions got sped up. And then now look what's happening to Netflix.
But they didn't have the right leadership because if they had the right leadership, they would have made the tough decision of adding ads to their platform.
So yeah, they should have did it sooner, but they couldn't have predicted the pandemic though.
Right.
No, they couldn't.
Well, the thing is that they were always adamant.
To Bill Gates,
they were always adamant about, oh no, we're never gonna put ads on our platform. Right. Then everybody else started doing it, and then it saw the writing on the wall. Oh, this motherfuckers are making money over fish.
I knew that was bullshit. The moment, I mean, they believed that, but I knew it. I knew that was never gonna last. I knew
we're never going to
surprise me about them flipping that.
We're always going to let you binge watch our seasons, and then when Disney started, when the Mandalorian was a week by week, and it was like, the old school way is it's better, you know.
What I'm surprised is that they still holding on to that binge model. That putting everything on one shot.
Right.
Like, I think this other platform are taking benefits of scheduled TV. You got to come and watch it every Thursday night at midnight.
What that does, though, because I know where you're going with that, and people have said this to me. They've said that the binge model, what it robs Netflix of is continued conversation for weeks at a time and even months at a time. Here's the thing: what that does is that pigeonholes you. It puts you in a corner where you have to make more hits. Because if your hits are not going to last for like 7-8 weeks, then you need more of them in order to pull on the, and to Netflix's credit, they don't have a problem with that.
That's almost a great metaphor. If that hit doesn't last long.
The discussion around that too is almost more of a branding thing than it is Netflix is making decisions from their data. It's not like the weekly release. It generates like the water cooler discussion and makes the shows like a part of the cultural lexicon or a part of the zeitgeist, but it doesn't necessarily boost viewership. And in some cases, especially with a lot of the Netflix stuff, you see what was the chess series?
Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit. Yep. Is a good example of the only reason that was successful was because people were discovering it when all the episodes were available. And now you're starting to see stuff and the whole benefit of streaming is that you can mix up that going back to like the monetization model, streaming is an evolution of like they're fitting everything into this. What is a movie versus TV? But you look at like, you know, YouTube and TikTok are like really the streaming giants. If you're going to be talking about like time spent, like they're killing all of the other platforms.
Yes. Oh,
and,
yes.
And that doesn't mean that like the content is better, that it's necessarily more valuable, but the whole point is that the idea of like formatting of content, what aspect ratio is it, how long is it serialized, is it an anthology, is it released all at once, can
is
you
it
binge
6 episodes, is it 18 episodes,
like,
right?
that's all just an example of a medium. Or you look at stuff like, you know, Watchmen was released serially. You know, a lot of most, like, you know, Christ on an Infinite Earth, we talk about these things as monolithic, like graphic novels. That's not how they were released. That's just how we consume them now. And so Netflix has been, and so you see like with Stranger Things, I think finally they're starting to break that up where they're like, oh, let's break up, dump a lot of the episodes, but then we'll do the finale a few weeks later. And you're also talking about like a movie length finale versus, like, you're starting to see like flexibility in the format. Or like you look at like a lot of their animated stuff. I really, really loved the Voltron Legendary Defender show. I thought that was phenomenal. A lot of their animated stuff, they start dropping in like 6 episodes every 3 months or something like that. And that creates a situation where, like, sure, it's still bingeable, but also you've got this steady trickle of like you get kind of the best of both worlds. And so, you know, once again with TV, that's relevant because you're talking about eyeballs, you're talking about brand partnerships and marketing and ratings, and that all matters in that sense. Where you're talking just about subscribers, dropping it weekly versus binge model doesn't really matter as much, so much as like what serves the content the most. And I think that episodic is definitely great
case by case
for certain content, but not necessarily for everything. And so you'll see even with Disney Plus, they'll drop 2-3 episodes of certain shows at first to get people invested, and then they'll do weekly after that. And so I think that now that we have market saturation, the longer we go along, you're going to see less of a fire hose of content, and you're going to see more of these. Let's drop 2 episodes here, 3 episodes there. Let's do a full length finale. Let's, you know, spread this stuff out. Let's, you know, maybe like I've been saying for a while now, and a lot of this is just due to like legacy contracting for the way this stuff works out. But like, why can't you buy like a Game of Thrones pass from AMC and then go weekly to watch each episode in a theater? And so I think that eventually we're going to see that type of thing where, like, if you have a Netflix subscription, maybe Netflix will even own theaters, and if you have a higher tier plan, you can go see stuff.
Crazy.
So
that's used to be how it used to be back in the day, right?
Yeah.
And so, it's not for everything though. And so, like, for example, you'll see like and Netflix has started to dabble. So, like, for example, like when Zack Snyder drops like Rebel or Rebel Moon or whatever, maybe you'll have look at what HBO Max did with like the Batman. They lost out on some of the box office potential of that, but they maximized the streaming potential. And so when you're talking about the numbers, the streaming numbers might have been bigger if they had made it streaming exclusive. The box numbers might have been bigger if they had run it for longer at the box office, but they made a decision about when to stop it in theaters and move it to streaming.
They found a balance. They found a balance with that movie.
And whether or not that's the perfect balance or not, the point is that I think that you're going to see that for a lot more content in the future. And so for Netflix stuff, especially, you know, Netflix doesn't even have to own theaters. Maybe they'll have agreements with Cinemark or whoever. But where you'll see like a 30-day window for, you know, Rebel Moon, and then it hits streaming after that. And so you still have that theatrical experience and you have the streaming experience. But what if you do that with shows?
That in IMAX.
What if you can see a show a day early in theaters and then the next day on streaming or whatever?
So like if you show up with your phone, you have a QR code because you subscribe to that. That'd be kind of cool. It's like boop. All right, go ahead. I like that.
It's a great point, Stephen, because, you know, people. I remind people of this. Netflix is not theatrical averse. They're home release averse. They're not theatrical averse. They've released plenty of movies theatrically. Like I said earlier, I saw Army of the Dead in theaters. So they don't have any aversion to theaters. They just don't like home releases.
Right. Well, because and that's a good example of like, and I think HBO Max, like, we'll see where things go with Warner Bros. Discovery, but you see them releasing a lot of stuff that was streaming exclusive on home media because there are people that will buy that, and like the type of people that are gonna buy, you know, Zack Snyder's Justice League box set and the Steelbook and the and all this stuff. I still have an HBO Max subscription. I also have physical copies of it. There people would buy box sets of Stranger Things and not cancel their Netflix subscription.
Absolutely, yes.
But when the primary focus is to grow streaming at all costs, you're going to see that aversion. Whereas I wouldn't be shocked to see Netflix start to do more physical releases and start to do more because it's no longer theaters is still a captive audience, whereas a home release or a physical release releases a little bit of that captive audience. But if you have a theater release where you can only see it in theaters, and then you have a streaming release where it's only available on streaming, and then sometime later you have a physical release, you triple dip into the monetization of that without losing the monthly repeating subscriber benefit, which is really where streaming benefits is that like people are spending more money on Netflix than they would have spent in theaters previously, and they're making more money yearly than any studio has ever made in history in a single year.
Because the difference between buying one ticket at one time as opposed to here's my credit card number, I've forgotten about it for 7 to 8 months, I'll just keep paying for it.
Well, but also you can just jump on anytime and watch whatever you want that they've got, and so like there's benefits to all of these things, and part of the problem is they're still discovering a lot of it is contracts. Streaming windows were a problem for a long time with when stuff can be released where. There's also contracts for home media releases, and I don't know if that impacts theaters or not, but there's a lot of like you look at like the NFL has like a 10-year contract with certain networks for how they're streaming, but like you look at sports would be phenomenal on, and you start to see that with like I think Amazon is talking about having like who is it, like Bro Bible or one of those guys doing
it's already happening with baseball. It's already happening with baseball.
Okay, but it's also funny that you brought up NFL because what did they just buy? Thursday Night Football. Amazon owns Thursday Night Football.
Well,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Al Michaels went over there.
But see, what I was talking about with baseball is sometimes because I own, I have my subscription so I can watch all the Giants games, except when they play the Dodgers. God damn it! But anyways, like there's sometimes where it's like, oh yeah, yours is blacked out because it's on Apple TV. I went, what the fuck? Like what? It's on Apple TV,
and that's all just a holdover from the old network way. But like, who's ever watched like? I'd watch the NFL, and I'd have my fantasy up on one window, and I'd have the NFL game on the TV, and then I'd have a tablet with like a game, like a play-by-play breakdown to like follow. Or you've got like your Red Zone pass, and you're following all these different games. When we're finally free of this like legacy way that all of this is run, what's to stop you from like the optimal way to view this stuff is to be able to say like, oh, give me an overlay on the game that shows like, oh, I want the yellow 10-yard line to show up, toggle that on and off. I want, give me a tracer on the ball so I can follow the ball, toggle that on and off. Like all of these little things that like you see on some games, or give me an instant replay.
Even is from the future.
Or like, everyone who follows like any sports, but NFL like is my primary experience. But you'll have people watch a game and they're like, "Oh, these announcers suck because it's an out-of-market game and let's change the announcer." So let's listen to the radio. Well, and now what they do, they delayed the radio so that it doesn't sync up with the TV because they want you to watch the official. But like, what if you could say like, "Oh, I don't like these announcers. Let me
change his voice."
Like, why can't you have a Twitch streamer doing the play-by-play? Or
they're all. And they're leaning toward that, Steven. That is starting to become a thing.
You hear that with any recounts or descriptions of this game that are unauthorized or subject to law. Like those are all part of every. Because that's all tightly controlled. I'm not saying that like any random person should have licensing to be able to do that, but why can't you say like, give me the color commentary, give me the play-by-play, or like you could even say, give me the fantasy. I'm watching only for fantasy, so you can turn to like a fantasy announcer who's going to say like that play just earned so and so this many fantasy points. Yeah. Like you can like that streaming.
No one's doing that already. No one is doing
they are. I was able to turn on to the director's commentary and have Kevin Smith call the game yesterday. It was awesome. I'm telling you, man. It's gonna be crazy in the future.
Yeah, but like all that, but a lot of that stuff is part of that is just the market developing and learning how to adapt to this stuff. But a lot of it is due to like there are contracts that the NFL has signed with certain networks that are like 10, 20 years long that are like nobody else can do this for this time. And those contracts were based on like a pre-streaming age where the idea of being able to say like, you know what, I'd rather hear Tony Romo call this game, like, and then you know, obviously you're gonna have like the big name. I mean, I like I like Tony Romo's play.
No, but I'm joking, of course, because never say no one, but just, you know,
right. But obviously, like, the big guys like Tony Romo are going to be like more like you're not. It's not going to be like, oh, he's not going to be the alternate announcer.
Well, did you see like last season when Jesus Christ, Peyton Manning and Eli Manning were doing
that's
like
a phenomenal example of that's the type of thing.
And people were loving that because they were able to like, they could cuss. I mean, that's the thing. Is like another thing is like you can have an uncensored like commentary that you could pick from, and I think a lot of people will kind of gravitate towards that because like, we want to hear some F-bombs and shit like that.
And like even in the college games, Dave, like the college football playoff, like you can turn to like the coaches stream and like listen to a bunch of coaches call the game or like the sky cam stuff, like
or
like
turn on and off the helmet cams of whoever is like.
Oh yeah, you put on your Oculus and you're just like, if there's a helmet cam and you're the fucking quarterback,
or like
my God.
Or like you could say, give me.
Jeez, you take an edible and you do that shit, you're like, oh fuck, Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, the future is, it's coming up, man. And when it comes to that stuff, it's pretty much here. I mean, it's
Talking about the future, you guys, how do you guys feel about the future of the DCU with Berlanti running the show?
Oh yeah, I was going to bring up that too. Thank you, Ben.
Because there's a whole have that discussion. I gotta back out for that. My wife has been looking at me for the past hour, like, what the hell? I'm like,
okay, I was wondering why your room was turning more red because I was like, happening.
So I'm gonna back out, guys. I appreciate the chat, man. It was great listening.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it, man. All right, promote yourself first, like T3 Medias, all that stuff.
Check us out, T3 Medias. We talk entertainment news, do movie reviews, and do some reactions as well every week, mostly on Wednesdays. Every week.
Subscribe to the channel.
Quick question, Chris. Before you leave, where'd you get that shirt?
I can't even remember. I want to say. I honestly want to say Walmart.
Really? You know what? It would not surprise me. It would. This is a Walmart shirt too. This is a Walmart Flash shirt too.
There's some hidden
gems, especially Star Wars T-shirts.
Yeah. Oh yeah, if you can just wrestle them out of that. If I had to wrestle it out of this 5-year-old hands, I punched him right in the forehead. Got it.
Oh damn.
Awesome. Worth it. No, but I think it was Walmart. Yeah.
Okay. All right. No, that's not. I like that. I like that a lot. That's nice.
All right, guys. Have a good one, man. And appreciate it.
All right. Take it easy.
All right. Take it easy, man.
Take it easy.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
But yeah, Berlanti has been thrown on the table right there, which is like, I mean, obviously some people, when it comes to that, I mean, I remember hearing that too. His name was like going to be dropped, and I'm like, okay, yeah. I mean, I have mixed feelings. Ray,
can I ask how name dropping Greg Berlanti is any different than name dropping Deborah Snyder or Jim Lee or
it could be one of those.
Well, no, what's the but?
Sounds more reasonable because like Debbie coming back. I mean, that when I hear that, I go like, she's not going to want to.
If you're talking about a Kevin Feige figure, he's a lot more believable as someone in the studio.
Exactly.
Too. And I think that, and I know a lot of people are have an opinion of him because of the CW, and I'm not like obviously not a fan of those shows from anyone that knows like the way I talk about them, but and I'm not a huge Berlanti fan either, but I think that what's important to talk about when you're talking about an overseer producer position like that is like look at Kevin Feige's filmography before taking on Marvel and like a lot of the Marvel movies that he'd been a part of. That's not necessarily for a producer position like that. That's not indicative of the type of products that they're going to make.
Correct.
Berlanti overseeing the CW verse does not mean that he makes CW level stuff. It just means that he was responsible for overseeing a universe that the job of the universe was to make CW stuff. He's made movies that are not CW movies that were like really well received. And so like as a producer, it's like saying like you look at someone like James Gunn making Scooby-Doo or whatever and being like, oh, that guy wrote Dawn of the Dead. How can he make Scooby-Doo? We're like, well, that's not that's not how that works.
Right.
Somebody actually
I was one of those because
earlier.
everybody's reaction about this news is just like, everybody's reaction has been like really negative about the possibility of him being the Kevin Feige type. And
they all think, they're just going to turn it into the CW. And it's like,
yeah,
that's not at all what that means.
It's the stupidest thing I heard because I'm not it's not that I don't care. I honestly don't. But this because I was never a fan of the CW, but I'm not gonna judge his ability to bring out a good product just on the basis of whatever he's done in the CW. Everything that he's done with the CW is because he has been working on on CW money and CW writers, CW directors. So that doesn't mean that if somebody like, let's say that they do give him the job.
That was sorry, I was like paying attention to Steven right now. That was amazing. That was amazing what
you said, but I don't know. Steven, what the fuck did you just do?
I know Steven just like did some magical shit right now.
I swear I heard the Transformers noise.
Like where was I should have turned off my camera and mic for that. Sorry, Ben.
I didn't hear that. I was talking to myself.
No. We were listening.
I heard what Ben was saying, but I just sorry. Like it's
what did he do? Did he fart?
No, he sat down. He sat down and his camera went.
Yes,
I missed that.
His camera followed him basically.
Oh,
Steve, you're muted. You're muted.
You're muted.
My camera is on a tripod on my standing desk, and I lowered the desk down so it.
Oh, you have a standing desk. Okay.
Wow.
Right. Okay.
Cool. Oh man, that's cool. That was amazing.
No,
he tried to do it so not. He was like, "Oh, I'm gonna sit down right now." As you were talking, Ben, and it was just like it was fucking funny, dude. I know he.
Sorry.
No, that was very nicely done. But no, Ben. Okay, as the resident
tracking shot.
It was a tracking shot. As the resident CW defender of
that's true. You love all crappy
Can
shows.
I say why I don't like the idea of Greg Berlanti taking it over? Here's the thing. Like there's a couple of things with this. First of all, and it has nothing to do, obviously, with the CW content argument, ridiculous. We're talking about, there's two things here. One that nobody's mentioning with respect to the qualities that you want the head of DC Studios to have. But the first thing is, I know that he can be in charge of a television universe. How well does, and I know he's done movies, I get it, but how well does that translate to being the head of a comic book movie studio? I don't know. I have too many questions with respect to that. But here's the other big thing that nobody's bringing up. When it comes to what they need, there's a number of things that this DC Studios head must have, non-negotiables as far as I'm concerned. It has to be someone it has to be its own studio, and on top of that, real autonomy. No reporting to Abdi and DeLuca. You only report to Zaslav directly, and you have the autonomy to build your own plan and talk to Big Boss same way that Feige does. But here's the other thing. The real big thing that nobody's mentioning. You must have a PR component to the job. Because what does Feige do? Feige is the one that goes up and he's at Hall H, getting everybody hyped up for the next thing, and they're chanting, "We love you, Kevin." He is the face of the franchise. He is controlling the narratives. And my God, Warner Brothers has the worst fucking PR of maybe any of these studios over the last number of years.
That's assuming that he won't have that in place when he comes in.
Well, I haven't seen evidence that he does.
Well, he's not even hired to the job, so how the fuck are we going to know?
Well, no, but here's the thing, Ben. As somebody that has followed the Arrowverse, I've heard more from Mark Guggenheim and Sarah Schechter and the individual showrunners for the shows than I have from Greg Berlanti. So I can at least say I've heard from the underbosses more than I've heard from the big boss. And if he understands, if he understands that he's got to have that component in terms of being in charge of the cinematic universe, then fine. But I reserve the right to have those questions because I haven't seen it in practice yet.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I'm I honestly don't care if they do hire him, but I just think that everybody that's complaining about him, like all the complaints that I'm hearing, are completely just they make absolutely no sense. Because if you're gonna just argue, is your argument is based on the CW or whatever he's done before, that's just a stupid argument because you don't know how far he can take this universe.
Well,
besides,
and who knew who Kevin Feige was and what kind of a presence did he have? Even
Feige was involved. Even X-Men on the first X-Men. Your mic is all fucked up, dude. Your mic is really.
My mic is.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Or is it me? Or is it me?
How do I sound? It's because you lowered your desk.
Yeah.
No, I heard. Like, how did okay.
But even phase one of the MCU, like, who knew who Kevin Feige was like before Age of Ultron?
Nobody.
Right? The whole Kevin Feige is a name people came to know like when they came out and announced that like phase 2 and 3 plan at the Chinese theater.
Yeah.
Was that where they did that?
Yeah.
And so like you look at how many movies had already been completed and like how many movies, like which movies were being announced at that point in time. And so like the notion of Kevin Feige's job, even including that like figurehead kind of position, was not an inherent part of his job in the early days of the MCU. And even still, you talk about what's Nate, what's his name? The other big MCU producer has a lot of.
I know what you're talking about. Shit, I can't think of his name either.
It's Nate, and there's a lady too. I forgot her name.
Oh. Well, there's Victoria Alonso.
Nate Moore.
Victoria Alonso, yes. And
yeah.
Nate Moore.
But then what about the other? What about Louis D'Esposito? How long has he been there?
Well, he was
there
TV, right? Is he still doing? Is he doing movie stuff or?
I thought he was doing movie stuff. I thought he and Victoria were.
Am I thinking of? Wasn't he the one who was doing like behind all the Netflix shows?
No, that was who was that? I don't think it was them, but I don't remember who it was.
Oh no, that was what's his name? He wrote am I thinking of give me 2 seconds here. Loeb? Is that Jeff Loeb that I'm thinking of?
Yes. I think yes.
Yeah.
Loeb is the one that that like infamously said it's all connected when it really wasn't. Honestly, with respect to Marvel Netflix. No, Steven, I hear what you're saying in terms of, you're right. The PR component of his job didn't even exist until like halfway through phase 2. Can we agree though that DC is in a different place with respect to that?
Sure. But that's part of the problem of inherently though in talking about we need a Kevin Feige, an MCU style plan and a Kevin Feige style figurehead, is that you're reverse engineering a role that even Marvel didn't create intentionally from the beginning. Is the whole problem with years of the DCU is to try to create something that the MCU didn't create from scratch. Like the character selection that they have, the producers who were in charge. Even look at like Paramount's involvement in phase 1. Like that's not like they talk about a 10-year plan. You look at like the alternate post-credit scenes for Iron Man, even like name drop Spider-Man and stuff like that. Or they wanted Shang-Chi to be in like the original Avenger. Like
in all the drama between Paul Motter and Feige and the directions that they wanted to take this.
And so after the fact, it's always in the man. The man will always say, "Oh, that was the plan all along." When it goes well, and when it doesn't go well, they say, "Oh, that wasn't the plan. We're going to get back to the plan." And so the problem is that DC is trying to reverse engineer something that was not reverse engineered. So I'm always going to push back against like saying like, oh, we need a Kevin Feige figure who does X, Y, and Z. No, you need someone who can run a studio. And then there's nothing wrong with having somebody else be the promotional figurehead, or someone else, or like letting the directors take charge, or like, the problem is they need a system and a plan in place to handle that. The problem, like under Snyder, for example, was he was doing something and the studio was preaching something different than what he was making. The studio was marketing an MCU style franchise, and Snyder wasn't making an MCU style franchise, and there was no cohesion between the two. So you need that cohesion, but you don't need the figurehead to be the one that does all those things.
So all right, hypothetical.
He could, and arguably should.
Right.
But
Of course.
But but hypothetical, like I was saying before, like I was telling Ben, I've heard more from like Guggenheim and Schechter and others with the Arrowverse than I have from Berlanti. Let's say hypothetically speaking, Berlanti were to become in charge of it, and he is in charge of DC Studios. He has that autonomy, but he finds another Guggenheim or another Schechter that is the PR hype person, like Guggenheim really has been for the last number of years with the Arrowverse. Like the Crisis on Infinite Earth stuff, they never talked to Berlanti, they talked to Guggenheim. He was the one giving all the quotes. He was the one talking about this is what everybody did. Like he really was the figurehead whenever they talked to anybody with respect to that. If he found somebody else to do that and control the narrative of PR, fine. Just somebody fucking do it. Somebody fucking control the PR with respect to DC, because no one is doing it.
And it's not a bad idea for him to have like not for lack of a better word, understudies working under him to do the job. I think the sign of a good leader is to have good, strong people around you to do some of the heavy lifting. And I think even though he's probably not going to be upfront about the PR portion, I'm more interested on him finding the right directors, the right writers, the right people, the right cast for the roles. I don't care if he ever show his face, as long as the product that he's putting out or producing is cohesive, is good, it makes you proud of the stuff that you're watching.
I don't disagree with that, Ben, but I also think that because of the history of this franchise over just the last 5 or 6 years, and maybe even longer than that, I do think that on some level you can't ignore the PR when it comes to transparency, right? Because again, why are we like? Let's say hypothetically, let's say we are in a position where we're not getting ahead of DC Studios until 2024. That means we have 18 more months of shit pieces from Brent Lang and Adam B. Very about, so-and-so aging out of the role or this happening here. And we're going to hear nothing but rumors, and Scooper Madness is going to do everything they can to wind us up for the next year and a half because we don't have definitive answers to shut them down, right? That's what the reason this doesn't happen to Marvel is because Feige and Alonso and D'Esposito and everybody there have made it very clear what their plan is and has shut all of that down. The longer that is not the case with DC, the more ridiculous all of this is going to get. So I think that whoever that studio head is, they do have to acknowledge that. I
like that idea, but the thing is that with DC, everything is hyperbolic. So one of the things that Marvel has the ability to do is put a slate out and then strip three or four movies away. You say, okay, we're not doing Inhumans anymore. Nobody bats an eye. So if Warner Brother does it, put a slate out, and there is I don't know, pick your battle. I guess Green Arrow. And all of a sudden that movie gets scrapped. It's gonna be fucking chaos. It's just but Ben, I don't think. No, I get what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm just saying to be fair though, the reason there's going to be chaos is because because there's a precedent for it. It's not like it's coming out of nowhere. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, Green Arrow fans are going to be pissed off anyway. But the reason that Marvel can cancel an Inhumans and no one bats an eye is because they already demonstrated enough consistency in other places that people are willing to give them the benefit of the doubt in terms of the perception. Warner Brothers and DC has not earned that.
It's because there's a precedence is the best. That's why I think it's the best way for them not to put all that shit out there.
But also going back to my original point with like Warner Brothers earning it, like how many people knew leading up to the Avengers that like all of the MCU was leading to the Avengers? The Avengers became an expectation after the Avengers was the Avengers, right? After the Avengers was a big hit.
Did we really?
Well, I mean, like they teased it right in the first Iron Man.
I don't know.
There were post-credits teases.
Yeah,
no, those were post-credits teases, but like the zeitgeist was not anticipating the Avengers. Like there was like, oh, there's going to be a team up, but the notion of like what that was going to be and how big it was going to be was not an expectation.
Okay.
And then after the Avengers, then it became, what's the next Avengers movie? Whereas like people weren't like, oh, when Hulk was like not universally loved and wasn't huge at the box office, nobody was saying, well, don't worry about it. It all is gonna make sense when it pays off in the team up. And now they get that whenever something happens, they can say, "Oh, well, it's gonna be a big deal for Multiverse of Madness or whatever." But
okay, but Steven, there's two differences though. I mean, the first difference is that Marvel Studios going into the MCU plan in 2008 did not have a stretch of 5 or 6 years of absolute batshit like Warner Brothers DC has had going into that. Number one,
they had a stretch of 30 years of
but nobody
no
cared.
Continuity.
But no one cared because it wasn't a thing then, and that goes into the second part.
But it became a thing after the Avengers, though. They made it a thing with the Avengers.
But the point is, no one cared beforehand because it didn't exist yet. And then the other part of this, the second thing that's different, is that once it did exist, now there is a mark of comparison, fair or fucking not, that people are going to judge the franchise against. Marvel never had that. They're the ones that are being compared to as a result of what they've built. And fair or not, people are going to continue to compare, as bullshit as it is, tribalistically, DC, whatever they do, to the existence of what Marvel Studios has done over the last 14 plus years. And you can't ignore that.
No, and that's why I think that
because it was something new. It was something new because I mean, you watch Iron Man, and then all of a sudden you get that post-credit scene, and then it's like Nick Fury just shows up and he talks about an Avengers initiative, and then you watch the Incredible Hulk, who shows up in that. Tony Stark, and he talks about putting a team together, and everybody's going, is this really going to fucking happen? Can they actually pull this off? Because it's never been done before. That's the thing. It was like
that was a fanboy conversation, though. That wasn't trades saying, "Oh, this is
no
like event." And not even that it's the discussion. It's still a fan-driven conversation, but it's still the MCU now exists to serve the team ups and the larger story. And that just wasn't a context that existed until the Avengers. And that's not saying that like yes, it is a point of comparison that exists, but the solution to that is not to try to reverse engineer yourself into that. It's DC now needs to prove themselves the same way that like
team up.
The context for DC is going to be proven by their success, not by them chasing. Because look at what happened with the MCU with the DCU initially. It was, oh, they're just trying to copy the MCU. They're rushing to copy the MCU. And then, now they shouldn't be trying to copy the MCU. And it's like them chasing this like public perception. The whole problem is them reacting to these perceptions instead of just saying, whereas the MCU had the benefit of being able to just put the pieces together. And then eventually people said, oh, I get it. And unfortunately, DC doesn't have that leeway, but they still have to follow that path though of proving it one step at a time. And if they try to do it any other way, it's only going to beg for those comparisons, and they'll never fulfill that expectation.
But what if they do team up movies where because of course there's been team ups when it comes to the MCU, but Captain America Winter Soldier was not a Captain America Black Widow. I mean, obviously they teamed up, but it was just like, it was still a Captain America movie. Captain America Civil War was still a Captain America movie, but it was Avengers 2.5. So what if DC decides to go like, all right, let's start pairing some people up every now and again. And you actually, you announce you announce a World's Finest movie. Holy shit, that would blow up. You announced the Trinity or something like that.
Hey, how about what they were originally going to do with the Flash, with Cyborg being in that movie?
That
what that was originally.
The quote that we always go back to is Zack Snyder saying the key to building a Justice League movie or a
Superman house in order
is first you have to get Superman's house in order, and then he said. And then after that, whether you follow an MCU style model, which might be an option, or if you do something different by introducing them through a team up and then spinning them out after that, you have to have a foundation to work from first. And the problem is that he was trying to build that foundation and being accused of copying the MCU, and then they just tried to jump to the like MCU phase 2 and 3 without having canceled what their plan was for Justice League, because the problem, yes, the comparison is a problem, but the reacting to the comparison is what caused all the actual issues.
True. Yes, absolutely, very true
from DC's front. So that's why when we start talking about like who's going to be there, Kevin Feige, how are they going to have a DC Studios? What are they going to do for PR? These are all important things. I'm not saying that it's the wrong decision, but it's also saying you can't just plug and play that model and have it turn out. Either way, you still have to have a hit movie and a hit movie and a hit movie and a hit team up before people will say, okay, I'm down for the ride now.
I 100% agree with that. And like before Zaslav said anything in that investors call, I've always been real, like my eye twitched every time somebody said DC needs a Kevin Feige, because more often than not when they said it, they were talking creatively more than they were structurally. And so it took me a while to get to a point where it's like,
I think that's even giving them too much credit. I think they're just saying, like, people say things because people don't, not to categorize people too much, but people don't know how to see the future or see around corners. And so that's where someone who, like, when you talk about a visionary, you talk about a Nolan or people, people say that with Snyder or Feige or whoever, what they are doing that is different from what normal people are doing is they can see the plan, not just what's the next 2-3 movies, but they can see the plan, what happens as things change. Nobody could have predicted streaming in the 90s yet, like Ben Affleck, or not 90s, like the early 2000s, yet like Ben Affleck did, because he understood the market, he understood the technology, and he was able to see as these things develop, this is where it will go. But nobody could have said, oh, we're going to be watching movies with a subscription plan on our home TV in 10 years, because they were working with what are our abilities now and how will those abilities develop in a straight line. But nothing develops in a straight line. It develops in zigzags and around corners. And the ability to understand how that's going to happen is what makes somebody so as a result, you have a lot of people who can only see like Iron Man 1, 2, or Iron Man 1, Hulk, Captain America, then Avengers as a pattern. They'll say DC needs to do that, or DC needs a Kevin Feige. All they're saying is DC needs to do this thing that worked there. When what DC needs a Kevin Feige, like when we say that, we're not saying like they need this magic pill, they need to use this magic word that fixes everything. We're saying that there just needs to be cohesion. There needs to be somebody whose job it is to tie this all together. And whether that's a
cohesion
Kevin
and
Feige
autonomy,
or a DC Studios, or just them being on the same page with their creators and everyone understanding, I am making a product or I am making a vision, and then the studio saying we will enable that vision or we will enable that product or you will follow our rules for the product. Like whatever that is, everyone needs to be on the same page. And I don't want movies to be products, but if they are, everyone needs to understand that it's a product and fall in line. Otherwise it doesn't work, because you've got someone trying to make something that is not what's being marketed, which is not what's being financed, which is not a part of the plan. And that's where DC has been going wrong the whole time, is trying to say like, we need a Kevin Feige. And it's like, well, no, that's not, you can't just like, you can't even take Kevin Feige and give him the job at DC Studios to be like, there, we fixed it. Like he still needs to
gotta prove it.
No, he has a shitload of work to do if that.
Well, exactly, and that's why they're having trouble.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Somebody made a comment about a Kevin Feige contract expiring in 2025.
Oh, okay. No, Ben, I was about to bring that up actually, because more than a few people, and it's not even just the contract expiring, but more than a few people, Marvel fans, have suggested that because the road has been a little rocky between him and Chapek in the last year or so, the ScarJo situation and the VFX thing and all that, like they're suggesting that Feige might walk. They are. They're suggesting that. They're saying he might walk, and if he does, I don't see it happening. But if he does,
I don't see that happening.
He would retire if he walked. He would just retire. Guy's made so much money. He's up in age. He's not gonna. Hey, let me go over here and fucking clean up DC.
Or maybe he has an ego and say, "Hey, listen, you know what? I could replicate this motherfucker, and I'm gonna be over here."
Feige's not gonna retire. He'll go to another franchise, or he'll be an Alan Horn, or he'll head.
Oh yeah,
he might move up. He might move up. Yeah. Like be an advisor or something to that effect. Yeah, I could see that.
Or 49, or he'll take over Lucasfilm, or he'll because I heard Kathleen Kennedy is going to be fired again, so they're going to need someone.
Damn.
But
Well,
there's always going to be a need.
She and Alex Kurtzman are in the line. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's always going to be a need for someone to do that kind of thing, whether or not it's Marvel or elsewhere. I mean, look at and Ray, you've been on this for a long time. A lot of this, you could call it the TVification of movies, but also really it's just everything is kind of meeting in the middle and becoming content. But you look at like Shonda Rhimes or who's the dude that does all the Dick Wolf or any of those people.
Ryan Murphy. You were thinking of Ryan Murphy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like you take Ryan Murphy off of like I'm forgetting all the names. What's his American Horror Story?
Glee, Horror Story. I forget. I mean, it's a long list.
Like, oh, Ryan Murphy is no longer the producer for American Horror Story. What's he gonna do? It's like, well, he's gonna do Glee, or he's gonna do like these. Or Shonda Rhimes is no longer on Scandal. It's like, well, no, these people are just producers that have franchises, and so that's what.
Right. Well,
that's the problem with fanboys running these conversations. Is they're like, go back to 2007 and be like, who's going to direct this movie? Oh, Peter Jackson, Joss Whedon, George Lucas. Mm-hmm. Like, it's all just people who have done it before. And it's like, well, that's
right.
Steven Spielberg.
Thank you.
Those aren't bad decisions, but when you say person who has done it before is going to do it here, is just a lack of creativity. Because look at Dan Trachtenberg. Dude's a genius.
Ooh,
he's done phenomenal things.
And
that doesn't, just because Dan Trachtenberg did a good job with 10 Cloverfield Lane doesn't mean he should therefore do everything else. He should do whatever.
And that is
like
yes.
I don't even know where I'm going with that because I'm not. But
but I
because he did do it with Prey.
The point you just made is how I feel about Greg Berlanti's name being suggested. That's exactly how I feel about it. And to me, I feel like I'm at the point now where I'm tired of the fanboys throwing out names. Wherever Berlanti's name came from, I am ready for someone I've never heard of that, to come through and do everything that we hope someone will do for DC Studios. Like, I don't need it to be somebody that did something else somewhere else.
It doesn't matter who they hire. It's still going to be fucking chaos. It doesn't matter who.
And that's why, like, Chuck Roven was in a similar position, and his name obviously has been thrown around a lot for this also. I think there's too much baggage with him for him to do it. But that's a good example of because what people forget about, or I don't want to say people forget about it because it's brought up all the time. But like Feige was a production assistant and a producer and all sorts of different roles on stuff leading up to him becoming Feige. And so like, sure, you could take a Feige from one place and move him to another place and he's still a Feige, but also there's tons of people who have been, look at like Drew Goddard or Stephen DeKnight or any of these guys who like came up doing these like smaller movies and then ended up becoming showrunners for like for much bigger shows. That's just how this happens. And you see the same thing with actors a lot too, where people, Denzel should play that and Idris Elba should play that, and it's like, and sure, they're great actors, but you can't just say like this is a good new talent is always
the it people.
Yeah. So whoever gets the job is going to have a
Austin
track record.
Butler. Who's he going to play? It's like because he was in Elvis, and it's like, we know Austin Butler.
Oh,
everybody's like Oliver Queen.
The new Oliver Queen,
and Amber Midthunder from Prey. I mean, it took them like 24 hours. X-23, like, oh my god, come on.
And Anya Taylor-Joy, she's been cast on everything. And what's her name? And the kid who played Paul Atreides, forget his name.
Oh, Chalamet, Timothy Chalamet. Yeah,
he's on everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
good God.
Okay,
I like him, but I don't know. It's something weird. I like him, but I don't.
I like him. I wish that I could like him.
Just eat a sandwich, kid.
It's like Tom Holland, where it's like, you know what? I like Tom Holland.
Skinny.
I would like him a lot more if I never saw his name mentioned on social media.
That's what it is. That's another thing too.
It is. No, it's very much the Tom Holland effect. You're right.
It's Stan.
Tom Holland effect.
It's Stan culture.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But Ben, so I mean, so you say no matter who it is, chaos is inevitable.
I think it's inevitable. I mean, do you have a name? Like, because I did a video before. I jumped in here and nobody.
A video on what?
A video talking about this whole Berlanti thing.
No, but what's your channel?
Oh, Real Anarchy. I'm not drinking. I'm on
I know you're almost out of here. I know this.
No,
but
I'm on a
yeah,
strict
say your
diet. I
point.
can
Say your
drink
point.
alcohol for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, but everybody that complains about this possible guy coming in as a DCU Kevin Feige has not given a name. Like, dude, okay, fine, you fucking hate the option. Tell me who the fuck you want.
Well, we'll see. Even when, because I've had some people,
and I don't want to hear people talking about Zack or his wife. I'm like, yeah, they would do a job, but
even Jim Lee, I'm like,
right. Deborah Snyder is a great producer.
Yeah,
like she doesn't want that job, and I'm not saying that it's like she. Like that argument it exists entirely because of the relevance to restoring the Snyderverse.
Thank you.
Like she wants to produce Zack's movies, and they want to make original franchises in other places, and that might maybe one day include more Justice League movies. But she doesn't want a desk job at a studio where she's responsible for a franchise
for all of
that
it.
is
Yeah.
not
Here, I tell you what. I don't have a name here, Ben. I can relate this to some shit that's going on here locally. Dave, you'll appreciate this.
Okay.
Because a couple of days ago, Al Avila got fired. The general manager of the Detroit Tigers got fired like 2 or 3 days ago, right?
Oh wow, I didn't hear about that.
And so it's crazy because the situation with the Tigers is eerily similar in a baseball sense to what's going on with DC, because he was around for 7 to 8 years, claimed that he had a plan and like this massive rebuild, and he fucked up the farm system, and like the team is 43-71, like they're trash, right? And so out of nowhere he gets fired, and so everybody was happy the day that he got fired, like, oh yeah, he's gone, great, Avila's gone. And then the reality sets in that not only do we not have anybody in place to like succeed him, but who really wants to take that fucking mess of a job? And people are throwing out names like Theo Epstein and, back up the Brinks truck for him. And it's like, Theo Epstein's not coming to the fucking Tigers. Because, first of all, Chris Ilitch is not going to give him that much like ownership, and like, is not going to give him that much money. And he doesn't want to rebuild a reclamation project like the Tigers in the first place. And so we're at this point now where like, who do we think is going to be the next GM of the Tigers? And we're like, it's probably going to be an internal hire. It's going to be one of Al's assistants, somebody that came up through the business. And, it may be a right or wrong move. We don't know, but that's probably where they're going to go because they can't get a big name. And that would be my answer to you, Ben, is whoever it is probably going to be somebody internal. It's probably going to be somebody you're not getting, because I think if you buy into the rumors, he tried Emma Thomas, he tried some of the bigger names, and they all said, fuck no, like, we're not taking this job. So you're stuck at a point where it is such a mess that you're probably only going to be able to get somebody like, homegrown, if you will, from like within, probably a younger person, whoever it is, that would be willing to take on the chaos. Because I do agree with you that whoever is hired will not please everyone. Fuck no, of course not.
No.
Whoever it is, there's no way.
I've got a name that's
who do you got?
Alan Heinberg.
Who's that?
Alan Heinberg came up under
that
Shonda Rhimes.
Under who?
He did, and a bunch of other stuff. Not just Shonda, but he did Sex and the City and Gilmore Girls, Grey's Anatomy, and then he wrote Wonder Woman with Zack.
He did write Wonder. That's where I know the name.
That's right.
And here's the real reason that I mentioned his name. He's one of the producers, and I think he might be a showrunner for Sandman. So he's got that producer experience.
Okay.
He's got that studio experience. He's got that the comic.
Got some
experience.
DC experience.
Got some DC experience.
His interview with I think it's a WGA interview with the Writers Guild where he talks about writing Wonder Woman and other stuff. One of my favorite. He's a personality. He's great and obviously he says nice things about Zack Snyder, which is always nice. He's the one who was like, when Zack Snyder looks in your eye, like he's got these blue eyes and he says you can do it, and you just know you can do it.
I remember that. I remember him saying that.
But I mean, this is aside from him loving Zack Snyder, is the fact that he's got the experience in the producer system, the franchise running system. He came up through under the tutelage of very experienced and successful producers, and he's got the he's not like a huge comic book guy, but he's been very successful in his comic book dabblings. And he has a relationship with Warner Brothers through Sandman and Wonder Woman. I think that's the type of person I think they should be looking for. If not him specifically,
How old is
that
he?
would be probably like 45.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
so
all right.
younger. All right.
Okay, and then I'm even looking at the chat too. I mean, I've seen this name many times, David Goyer. I mean, that's
I don't hate
Goyer,
that idea.
I like Goyer a lot, except for he's 55. He looks young.
I don't hate that idea, especially what he did with Krypton. I thought that was pretty good.
I mean,
and he's involved in some of the
unique knowledge. I mean, what's great about Goyer is like he's always been behind the scenes when it comes to all this stuff. And then like was Blade Trinity the only one time he directed a movie?
He directed Trinity, yeah.
I know that, yeah.
Yes,
and I don't hate the movie, but it's not that good. I mean,
I think
about
it's
Blade
better
Trinity
than the second
is-
one, but yeah.
Ooh, wow!
I do. I think. I
don't know about that.
Well, it's so
I-
subjective, so
I have. It is all subjective, but
I'll give you that.
The split jaw shit
Yeah.
bothers me a lot with the second movie. It really does. I don't like
Oh,
it.
I think that. I mean,
Yeah,
the only
and
thing that bothered me about it was the wonky visual effects, but it was early 2000s. But when it came to Blade Trinity, the thing I respected was the fact that it was like, oh, we got our introduction to Ryan Reynolds being Deadpool. Essentially, it was like, all right, there it is, right there, and then Jessica Biel just looking
he was
great.
he was Deadpool 2 times before he was really Deadpool.
Oh yeah, that's what I always tell people. I'm like, you want to see the introduction of Deadpool? It's not Wolverine Origins. It's Blade Trinity.
Correct.
Like I always say it
Yeah.
like right there. Anyway, yeah.
I don't know.
Heinberg also wrote a few comics, incling Justice League.
Ooh, okay.
Oh,
So
see,
good.
see,
candidate.
the name's starting to get sexier now. So all right. There we go.
And he wrote some Marvel comics too.
Ray's nipples are hard. Sorry.
Not even close. No.
No, but I mean, that's the thing. Is like David Goyer, not a bad choice, but I mean, the thing is like whoever comes in really needs to like lay down the line and be like, hey, well, it's almost like the movies that you watch when they have to like go get somebody who's like, hey, we need you to fix up with is all right, but I have to have my crew, and he's gonna be like, I have to have this, gotta have that, gotta have this, I have to have access to Jim Lee.
He has to Armageddon.
Yeah. Yes. Like Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
Fucking
No,
Armageddon.
that's the autonomy that I'm talking about. Like this can't be, it can't be DC Studios in name only and still just be a division under Warner Brothers. No, it's got to be its own entity, its own studio, its own separate like autonomy where whoever that boss is making decisions, following their plan, and convincing David Zaslav to back the fuck off while he or she executes it. Same thing, the same freedom that Feige had over at Marvel Studios.
I like the idea of David Goyer, but then we're going back to the conversation that we were having earlier that we only like to throw names that we're familiar with. So now I'm leaning back to Steven's idea.
Well, and Goyer has similar baggage to what Roven had. I mean, like not only baggage from like his involvement in previous DC stuff, but also like I don't know, like the second he gets, if he were to get the job, immediately after he gets the job, people will be complaining about his comments about Martian Manhunter from years ago, where he was like, that kind of thing, where like, and maybe you can't like that's just going to be a necessary like unfortunate aspect of whoever they hire, but like they need someone like Goyer was in an ancillary, like he was a part of like the creative team that started the DCEU, and so like maybe that's like if you want to restore the Snyderverse, that might be an important aspect of it. But in terms of like if you're going to be forming a studio and you want a studio head, I don't think Goyer is like from a PR angle. That's like if we're worried about PR at all, Goyer is an immediate like no. Whereas like you look at not even that I'm like shilling for Heinberg, but he's a good example. Like he wrote one of the most universally appreciated like Marvel movies or DC movies with Wonder Woman, and he's got the producer experience and some comics experience and etc. And so you want someone like that who like nobody's gonna say like they said this stupid thing or they directed that thing that I hate or wrote that thing that I hate. And so of course, Heinberg people will be like, oh, this guy wrote Gilmore Girls. I don't want him writing. He's just going to be another Joss Whedon or whatever. I don't know.
Right.
But,
I was about to say, I was like, we know who you want, Steven.
I believe Joss Whedon.
Sorry. Any excuse to bring up that clip again. Jesus Christ.
Or they can say, oh, he wrote Wonder Woman. Maybe he can reconnect back again and restore the Snyderverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll probably get all of it. Like if it hypothetically, if it was Heinberg, we get every angle. We get every single angle.
Yeah,
of
so it's gonna
chaos.
be a shit sandwich. Doesn't matter who they hire.
No, listen. Look, that is true, and I mean, you can't necessarily help that, especially at this point. You know, with it. But that's I think that might be another condition of whoever takes it over is whoever it is. Please be selective on which fans you listen to. If you listen to any of them at all,
Just ignore them, period.
No, don't listen. That's another thing that I hate about like a fanboy thing is the like they need to be a big fan of the comics. I almost want them to bring in someone who has never read a comic in their life, because like what fan casting or fanboy like look at every single DC slate that you see come from here's what they need to do, and it's like just this like list of 30 movies that's just a list of their favorite like there's an aspect where like I get being a fan is important, so I'm not going to say that you shouldn't know the material, but like
well, at least know the material.
At a certain point,
Right.
well, maybe not even like knowing the material is almost as much of a handcuff at like you want someone who knows how to make good movies and can empower creatives.
Yeah, but when you don't, then you do Attack of Kitty.
Okay.
No,
Oh God! Don't even say that name.
But Taika's a director.
Where you say that name?
Not a producer. One of the biggest experiences that I used to work in IT for a pharmaceutical company, and I was doing telecom expense management, so that was like just like cell phone working with carriers and stuff. But I was under like the network team, and they brought in a new network manager who didn't know how to operate a switch or how to map a network or any of this stuff, but she was a good manager. And I overheard all of the network guys who like they knew how to like, you know, they could take apart a switch and rewire the whole network and change all the ports and get everything, you know, and I'm like, and they were all shit talking her for like not knowing what to do, but like she handled shit more than any manager I've ever had before. And it wasn't because she knew how to do the network. It's because she knew how to trust the people who knew how to make the network to do their job. And when they couldn't do their job, she'd go to her boss and say, I need you to help me help them do their job. And it wasn't because she was good at networks that made her a good managing of the network team. It was that she was a good manager, and managing like the Peter principle is the idea that you will be promoted to your highest level of incompetence. It's like, that's what happened to Jeff Johns. He's a good comic book writer and he got promoted up to a studio head, where that's not being a good comic book writer doesn't make you a good studio head. It doesn't mean you're good at building a slate. It doesn't mean you're good at managing talent. It doesn't mean you're good at letting like his solution, he was a writer. His solution to all writing issues was to rewrite it himself, not to get the writer the support that they needed to protect the creative vision. And so that's the problem when you bring, and so like, for example, you look at Jim Lee, not that I think he's the solution either, but Jim Lee's an artist. His solution to problems has been to find, as an artist, is to support the vision of the writer, right? And that's the way that he has always handled things. So you look at the juxtaposition between Jeff Johns, a writer, fixes problems by rewriting, whereas Jim Lee, an artist, finds way to support the writer's vision. And so that's why I always start to cringe when people are like, it's got to be this comic book expert who's done comic book films and all these geek things. Like, no, you don't want someone who is influenced by fanboy opinion. You don't want someone who's biased by their experience with comics. You don't want someone's self-confidence in their own understanding of the comics. You want someone who can say, that's a good artistic idea. Let me empower you to make the best decisions. Kevin Feige happens to be a big Marvel fan, but the success of the MCU is not because of his Marvel knowledge. It's because of his ability to, as a producer, to put the creatives in place to assemble this stuff.
And the funny thing about
knowledge definitely helps,
and trust them also, because you can.
Well, and the funny thing about that, Steven, is you would think that with all of the deviations that he's made from the Marvel comic canon, that people have absolutely pointed out, that they would realize that. But fanboys don't realize that.
Yeah.
with respect to Feige. Or at least they ignore it.
Well,
they conveniently ignore it.
And then it's like I like what Steven is saying. It's like, and then just like, okay, you're looking at it from a movie standpoint, somebody who knows, like, you know, who's good with the like making some good movies, and it's like, all right, then sit down with Jim Lee, sit down with Scott Snyder, sit down with like these people who are very well versed in these comic books, and go like, all right, what makes these characters sing, and how can we adapt? Because not everything's going to adapt perfectly to the, you know, from the page to the movie screen. I mean, we know this. This is why, I mean, if we're going to go all the way back to the comic book movie boom, and you go back to like X-Men, it's like they were like going, can we actually make the costumes that they actually had in no, let's just make them wear like similar costumes. That's going to work. And we'll make a joke, because they do in the final act when there's like, what did you want? You know, bright yellow spandex. It was like, perfect. It's like, yeah, I mean, obviously it wouldn't have worked if you saw Hugh Jackman and everybody in that perfectly, you know, adapted. Yeah, exactly. It would have not worked. Yeah,
one
but
can
then
dream,
you could
though.
build up to it. You could build up to it, and maybe something.
I mean, it could probably work now, but not then.
Yeah. It could probably work now, but back then it would not have worked, because they were like smart about that. You have to get somebody that goes, all right, how are we going to do this where we can adapt it, where it's like, all right, how can we at least make the majority of fans happy? Because you're never going to make all of them happy. Obviously, you're going to make probably, I mean, barely even like, you know, you're going to make like 57% of them happy.
And on top of that, from the business aspect, Dave, it's also how do even more than that, how do you get the general audience engaged and involved? Like it's even this is the thing that fanboys really hate listening to, and they really ignore, is it's really not about you. It's really about, like, you know, the general audience dude that has never read a Marvel or a DC comic in their life, knows maybe a smattering about a particular character. How do you get them invested? How do you get them involved in the film that they're watching, so that they're like, okay, let more of that, please. You know, someone that doesn't have the prior connection. Now that I think further reinforces Steven's point, is, you know, from a business standpoint, you know that your larger audience is not fans. Your larger audience is non-fans, that you're trying to make new fans of whatever cinematic universe or interpretation that you're building.
Yeah, like Marvel's success was not in getting Marvel fanboys to love the movies. It was getting everyone else to love the movies.
Yeah, right.
And then the fanboys just loved the fact that everybody else loved them.
Yeah,
and
but
then
now they're picking them apart.
But another this is a little bit of a 360 on what I just said. Damon Lindelof would be a good potential. I've got issues, like big issues with using that as a, like, there's some major pros and cons, but he fits the bill for like look what he did with Watchmen. He's got the producer experience. He's done some really successful and commercially successful and artistically interesting and compelling stuff with on TV as a showrunner. Like,
I'm not going to call that a full 360, because yeah, we know him, and yeah, there are those who do know him. I don't know that his name is as visible as some of the others that people are saying.
No,
in the grand scheme of things.
No, but I think that he is very much a logical Kevin Feige type, though. If we're talking about geek influenced producers of comic book and blockbuster content.
I know a number of Trekkies that hate him for him writing Into Darkness, which I 100% disagree. I love that movie. I thought it was fantastic.
I don't get the problem. I don't get the problem with that movie.
I thought it was good.
The problem that they have with that movie. I personally think Beyond is the best of the three, but that's because that's because it's a 2-hour long episode of the original series, and I fucking love that. But at any rate, the thing with Into Darkness is that it basically treats Wrath of Khan and Space Seed as one big wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, immovable object that was going to happen anyway, and he blended them together. There are even points in the movie where he's literally lifting lines from Wrath of Khan and putting it in the third act of the movie, which I appreciate what he did, and I thought it was a great tribute to Wrath of Khan personally. But you know how fanboys and purists are when it comes to that shit. So
here's
Ben, I see you nodding. Do you have to get out of here, right?
Yeah. She's giving the cock. I'll be right there.
Yeah, I saw you nod. Yeah.
All right, guys.
Promote yourself before you
you can follow me on social media and then Ray Oranky. You guys know where to find me.
Yes.
Giving Ray a hard time on Twitter. He's on to me now.
It's entertaining when I see you two, go at it. But hey, it's all fun and games. We had a good conversation. That's what it's all about.
That was fun. All right, guys. Talk to you.
Ray's quiet.
Yeah, fuck you, Ray.
Take it easy.
Nod. Just nod. All right. Yeah. No, but
here's another name. I would rather see him as a director. I don't know how well he would be as a film studio head. Drew Goddard.
Yeah, Drew Goddard.
I would mourn the implications for him not directing more movies.
I know, right?
If it were him.
Yeah.
Did he do Cabin in the Woods?
Yeah.
He did. He directed it, right?
Well, look at the producers. I mean, other than Joss Whedon.
Oh yeah,
Cabin in
don't
the Woods
talk about
has
that.
J.J. Abrams and Goddard and Whedon. And, like, there's a lot.
That
of
movie's
names,
so fucking good. Man.
I don't even. I mean, I guess you can see the Whedon influence in it, but you can definitely see the Abrams and the Goddard in that. Yeah, for sure.
Or less a fan of this, but not totally.
Let's just get
Simon Kinberg.
Ooh.
Okay. See.
Okay. A lot of baggage.
A lot of baggage.
Look, I don't like X-Men: The Last Stand. I did like Dark Phoenix, but
he's a better producer than he is a director. Like that's one other case where he's going to be judged on his directorial efforts. Like he was on Lucasfilm storyboard, and I don't know if he still is, but he was like involved in like early seasons of Rebels. What he did on, I mean, I've heard that he even directed like X2 and a lot of the early X-Men movies because Bryan Singer was just like high and not on set all the time.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that. And I've heard some of those stories too. Yeah,
but I get concerned about like with Fantastic Four. But I'm not under the impression that was like him. I think that he brought in Trank for Trank's vision, but I don't think that he's the one that necessarily railroaded that. But I mean, he's got. You look at like The Martian and obviously Logan, and he's done a lot of like standalone like great movies as a producer. He produced Legion. I thought Legion was one of the better shows.
I still haven't watched Legion. I still have to watch.
Oh man,
that.
I haven't.
I know. I heard. I saw.
I've heard that the later seasons aren't as good, but like the first season was, especially the first few episodes, are like next level. Like I wish that show continued on.
See, and then I'm like, I'm going above and beyond. It wouldn't happen, but imagine like a Jonathan Nolan coming in.
Not
Christopher Nolan, but Jonathan Nolan. Just because I'm like, I've been on a Westworld kick. I'm finally like catching up. And Jesus Christ, have you watched Westworld yet, Steven?
I watched the first season and I liked it, but I never got into the second season.
Really, dude? You gotta continue, man.
I know.
I'm just saying. Because every season it gets crazier. It gets crazier. Like you get into season 4, the first episode, you're going, "What the fuck is happening?" And then all of a sudden you find out what's happening. You go, "Oh my god!" Yeah,
it's just watching Norm Macdonald's new stand up for Netflix. And
I still haven't watched that yet.
Line in it. It's really good, but he's got a line in where he's talking about politicians will send you to their website to read a 45-page document about their plan, and he said, "Yeah, I'm not going to do that on account of." I was talking to a guy earlier today and told me that you've only got the one life, so and that's not that I like don't want to prioritize Westworld, but it's like there's so much like
I know, but like when you get to season 4 and it does like this crazy shift on you, you go, oh shit, because like literally, like, I remember just watching the first episode of season 4, I was going, wait, what the hell is happening right now? And then all of a sudden it like starts revealing itself. And then you get to like episode 4 and it really reveals. You go, oh my God, that's what's happening. That's crazy. But I haven't watched the Norm Macdonald special yet because it's gonna make me cry. I think because he's no longer with it.
Well, it opens and it's like Norm was gonna go in for a procedure and had a Netflix special scheduled, but wasn't sure how the procedure was gonna turn out. So he recorded this over Zoom with us the night before the procedure. Yeah. And then there's like even some jokes in it where he talks about mortality and stuff. And
yeah.
It's like, but the ending is amazing because they showed it to Letterman and Chappelle and Spade and I can't remember who else, a bunch of other comedians who were close with him. And so when it ends, it cuts to them just finishing their screening of it, and then they talk about the special and their experience with Norm. And it's like the whole thing is really, I mean, it's hilarious.
Oh my god! So I am gonna cry. Okay.
Oh yeah, you'll definitely cry. Well, there's moments in it too where he'll make a joke about where he'll say like, not with the one that I just said, but he'll be like, you only got one life, and you got to choose how you spend your time.
That's why I've been
and he gets a look in his eye for a second where you're like, you are thinking about your own mortality because he
knew.
Yeah.
God damn it. That's what's making me that's why I've been reluctant to watch it, because I just know it's gonna like make me sad. But I know I have to watch it one of these days because it's a unique special. It's something that only Norm could do and no other comedian probably could do, because it's just like him just sitting, it's not in front of an audience, right? It's just him just kind of doing it, doing an act in front of a camera.
But it's good though.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Only Norm could do. Somebody like Norm could do something like that.
Yeah. Did I mention Seth Graham-Smith yet?
Oh, that guy blocked me on Twitter.
Seth Graham-Smith is a name that has been floated to me. That is a name that's been floated to me.
He blocked me on. You know why he blocked me on Twitter? Because
you showed him a picture of your butthole.
I thought about it, but no, but it was because of Ghostbusters 2016. He was going off about like people, and then he literally said Ghostbusters is not. He goes like, why are people saying like it's like this big franchise? It only has a couple of movies. I was like, a franchise consists of comic books, cartoons, figurines. It's bigger than that. And he blocked me because I was like trying to like, hey, no, a franchise is not just a couple of movies there, buddy. And he blocked me. That was the reason why he blocked me. I was like, whoa, shit. He blocked me just because I was like, no, it is a franchise because it has multiple outlets of shit that, and I was like, you should know this, dude.
It was one of those cases where he probably, because I imagine you weren't the only one that told him that.
Yeah,
and
probably.
So he just decided to block all of you, and you kind of got caught. That's happened to me so many times.
That's I'm the thing I've always tried to tell people on social media is that someone will say something like Ghostbusters in a franchise, and you get 20 people calling you a pedophile for some reason because you said that, and then you get like 50 people who are like, well, actually,
is he wrong?
No, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
And then there's like 50 people who are like, well, actually, it's a franchise because there's comic books and stuff, and they can't tell the difference between. There's just a wall of people saying stuff, and all of it reaches the same. Like if there's a mob and one person throws a brick, it's a mob of people throwing bricks.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
There's no distinction between who has a torch and a pitchfork and who's throwing bricks. It doesn't matter. And everyone gets blocked.
1984, when the Tigers won the World Series, one person set a trash can on fire. And it's just become like, well, Detroit sets trash cans on fire when they win championships.
Yeah.
And that stood for
they riot.
40
they
years.
riot. They riot.
Right. So it's just,
no, but it was just funny when that happened because, I mean, he was one of the writers he was one of the various writers for the Flash movie.
Yes.
Yeah. Seth Graham-Smith.
Yeah.
He was part of it at one point. So
did you guys talk about that earlier about like the whole 3 possible avenues for the Flash? Did you talk about that earlier?
Yeah, we haven't really brushed about that. I was
Okay.
afraid that Chris was gonna talk about Chris Brown again. I'm just kidding. No,
Oh,
but no, jokes,
I think he might avoid that subject.
Yeah, no. He
I
made
don't
the
know.
joke when he first came on. He made the joke about it. We all made the joke about
Oh,
it.
okay.
And it was
All right.
fine. It was fine. It was fine. It was a obviously it was a misunderstanding when he was on 2 weeks ago. But no, we haven't really talked about that because I mean we mainly just been talking about what's been happening. But yeah, there is like the 3 things that I know that got released. I haven't really talked about it too much. I didn't even bring it up in the video that I did yesterday. I was just mainly focused on the Variety article. The the third article that is totally making Sonata look like a victim, and everything. But when it comes to all that, it's just it's the 3. I mean, when it comes to Ezra, and we got this new thing when he got charged, Vermont. But then, everybody kept saying he's on the run, he's doing all this, and then all of a sudden we get pictures of him with his mom, just chilling, and it's just okay, this is not somebody who's on the run. And apparently Ezra did some additional photography or reshoots for The Flash during the summer, and it's okay, so this is not somebody who's on the run.
No, well, that's frustrating, and we've said this before, but
yeah,
so much of the narrative of this has escaped, and part of it is people not knowing how to read the news. Part of it is people not knowing how to read police reports. Part of it is people having a preconceived notion of Ezra and just a dislike, people who have always disliked the movie because they want Grant Gustin or they don't like Zack Snyder or whatever it is.
Yep.
But the narrative has never really tracked with the actual story. And the Ezra being on the run thing is one of those, because the whole reason that exists is because the parents of Takata Gibson Iron Eyes, who is the person that Ezra is accused of grooming, were trying to get a conservatorship over their daughter, and as a part of that filed a restraining order against Ezra. The conservatorship was entirely unrelated. It's because of their daughter's gender and sexual gender identity and sexual preferences, that they were trying to get control of them again, and Ezra got caught up in that as a part of a restraining order that was just being cited as an example, one of the examples of why they needed to have guardianship over Takata, even though they were over 18 at the time. And so they filed a restraining order against Ezra, but they are indigenous. They're part of the Lakota Native American tribe, and so as a result, the court that handles that is a native court. It is not a state court, and is therefore subject to different federal and state laws than a state court is. And so as a result, when you file a restraining order and it is instituted by the tribal court, you have a server to go serve papers to someone like you would for anything else, but they have no jurisdiction outside of to serve that outside of the reservation. And so the story was that they are trying to serve Ezra Miller with a restraining order, but they weren't able to locate them because they weren't on the reservation. And somehow that turned into Ezra is on the run and hiding from police, which is, even if they had been able to find Ezra, they just would have given them documents that say, hey, you're not allowed to be within this many yards of this person. And even then, that's only enforceable on the reservation. And so, not that it's a complicated situation. And so that's not to say Ezra's innocent, but it means that there's a big difference between, anyone can file a restraining order for, you need to prove cause and get it approved by a judge and stuff, but it's not, if you don't want somebody to be near you, you have the right to file that paperwork, and it gets served. And so it's a not benign situation, but a relatively minor situation that is just a jurisdictional contrivance that and I don't even think it was reported, it's not even like the trades or anyone was reporting that wrong. That was just a social media. Ezra's on the run, and that took like you go anywhere on the internet in the comment section or on Reddit or whatever, and people are like, "Aren't they on the run from police?" And it's like they never were on the run from police, and you even see and there's been evidence the whole time because they'll say police served them this at this time, police summoned them to court at this time, or like with the burglary thing, police went to Ezra's farm, and people keep on saying also like, "Oh, they're committing crimes all over the place. They're in Vermont now," and it's like Ezra lives in Vermont, like Ezra has their home is in Vermont. And so people are like, well, they're in Hawaii, and then they're in Vermont, and then they're in Iceland. It's like, well, they were on Iceland and on vacation 2 years ago, and then they were in Hawaii for 2 weeks, and there was 2 arrests in Hawaii, which one was for disorderly conduct, and then the other one was for throwing the chair. But once again, that's not like there's, and then in Vermont there was a burglary charge for a home that is there. Apparently, their mom owns the house, but that's not 100% certain because I haven't seen the actual address match, but it's definitely like a neighbor's house, and it's someone that Ezra has a previous relationship with, and it's for a few bottles of alcohol. Again, that's not to say like, oh, Ezra is totally innocent and it's all being blown out of a proportion, but
but he's not a monster, or they're not a monster.
It's just a wild, like, the narrative getting away from, and you compare to like, look at what Jeremy Renner has been accused of, or what Josh Brolin has been accused of, or what a
large segment of Hollywood itself has been accused of.
And that doesn't make it okay that just because people in Hollywood have been accused of stuff, but it's just such a wild, like even what's his name that plays Homelander?
Anthony Starr. Yeah, absolutely.
And so did the dude,
right? In Spain?
What's his
Please pronounce his last name. I know who you're talking about. It's Barry
Koenig.
Cohen.
Yeah,
Keelan, whatever.
Keelan, whatever. Yeah.
Barry. Yeah.
Yeah, Barry.
The dude that looks like
Damn it,
Ezra,
Barry.
whose name is actually Barry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Also, like this stuff happens all the time, and it's just it's so wild that it happens to Ezra, and it's like.
So to that end, the real reason that I asked about it is like, when it comes to these scenarios, these 3 different scenarios for it, do we believe that that's the case and that they really are these 3 scenarios? And B, if we believe that there really are these 3 scenarios, which one do you think is the most likely?
The whole thing that Zaslav got outvoted, fuck that. I mean, he's
I don't buy that. I don't buy
outvoted.
that shit.
That's such
shit
bullshit right there.
I 100% believe those are the 3 scenarios, and here's why: because the scenarios are either they continue as normal, or they continue without marketing from Ezra, or they scrap it. What other alternatives?
There isn't really anything else.
Fair enough. Okay. No, that's a valid point. That is a very valid point. They're the 3 only fucking narratives. The 3 only
that's
options.
The thing. That's why it was like, why even talk about it? Because they literally gave the 3 options.
Well, because what happened is Warner Brothers is getting involved in the PR to at least a minimal extent, where people have been asking them forever, "What are you going to do?" And so finally, someone said, "Well, either we're going to do the one thing we could do, or we're going to do the other thing we could do, or we're going to do the other thing we could do. We haven't decided which one yet. We're probably not going to do the third one unless we absolutely have to." And like, it just means all options are on the table, but probably not cancellation. And then it's like, there's a plan. It's like, they just are tired of having to answer questions.
But right there, Steve, this is what I'm talking about. Are we ready for 18 fucking months of this? Until they hire a new DC boss, until they hire a DC Studios boss, because this is only going to get worse. As far as
hopefully
like the news cycle, as far as Scooper madness and all that. No, dude, we will not. Our brains, our sanity will not survive 18 fucking months of this. Are you kidding?
What are you talking about?
There's no way.
Every Friday we'll be here getting drunk talking about this.
Oh my god, dude! There's not enough of this shit in the world for me to deal with it.
Next week we all show up with 40s and paper bags. That's what we're doing.
Exactly.
No,
we're gonna do a vodka street from the curb. We're
dude.
with a broken
if we
cell
were to
phone
do a
camera,
live vodka
drinking
stream
a
like that, we
40
should do
out
it
of a
like
brown
that,
paper
man.
bag.
But I'm just saying, man.
I was in college one time. I left the liquor store and I was walking back to my apartment, and a guy. It was snowing, and a guy comes out of the liquor store and pulls on the handle of his car door, and it doesn't open, and he smashes the window with a bottle, and the car is running, and brushes the glass off the seat and gets in and drives away. I don't
Holy
think
shit.
he was stealing the car, but it was one of those moments where you just sit there and watch it, and then you're like, that. What?
Yeah.
Is there a glitch in the Matrix? What's happening? Yeah, because it's like he probably, you know what he did? You know what it was? He was drunk or fucking high or crossfaded or whatever fuck, went in and got out and he realized that he locked his car with the car running and he went, fuck. And he just went, and his high brain or drunk brain was like, just smash the window.
It makes total sense because the decision is, well, I can't call the police and be like, I drove here drunk and or high or whatever, and then buying more alcohol and getting back into my car. I can't explain that. I can't just leave the car. The more time that I spend trying to like jimmy the door or getting help or whatever, like there was a police station like in that same shopping mall for the campus police, and so like the more time they spent not GTFOing was going to only draw attention to the fact that they were trying to get into their running car while drunk after buying more alcohol, and they were like, you know what?
Plus, as you said, it was
avoiding a
DUI.
Yeah, avoiding a DUI, avoiding arrest, avoiding fine, like replacing the window is the easiest.
The least amount. This guy might have been a fucking robot and just fucking went, which one's the best option? And he just fucking went, yep, just break the window. Break the window. Imagine the Terminator eyes. Terminator eyes.
There was a lack of hesitation. There was no like checking all the other doors. There was no There was no phone call. It was just, well, I guess this is what I got to do. And it looked like a thing they were practiced at doing. Like I'm not convinced it was the.
That's hilarious.
Steven might have witnessed a carjacking in the cold.
Maybe I wouldn't be shocked given the location. I wouldn't be
not
shocked if that's what it was.
But it
was far
sense.
too casual. It was far too casual for me to assume it was a carjacking, but it was wild.
Because
anyway, that's what we're gonna do next week.
Brown bagging it. Brown bagging it.
But it's just dude. Like I mean this is another, you know, like in the midst of like after the post investors call, this is what the attention whores did over the last 72 hours to like get everybody stoked, because there's nothing killing any of these narratives that they throw out there for us to pay attention to. And they're just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse until they actually get a boss in there to start squashing that shit either with PR or with an actual plan to say, this is not happening. That's bullshit. You know,
entirely disagree, but partially because I'm going to be me, but also because I don't 100% agree. I almost think that like this situation would be worse if there was a person responsible for explaining it. Like there is no right answer to this until the situation is resolved. And that's part of why there's so much pressure. Like the amount of pressure only makes sense. Like the pressure is all coming from people who don't care about the resolution. Because this is not something you're going to get a quick answer on. Like there's no easy answer to what to do with the movie. You can't recast, you can't reshoot the role. Canceling it is expensive as all hell. And it would be an insanely bad PR blow on top of not just Batgirl, but just the legacy of this movie and the Snyderverse. Like, it's just one failure too many to be able to sustain. It is not a snap decision situation, but there's no quick answer. You're only going to get, like, a lot of the stuff Ezra is accused of will never have a definitive, like what happened in Iceland with the choking. There will never be a satisfactory answer for people on that. That will not go to trial. There will not be additional video released. Even if the person did come out and gave clarification, and even in the article they said, "Oh, we were joking about fighting," and Ezra took it too far. Like, which immediately
nobody talks about that.
Which immediately clarifies the context of the video. That, like, yeah, sure, Ezra was acting inappropriately, but it's not it was not prompted by nothing. And yet that doesn't change. So even if someone came out and said like, oh, I stabbed Ezra first and it was self-defense. Like even that isn't going to, like the narrative is fixed and that will never change.
Right.
The stuff about the grooming will never, that's not going to go to, that's not something that's going to be tried in court. And if it is, it's going to be a tribal court on the Indian reservation, and either the result or the trial, the information is going to be sealed, or it's just not going to be widely publicized, or it's just never going to go to trial because it's not something to, grooming is not really a, like, unless they can like find definitive proof that there was inappropriate relations while Gibson Takata was underage. Like that's not something that is going to go to court. The burglary thing might go to court, but that's only a small aspect. The stuff in Hawaii is probably not going to go to court, and so likely the results of that's just going to go away with no clean answers. So let's say Kevin Feige comes to DC. Kevin Feige himself, or a clone of Kevin Feige, comes to DC. What are they like? There's like you almost like. You don't want someone to answer questions on that right now. You want, let's just leave it ambiguous until it either blows over or it escalates to the point where you have to make a decision. Anything in between and any commentary on it is just, and that's why they say there's 3 options, because what else can they, like, that's the most they can say or do.
Yeah.
And the situation isn't going to provide any more solutions. And yet it allows a perfect attack vector for anybody who's opposed to Ezra, because they can just harp on it all day long with no answer.
Right. I wasn't necessarily like in talking about the PR thing. I didn't necessarily mean about the Ezra situation, because I actually agree with what you just said in terms of like, the whole decision to not say anything at this point. What can you say? Because everything you just said, the narrative has already been fixed with that, and people don't even want to look at facts or anything that is objectively there. But no, I was just saying in terms of, I mean, that story was one of many that we just got besieged by this week, and it all stems from conjecture, and it all stems from narratives, and it all stems from the situation with Warner Brothers DC in general that has just evolved into a fucking mess. And I actually asked this question the other day. I said, when the Berlanti thing came, because I mean, between the Berlanti thing and now we got fans defending Walter Hamada, talking about it would be a great idea for him to stay in charge because he was running things so smoothly, all that shit. And I'm like, and I'm sitting there like, okay, first of all, you fuckers were, I mean, when the 9th anniversary of Man of Steel came out, you were the first ones to say, all he's given us is Headless Superman and Superman in the Shadows. And now you think that he needs to say, so my question the other day was, what is more of a mess, the franchise or the fan base?
Right.
What is more of a mess, the DC fan base or the franchise?
And I think that's part of the, and like for example, you look at the MCU, which has a strong and large fan base. Look at how little of the discussion about it revolves around the fan base. And there's a variety of factors influencing why the situation is different with DC, including like executive mismanagement. But the focus being put on the fan base is a part of the problem there. Like Marvel doesn't cater to the fan base in that way. And like the opinions of the fans about Kevin Feige aren't really as important because they have the general audience support. And so they can give lip service to the fans, but really it's not relevant. And the problem with DC is that there's so much of a focus on Snyder fans and DC fans and all of this other stuff, when like that, like part of the problem with the notion of toxic fandom, I'm not talking about any specific fandom, but just as a concept, is that you're assigning a label to a group of people who have almost nothing in common other than they just happen to like the same movies or characters or IP, and then assigning like a motivation and a drive when they're all individuals who all like different things for different reasons. And that's not a problem when you're releasing movies that are successful. When you're releasing movies that aren't successful and you start saying like, oh, it's for the fans, or you're saying like, we have to serve the fans. Now all of a sudden the biggest people that you focus on is the fan base, and that's not like long term, that's a problem. And they've been because of the state of the franchise, it makes the fans that much more relevant because they're not universally loved, and so the fans are the audience as far as like, because the general audience isn't as sold on it as they are on Marvel stuff. And that's why I say, like, bring in someone who, like, fans are going to be like, who the hell is that? Because you don't want to bring in somebody who A, fans have a perception of, or B, who has an existing relationship or perception of fans. They don't need someone to come in to manage the fandom. They need someone to come in who will manage the franchise, and the fans can either get on or like get along or shut up.
Right.
And then the movies are going to do well with the general audience, or they're not going to do well. But that is what matters at the end of the day. And anything with the fandom is just a matter of giving them lip service so that they feel included enough to participate. And fans hate being told that because they're like, we're the most important thing, and it's like, you're not. Like,
no, we're not.
You're like, you're not unimportant, but like,
you're part of it.
The fact that you've liked Superman for 20, 30, 40 years is nobody gives a shit.
Yeah.
Like,
that doesn't make you determine whether he has undies outside or not.
It doesn't matter how much Superman or Batman memorabilia you have. Your movie ticket still costs the same.
Exactly.
Right.
And if you don't like it, guess what? All right, it's whatever.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like, get that, but get that Superman house in order. And that's the thing. It's like, that's the thing that I mean, obviously everybody's banking and they're like, oh yeah, is Cavill going to show up in Black Adam? And it's like, I don't know. It's not looking good. It's not looking good right now.
Like back to because like that's just that hangs over this even more than who's going to be Batman at this point.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like I said, Cavill is like the main, like when it comes to like the buzz, it's Cavill. Cavill is more, is more of a buzz name than Ben Affleck as Batman. Yeah, sure, Ben Affleck. People are like, and again, I even said it when I was just like, answering questions at the beginning of the stream. I'm like, it is pretty crazy where it's like, at one point we were like, who the fuck is Henry Cavill? We said his name wrong. We didn't know who the fuck this guy was. Now we're all just clamoring for him to return as Superman. Now, 9 years later or 10 years later, it's crazy. Ben Affleck, when he got cast, a lot of people didn't like it. I didn't even like it at first. I was like, what? Ben Affleck? Really? Now I'm like, oh, come back, Ben. Do something, which of course we're supposed to see more of in the Flash. And by the way, it's like, oh yeah, obviously when it comes to what's happening right now, we can assume that there's going to be more, Flash reshoots that probably going to have some changes that happen when it comes to Ben Affleck's Batman. That's always like out there. It's like, all right, so we have Ben still, which is great. But then Cavill's always just that wild card.
Yeah.
And some people are banking on him being in Black Adam. They're banking on him like returning. And it's like, pump the brakes a little bit because who knows? You really gotta like.
Well, and on top of that, like if we're at that point where it could be another headless cameo or another like in the shadows cameo, and that just watch everyone lose their shit.
Ray, or they could say fuck all. Let's bring in Tyler Hoechlin. They could do that too. They could eventually just be like, we need a face, and the only other face we have right now is either Tyler Hoechlin or even go as far as going Brandon Routh. At this point, it who knows? I'm almost anticipating this Superman cameo that is going to be in Black Adam to not be a headless Superman or a shadow Superman, and actually bring in somebody. If it's not going to be Cavill, I would not be surprised if they brought in Tyler or Brandon, just to be like, hey, we have to have somebody.
What if it's a poster of Christopher Reeve?
It's a cardboard cutout.
Oh, right. God. Yeah. Then I'd be like, did I just watch a whole? Did the South Park creators create this? What the fuck happened here?
So, it's a poster of Christopher Reeve, and then you hear the like you hear that in the back. That would piss so many people off if that happened. But it's it's all up in the air, and that's.
Dude, we're almost gonna be watching Black Adam just to see, like, you know, like we're watching fucking the Bachelor and see who gets the rose, who gets the Superman rose, you know, at the end of the movie. Who gets the Superman rose? It's like, who cares about how good or bad the movie is? We're wondering who gets the Superman rose at the end of the movie. Is it going to be Cavill? Is it going to be somebody just Nikki just corrected me. It's Ralph, you know. Not it rhymes with South. Apparently.
It's also Hecklin, not Hoechlin.
Hecklin. See, I'm bad with saying names. You guys know this. Or is it going to be a fucking another Shadow or Headless Superman? We're like literally going to be watching just anticipation to see who the Superman actually is. And I mean, I want it to be Cavill, sure, but at the same time, I'm like, does he want to show up in a movie that possibly might not be a huge movie, might end up being a flop? You don't know this.
See, but this also kind of goes into why I'm, you know, if it ends up being that we're waiting for a DC Studios boss for like the next year and a half, if that ends up being the case, like I am definitely legitimately concerned about the next year and a half of, you know, lack of DC hype and what else, like what is going to happen to the conversation? What is going to happen to all of that in the time that we're waiting for the reset button to get hit?
Just because we don't have a DC head, I don't think that means. I think what will happen first is we'll get a creative committee announced, and it will involve a variety of people, writers and producers, who are involved in putting together the 10-year plan. And then after like the Flash comes out, they will then, someone from the committee or someone or from outside the committee even will then rise up to be like the head of moving forward. And so there will be like a circle of, there will be like around, but because there's a variety of reasons. One is that they need to get planning on future stuff, but two is that, like I said, I think it's a big problem to say, Walter Hamada is out and Alan Heinberg is in. And then the first three things Alan Heinberg does is release Black Adam, release Aquaman 2, release The Flash. And it's like that Alan Heinberg has to do press and interviews about those movies and how they're received, then has to reflect on Heinberg in the same way that like Hamada getting credit for like articles keep on saying like, Aquaman did $1 billion. Like Hamada was involved in that because of his relationship with Juan, but that was not a movie he greenlit. He was involved in as a producer, but was not involved as the DC head that brought it like to fruition. And so sure, maybe he deserves some credit for it, but in the reverse sense, you don't want like either Black Adam being a flop and having, I'm just gonna keep on saying Alan Heinberg because I like that, and have Alan Heinberg have to be like, oh well, you know, you can't throw it under the bus, that you can't do that PR wise, but then what, he's got to get up and defend it and be like, oh, this one's for the fans, and like be arm in arm with Dwayne Johnson, and then they do a full on reboot, and Alan Heinberg is like, oh, like no, you want someone to come in with the plan who doesn't have the baggage of having to be the guy who says, oh, we love Black Adam, but we're moving in a different direction, or who said it's just too complicated. But you can have a round table of people with no official head, and maybe there's even one selected internally and they just don't announce it until after Hamada's gone. But I really, really, really think it would be a mistake to say the new head of DC Films is Alan Heinberg, and then they release a bunch of Hamada movies. Like, because the narrative is going to be they're going to immediately be judged on the success of movies they had nothing to do with. Like, even if it's not fair, it's going to happen.
The scenario that you just posed is logistical, but it solves the issue that I have with not having a DC Studios head named already, which is the very idea that the longer you wait to have a studio head named, but you continue to make decisions for the future of this franchise, like when, for example, the whole thing about like DeLuca and Pam Abdi deciding, trying to mend fences with Leslie Grace so that she could potentially be Batgirl in a future film. To me, that is what the DC Studios head should be deciding, not the heads of Warner Brothers Picture Group. So the thing is, whatever decisions are made between now and the time that the DC Studios boss is hired, my perspective on that is, okay, you're just adding to a mess that person already has to clean up, and you're starting on a path, whether it's the 10-year plan or not, you're starting on a path that they had nothing to do with from the beginning, which means that now that has to be part of your pitch when you sell them on taking the job, is you've got to inherit all of this other stuff, plus what we added to it in order for you to take this job. Who is going to rightfully take that job? In the scenario that you just brought up, where it is like a committee that, I guess serves in the interim and puts shit together like for the next 18 months or however long it is, and then somebody rises up out of that and becomes the DC Studios chief. Well, that eliminates the issue that I have, because then at least the person who ends up being the DC studio head will have been part of that committee that was there from day one. But this just goes back to my belief that it's probably going to be an internal hire, similar to what the Tigers are going to do in the wake of firing Al Avila. So it's more than likely. And for all the names, I mean, Alan Heinberg, I like your idea. I really do. I like that idea. But the odds are it's probably going to be somebody we've never heard of, somebody we don't know, a name that is not on our radar.
What a lot of us have been saying from the beginning. It's nobody's going to know who it is. That's why when people ask me, who do you think? I'm like, I don't know. John Smith. I mean, Jesus Christ, what do you want me to say?
It'll be someone with a long history of involvement in movies on IMDb, where you never knew they were involved in all of those. Like, I mean, look at like when Kathleen Kennedy was named head of Lucasfilm, and people were like, "Oh, who's that? She's got nothing to do with Star Wars." And you're like, "Oh, she only produced like every Spielberg movie."
You know that.
You go back and you see all that.
You know that was
like nobody would ever pick a name out of a hat before that.
That documentary that just came out on Lucasfilm that I still need to watch. And like you look at Frank Marshall and Spielberg and Lucas, and then you see this really young woman, and it's Kathleen Kennedy. She's been, and I told people like every time people talk about like her being fired, I'm like, do you have any idea how long she's been a part of the Amblin Group? Like decades. Like she's been there from the ground up.
She's been fired for like the last half decade. It's crazy, but
that's my point. Is like she's entrenched in all, like Ron Howard, like all those guys. She's been part of that.
It could be somebody, like I said, it could be somebody that's had a piece of this whole thing in the past, decade.
Ron Howard should be the DC Films head.
There you go. Now you're shooting high there. Let's get Opie in here. Come on.
Yeah. Well, he saved Solo. He saved Solo.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe
for the most part, yeah, we'll see. But that's a good way to end this Vodka stream. We're going almost 4.5 hours. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be talked about. I know it feels exhausting, guys, but at the same time, hey, we can have our theories. We can have our discussions. It's all pretty crazy. And, as much as, it could be pretty tiring, because it's like sometimes I'm just going like, fuck, man. Really, like another article comes out, then I just kind of go, you know what? Partially it's exciting because we don't know what the hell exactly is going to happen. There's so many scenarios, and just like when they gave the 3 different scenarios for the Flash, the only things that could happen to it. It's almost like, when it comes to this, there's like only certain things that could happen with this. It's like they could be hovering. I mean, and they probably, one of the options is they're hovering over that reboot button, that red button. They're going, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. Or we can build off of Henry Cavill if we get him, and Ben Affleck. I mean, again, I'm like saying, if they could get Cavill and Affleck to be like, hey, all right, yeah, we're down. World's Finest movie, announce that. Just do a team up movie, and then you can have maybe a Cavill Superman movie solo if Ben wants to do his own movie, but he made it a point that he doesn't. But I'm just saying, you do a fucking team up movie or something like that would blow up, but that's just very far-fetched, of course.
That's what I think you have to take that opportunity to plug in January of 2019 on Screen Rant. I wrote Batman and Superman, World's Finest, could solve all the DCEU's problems.
There it is. See,
in
Steven,
that article,
you and me,
I think to specify, I do advocate for the Snyder Cut, but speaking about the juxtaposition of business decisions versus artistic decisions, what it's pointing out is, like, and if WB had done that, it would have squashed the Snyder Cut stuff, because all they needed to do was just give people more, like, what they put fans in a position where the only way they were going to get more of that Batman and that Superman, or practically any Batman or any Superman in the near future, was through the Snyder Cut. And if they had just done that Man of Steel 2 or Batman and Superman or whatever, and given just those characters on screen at the same time, it would have been a $1 billion movie. It would have healed a lot of the DCEU disrepair. It would have been a natural, like, imagine like the Public Enemy's World's Finest sort of plot where they're cooperating instead of fighting. It provides a good thematic balance to BVS and allows them chances to explain away like retcons and inconsistencies with what they did with just, like, there's all sorts of things that would have fixed it back then, and it's obviously too late to take that approach now, at least at that point of the timeline, but it's not too late to bring them back and do that kind of thing moving forward. And that would be a great launching point to, like, soft reboot the universe too, to go that route. So I think that based on what Zaslav has said about emphasizing the Trinity and emphasizing the importance of these characters, and he cares about, like, big Hollywood movies, so someone like Ben Affleck being involved is the type of thing he would see as, like, a Hollywood necessity.
And Ben Affleck doesn't have to be the star either. Of course, he talked about that. It's like it could be centralized around Cavill's Superman, and then Ben Affleck's just like, it's just part of it. That's the thing. It could still be very much a Superman movie, but it's Batman's very much involved, and he's got a lot of scenes in there. And
look
stuff
at
like that.
Public Enemies, the DC animated universe one, where I think Bruce is out of costume for a big chunk of that movie.
And Ben would love that.
Yeah, do a ton of Bruce Wayne stuff. You don't need that much, like, and plus Rich Detrone can wear the costume, as much as he wants anyway. So
true, there's that too. I mean, it's right there, and if you're gonna get those two guys, I mean, I'm telling you, that is the way to go. Is like, just do something like that, because a lot of people, I haven't even seen the chat, people are like, yeah, World's Finest, why not do that? But anyways, this has been a great chat as per usual, and thank you to everybody who showed up. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to Crypto KC and Ajit. I know he had a little power problem that happened, and luckily people screenshot him looking like he was, like, either praying or listening to Steven talk, and he was just like, oh, this is good. We're just gonna make your memes of those shots there, folks. But let's go around the horn. Steven, go ahead and plug away.
Yeah, I am Stephen Colbert. You can find me on social media at SM Colbert, and you can find my writing at screenrant.com. Wrote a bit about a lot of the Batgirl stuff and Flash stuff that we were talking about tonight. Just earlier today, why DC hasn't canceled the Flash movie. Covers a lot of what we talked about, but some additional stuff about kind of how it's different from the other movies that they've canceled, and delves briefly into the Ezra Miller stuff, but that I'm trying not to get, it's complicated and don't want to publish too much on that without more, like, factual evidence having come out first. But cover it as much as I can. And then you can also find my podcast with Andrew Dice at snyderminute.com. And I think that's all. Yeah, that's all.
All you got?
That's all. I mean, there's more. I'm sure there's more. I could come up with more, but
probably. But
yeah,
it's whatever. All right, Ray.
You can find me on Twitter at The Flightcast. You can find my podcast and my blog at theflightcast.com, where
pretty much everything we talked about here, I talk about in cable language form on the main show. I definitely go into R-rated mode on my own Patreon at patreon.com/theflightcast. I actually started a new show for my patrons where I call it Friday Flight. And it's basically an uncensored preview of what I'm doing for the weekly show. But I've taken a play on words because I've added this because, there's flights of beer.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to drink a new beer for each episode. This was the one that I drank tonight. Old Nation Shandy, as I cursed and, had epithets to speak about the whole mess of the DC fandom and the DC franchise as well. But I also have a lot of shit that I need to catch up on as well with respect to shows and movies. Tomorrow or this weekend, this upcoming show for this main show for the Flightcast, I will answer at least 2 or 3 different people have asked me whether or not
there she is.
A wild Amanda appears.
Amanda, right as you're plugging. Oh, that was the greatest entrance in the world.
Fantastic.
Wow. You're gonna edit that part out, right?
No, never going to edit that out. That was perfect.
It's a live show.
Holy, yeah.
Hi. Nicely done. Hi. How's it go? Oh my goodness. Fantastic.
I just came down here to say that I just learned about hunger stones.
Cool.
Which
Hunger
are
stones.
that ancient peoples carved warnings on that said things like, if you can read this, weep, because, and then they hid them at like low levels in rivers, and now they're being exposed because the rivers are so low. So,
oh wow,
we're just getting ancient warnings.
Oh wow.
Famine.
So she came down for apocalyptic stuff.
Oh my goodness. Was there a warning stone about the pandemic?
I'm having an existential crisis and apparently scaring the shit out of my husband. I can't even watching.
Oh, that's great.
That's
my great.
Goodness. No, that was well timed.
That was well timed. And then also you're
that
you
is
just,
what wakes
there you go.
him up is like
there it is.
every morning. That is how he wakes up.
Okay. Just that was, oh man. Anybody who wants to clip out that part and just of Steven getting it, oh man. I know she didn't hear any of our audio, but that was hilarious, man. Oh my god, somebody clipped that out. Jeez. That was great.
That was very well timed. That was fantastic. No, I have nothing to add. Can't follow that up. Nothing else to add.
I don't think you're gonna be able to go to sleep tonight, Steven. You're probably like amped up now because you like fucking jumped. That was great.
This guy, I didn't see her behind me, and then I saw her on my monitor, and I was like,
what?
Like that was like if she had like put her hand on my shoulder, it wouldn't have been so scary. But it was the seeing something moving behind me while I'm watching. It's like Paranormal Activity. Like
holy shit, that was great.
Oh man,
that was so perfect.
Wow.
You were like, whoa! You just
have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, that's a good way to end it. All right.
But Ray was talking about flights of beer. I went to a pizza place tonight that has flights of pizza.
There,
so,
there you go.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they have like all sorts of crazy. It's Fong's Pizza, and they've got all sorts of like Chinese food pizza where it's like you can get like crab rangoon pizza and like crazy stuff like that. And so because they've got like such a huge menu, you can get a flight where they'll just make you like 3 personal pizzas of different varieties, so that you don't have to like get like a 12-inch crab rangoon pizza and hope that you like it. You can just try like 3 different ones or
that
whatever.
Sounds amazing. Seriously, that sounds like a great idea. Like wow. I think I'd try it. I would try a crab rangoon pizza. I totally would.
Oh man. And then Casey's been watching this whole time, but apparently he had a power issue, but We love you. And Chris, also thank you for joining in. This has been fun, guys. And thank you to everybody who joined. And great discussion. And we will talk to you guys later. Make sure you hit that like, thumbs up, do all the stuff, follow me, all that stuff, subscribe, everything. We'll talk to you later.